got the official clapping?
Yeah, that's
We're
it.
starting.
Nice.
All right, we'll get a running start. All right, so today, guys, we have probably one of our most requested guests of all time. I can't think of anybody that has been more requested to come on the show, but Andrea Gallagher.
When you have a brand called Whiskey and War Crimes, I'm sure I'm the number one guest that they want to see on here.
Oh, shit. They're like, let's hear some of these war crimes.
Yeah, they're like, get an actual war criminal on there.
Yeah. We're like fun war crimes, though. You know?
Yeah.
Dude, thank you so much for making the time to come out, man.
Man, we're excited to come out here. I mean, I've obviously been watching you guys since you guys started, and I love the fact, like, of what you guys are doing out here, just because I like the fact that you're having team guys on to tell, like, funny stories and all that, and sort of like encapsulate the West Coast culture out here, which I think that's kind of
yeah.
It is. It's really. I mean, I know you guys have like other guys on here, but really, it's cool to see like the West Coast culture encapsulated into this podcast, because I don't think there's not a lot of that out there. You know, you got a lot of team guys that go around, do a podcast, and everything sort of, they keep it, we're professional and blah 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 blah, and I'm like, dude, that's not the teams, dude. And so I like the fact that you guys actually have this, and so for guys to come on here and be able to tell funny stories.
No, it's dope, man. We've had a really good time with it. We're learning. I mean, you have your own show too and a book, and then we're super excited because your wife is actually out here as well, so she's gonna pop on a certain
main
point.
character.
Yeah. So you guys have to bring the audience along on this journey. I don't think there's probably anybody listening to this that watches our show that doesn't know who you are already. So we'll skip that intro. But also too, I think most people have heard of your story, obviously, because it made like national news and Trump's involvement, which was amazing. like Big Daddy by
Big Daddy
by
coming
Trump.
in.
No shit.
Yeah, that was badass.
Pulling the actual Trump card.
We're pulling this guy's fucking tried it. No, you're not. Get back to work.
That's the best tweet ever.
Such a daddy tweet, dude.
I can only imagine the Admiral going, oh.
Yeah, right. Pee-pee smacked.
Oh.
Yeah. So that story, there's a lot of things we could go into there, but I think I was just listening to your episode on the Antihero podcast earlier today, and I think they did such a good job articulating that story and kind of dissecting it. I think if anybody wants to go into that whole thing from start to finish, probably Antihero podcast with your episode is probably really good.
That one, that one, and if you really want to get into like the weeds of everything, Sean Ryan's we did, which is like 5.5 hours. So that's really like in depth.
That's more in depth.
Yeah, and that was one of the first, ones we did when we got out. And then also, if you really want to get into it, buy the book, The Man in the Arena. It's out there, and so it's. The cool thing about that book, which I'm really proud of, is like when I wrote it, I understood that was like there's two sides to every story, but I was like, my side is the truth. So we ended up putting QR codes in there. So as you're flipping through, you can go ahead and look at the QR codes, and you can look at all the evidence they had against me, look at all the NCIS interviews, and listen to the whole trial audio. And the way I did that, I was like, you can make your own decision then.
Exactly.
You know, what you think at the end.
That's really cool. You can do that with the book now.
Yeah. I don't have very many good ideas, but that one at the end, I was like, this is going to be good.
I'm used to just like the fat pages, like a lot of pictures.
Yeah, scratch and sniff.
So with that said, we're gonna touch on some of that stuff from that story, but I think that has already been so well documented and so well told. We'd like to get into some of the other stories that maybe people haven't heard or they don't know about you, that kind of actually also provide context for your life, because a lot of people don't know that you and your wife were met at 12 years old.
We're not 12. We were 16, 17.
16? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She was 12. He was 25.
We like to keep that hidden.
Where did I read that?
And you're like, what the fuck?
It was an arranged marriage. Yeah.
Oops, delete that. But there's a lot of stuff to get into. I think we'll just start like the normal kind of progression we do is start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like where'd you grow up? How was home life? Like, was it like both your parents are together? Was it tumultuous? Like, what did it look like for you?
Yeah, so both my parents stayed together. They're still together to this day.
That's awesome.
Just a very strong marriage. So I grew up a military brat. My dad was in the Army for 26 years. So he was a West Point grad. Went to Ranger School, but he was a MP. So
officer's kid.
Yep. I did. Yeah. which is why I have a huge disdain for officers. But no, I grew up pretty much living overseas most of my childhood. So I lived in like Korea, China, Hong Kong, and so we would move to wherever we were being deployed for 2 years, come back to the Pentagon for a year, and then go, to Korea for 2 years, come back to the Pentagon, and then go to wherever. So it was very like fast-paced. You can call it chaotic, just growing up in that environment. But my parents they're just kind of the people that are like, we're just doing it. So like, to give you an example, we lived in Beijing when I was 5 and 6 years old. We had my mom taught English there. My dad obviously worked at the embassy, so we had like these Chinese nannies, and we didn't live on an American base. We literally lived in Beijing. And I come to find out later that the nannies were actually spies, that were,
of course,
watching over us.
I mean, dude, every China, which is weird. There's a culture over there, like almost an obligation to work for the fucking the motherland or whatever the fuck you want to call it, which is a lot of people don't understand. Even when you have students that come over to the U.S.
They're
still working for the government, and they'll go back and like debrief shit. And you're like,
wow.
What?
Yeah, so like the nannies we had would
weird.
like, because obviously it's like, well, they're not collecting anything the whole time, so they actually had to ask my dad to like, hey, can you give us something, because we're getting yelled at for not coming back with stuff. And my dad, was just like, oh, tell him this, whatever, but yeah, so we did that. Ended up Korea, 6th and 7th grade, and then that is when my dad got out of the Army. He didn't want to get out. He was, it was during the Clinton era, so they did all these cutbacks and
the drawdown.
Yeah.
Yep. So he was one of those guys. He would have been a lifer, but ended up getting out.
He already did 26 years.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he would have been in for
what did he punch out
30,
as?
40.
Like an 05?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Yeah, 05.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
So we ended up back in Springfield, Virginia. Finished out 8th grade there, and then ended up moving to Indiana, where my dad got a job at Talus, working on the embitters, and that's where I started high school there. Did freshman to senior year there. That's where I met Andrea, and then I pretty much joined a year out of high school. So I joined when I was 19.
What was did you already know that you wanted to join the military?
No, not at all, man. I had no desire. Like, it wasn't even in my thought process. I mean, I was a punk kid, dude. Grown up, I think I had a lot of some like anger in me, just I think from moving around every 2 years and having to leave friends and everything like that. So by the time we got to Indiana, I ran around with just a wild crowd. I mean, they were good dudes, but I had no direction. School wasn't, a thing for me. I just didn't really care about it. So had my bouts of getting suspended, expelled, a couple times. I got sent to boys' school junior year.
What part of Indiana?
Fort Wayne.
Okay.
Yeah. Got sent to a boys' school in Connecticut because my parents were just like, dude, they're at their wits' end, which I don't blame them. Got kicked out of there.
Holy
got sent
shit,
back.
bro.
Right.
And then I ended up finishing high school. I had to go to an alternative school because I graduated with my high school, but when I went up there, they gave me a diploma and it was like, you don't have enough credits. I was like, oh, sweet.
That's what they told me.
Yeah.
That's why I dropped out halfway through my senior year.
You actually have to
because I
show
moved
up.
around a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's a lot of us come from the same similar background. But yeah, I ended up finishing alternative school, got my diploma, and then worked some odd jobs.
What did you get kicked out of the boys' school for?
Let's see.
Was it like something fun stuff?
Lots,
or was it like
lots of
stuff?
fights, and then I ended up. There was some dudes there. They were older than me. They were just like, "Hey, we're gonna break into the school store and like steal a bunch of the sweatshirts or whatever." And so I helped them do it, and they ended up getting caught. Except they were there on a full ride. They were a bunch of basketball players, and so. They're like, get this little white dude and couldn't make him. Yeah. So I ended up getting booted out for that.
They
but yeah,
fucking ratted you out.
they did, man.
That's some
That was my
bullshit.
first lesson. I was like, okay. Yeah, they ratted me out, booted. And so, like I said, I finished high school. What was that place called? Babe, you remember the name of that high school, the alternative school? Richard Melbourne, yeah. That's, dude, I was in there with like pregnant girls and like it was degenerates, that just couldn't pass, which I was one of them. And so, did like odd and end jobs until I was like about 19, and then I was at a one of my buddy's house, who was also my dealer, and we were doing shrooms, and it was like 3 a.m, and you know, I just took a look around the room, and I think I just had like this moment. These dudes were all like, I mean, at least 10 years older than me, and I was like, dude, I cannot end up like this. I was like, I sort of saw the path that was going down, so I drove at 4 a.m. to the recruiter's office
on shrooms.
Yep.
No shit. That night. Wow.
Waited outside.
See, that's a man of action. Right? Made a decision. I'm doing it.
It's sad. I would like retard maxing my whole life. So yeah, I waited out there, smoked cigarettes until the recruiter came in. And dude, I was a recruiter's wet dream. I was like, dude, just get me out of here. I'll do anything. You know. And he was like, well, what do you want to do? And I saw the SEAL poster, and I was like, and I obviously had watched Navy SEALs and all that. You know, Predator. I grew up watching all the cool movies, and I was like, well, I want to do something like that. And I remember he was like, no, you know, that's hard to do. You probably won't make it. And I think from there, I was like, check, I'm going to do that. So I signed up. Back then, obviously, there was no contracts. So I, again, not having any clue, not asking any help, he was just like, hey, just pick a rate. I went down there. I'm like, what? I was like, what is all this stuff?
What year did you come in?
99.
Yeah.
So I picked corpsman, not having any idea what that. To me, I was like, oh, that must be like an engineer, like core or something. Didn't ask any questions. I was like, yep, do that. Went to
roll
boot
the
camp.
dice.
Yep, that's pretty much it. Ended up going to boot camp, and then at the end of boot camp, they were like calling out, you know, what A schools you're going to, and they're like Gallagher corpsman. And I was like, what is that? And he's like, you have no idea what you're getting. I'm like, no. And he's like, it's a medic. So I was like, okay. But I was like, I want to be a SEAL too.
You get to play with balls.
Yeah, AKA pecker checker. So they were like, yeah, you're not going to Buds. The teams are overmanned in corpsman at the time, so you can either pick going to the fleet or going to the Marine Corps. Of course, I chose. I was like, send me to the Marine Corps, and I started looking into that, and I was like, well, I can go recon because they have their own special forces or whatever. You know,
you could do that as a Navy guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, because they need corpsmen in those units, so you go through everything they do, selection and all that.
They go to 18 Delta and all that shit.
Yep.
I mean, Todd Vandergrift was he was my LPO in Buds, but he had basically, I mean, the name like fucking Vandergrift.
Yeah.
His like granddad or some shit was whoever the fucking very well known Vandergrift from the Marine Corps in World War II, but he went through 18 Delta with Instructor Disney. And,
Walt Disney?
Walt
Instructor
Disney.
Walt Disney? Yeah.
And they were still buddies.
That guy's a wild man.
And then Vandergrift went through Buds as like a very senior fucking E6.
Really?
Didn't Disney get rolled up for like a bunch of explosives in his cruise box or something?
That sounds about right.
That's a whole nother fucking weird story.
Yeah,
but
like as a character.
Get on that fucking side
His name's
quest.
Walt Disney?
Yeah. Walter David Disney.
All right.
Yeah. It's an interesting
I
dude,
love
for
C4.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, finished. What was it? Where was I at?
Join the Marine Corps.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Or join the...
So you go to field med school after Corps school. So that is like a month and a half long sort of indoctrination to. It's like a little mini Marine boot camp. So it gets corpsmen used to the Marine Corps lifestyle and culture.
What's it called?
Field med school.
Oh, okay. So you went to boot camp and A school in Great Lakes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then went to North Carolina, went to field med school at Camp Johnson. And so while you're there, that's when the recon guys came down, give you the whole brief, like, hey, you can try out here. So myself and like 3 other individuals went and did the screener for that, which was by far, I think, the hardest screening I've ever done. It was... You do a Marine Corps PFT. You got to score perfect on that. So 3-mile run, 20 pull-ups, and however many.
That's serious.
Had you been working your ass off? I mean,
yeah, dude. I was pretty much. So it was cool because once I set my mind, like, hey, this is what I want to do. I pretty much was able to just clear everything out of my life, and I was like, I just focused on. I had no life. All I did was work out, go to the barracks, work out. Chow hall.
smoke cigarettes.
Yeah. I actually wasn't dipping even then yet either. So I went and took that screener. I was the only one who passed it. It was, like I said, you start with the PFT. You do, after that, you go to the pool, 500-meter swimming camis, do a 30-minute tread while they're sharking you. And so during that time, they were like, hey, why do you want to be here as they're sharking us? And I was so young and dumb, dude. I was like, well, I want to be a SEAL, but can't go right now, so I chose the next best thing.
You guys
and they
were
were like,
best.
The next best thing.
and I was down to the bottom, just banging my head off. But I mean, I survived.
Holy shit.
After that, you do a O course with a ruck, and then you do like 2 minutes of 10 different exercises a piece, and then you finish off with I think 8 or 9 mile ruck run for time.
Dude.
Yeah, like time. And so
it's like an all-day event.
It is.
Yeah.
So I passed that, and they were like, okay, cool, you can come over.
How many of the guys were interviewing for that, or
there was? I believe there was probably 6 other dudes around there.
How many of those guys passed?
None. He said he's the only one.
I was the only one who made it.
Wow.
I could see why with those standards, dude.
They were ridiculous.
It's like a shitty Monster Mash.
Yeah, dude. A lot of respect for the Marines, but
dude.
Like,
their standard, they hold it too,
Force
man.
Recon, like those guys are legit.
Yeah, and there's some animals, dude. So when I passed that, they were like, hey, okay, we'll get you over here. But then they're like, hey, you want to be a SEAL? And I was like, yes. I was like, eventually I want to go to BUD/S. And they were like, then don't come over here. Because if you come over here, we're going to keep you. Like, we need corpsmen. And so that was probably the best advice I got. So I was like, okay.
Could have told me this prior to the 20 miles I just ran.
Yeah, exactly. I ended up going to 1-8, did a platoon, like just a grunt platoon in Alpha Company. And then did my deployment there. That was pre 9/11 in 2000. We ended up, doing a med float. So during that time, I mean, it was a good experience, but I realized, like, dude, I'm not staying in the grunts, bro. This is like, they're needed, and I freaking love them. But there's a point where you're like, dude, I'm better than that, or I can do something better than this.
They treat you like fucking dog shit.
Yeah, dude. You're not told anything. You're just treated like shit. It's just like, hey, do this and don't ask questions.
Do they send you to SOI as a corpsman, or do you?
No,
Okay.
no. So you're much like the OJT. So you're there just learning. And I was honestly ticked I was a corpsman. I wanted to be a Marine, so I was like, hey, just give me a gun. At the time, they were like, hey, you're just a medic, so you just sit back and watch us train, and you're sort of medic support. So that rubbed me the wrong way as well. So I ended up looking into, I was like, hey, what can I do while I await going to BUD/S? Because I still had another 2.5 years I had to give there. So they were like, hey, try out for Stay Platoon, which was the sniper platoon. They're like, that's actually legit, and they need corpsmen. So I came back from that deployment and immediately went into an NDOC to try out for Stay Platoon. Made it through that. That was like a month long. And so then I was in a sniper platoon, and I got really, really lucky being in that platoon, because some of the older guys ended up becoming sniper school instructors, and they were like, hey, we'll let you come through the course. You won't get credit for it, but we like you. You're motivated. Like they all liked me a lot, because I was like, dude, whatever, I'll do whatever, and everything was in preparation for BUD/S. In my mind, I was like, yeah, I'll go do that, because that'll prep me to be a better SEAL.
Right.
So I ended up going to sniper school, made it through there, and that was obviously 9/11 had happened. So they were like, hey, we're short on snipers, so you are now just a sniper. They kind of brought in another corpsman.
That's such a unique pathway. Was it? I mean, I don't know shit about how that pathway goes, but that doesn't sound like the normal pathway. Was that pretty unique at the time?
At the time, I had no idea at the time how unique it was, but they were like, yeah, dude, like, we don't let corpsmen go through. And I actually, going through sniper school was the hardest selection I've been through, because, I mean, BUD/S is hard. Obviously, it's physically demanding and everything, but I had instructors that did not want me there. They were ticked.
Oh, I'm sure.
That a Navy guy was going through, so I got a lot of extra love.
That's a different level.
I was getting extra love all the way to the end, but I, made it through, and the other instructors liked me, so they were like, hey, at the end, they did a whole graduation ceremony. They did not have me walk up, but which meant more to me, they took me around back, and they gave me my hog's tooth and gave me a letter like, hey, you made it through here.
That's really cool.
So
that's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah. And it's like, Andrea says that I kind of Mr. Magoo my way through life. Like, I have no plan ever. I
think all our wives would say this.
Yeah. It was like, okay, I'm just going to go do this now. So I ended up doing the rest of that. We deployed on another ship, and then we went into Mosul just for a short time. And then we got called off that, went to Liberia when all that was going on. Spent about 3 weeks there. Came back from that, and immediately back from that deployment, I got orders to BUD/S, and just got in my car, drove out to California. But on the way out to California, I stopped at home because my parents were moving out of Indiana and moving to Maryland. So I stopped there, and that's when I just reconnected with Andrea. I ended up calling. I think I called her mom, actually, and was like, hey, just checking up, see how she was doing. I knew she was married and had a couple kids, but, we were best friends, and then just found out she was recently divorced. We ended up, linking up and hanging out. My plan was to stay there for, like, just a week. But we ended up hanging out, and I spent the whole, 2.5 weeks of leave just hanging out with her. At that point, we kind of understood, hey, we're supposed to be together, so let's try and make this work. So I went and checked into Team 1 as a new guy, and then did the whole long-distance relationship with her for the first year as a new guy, which, looking back to this day, I don't know how I pulled it off.
Yeah. What was it about that you guys discovered about each other, especially that timing where you're like, hey, I know this is the right thing?
I think because we were obviously so close and best friends in high school, and then just linking back, it was like we picked up right where we left off, and we kind of both knew, we're like, dude, there's something here, that you can't kind of replicate or recreate. So we're like, do you want to try and make this work? And it wasn't easy because obviously you had 2 kids, and then the husband was, there but not there. So we were like, hey, let's just do it.
Did you know the husband too?
No.
Had he been at school or?
No. So she met him in Florida because she had moved to Florida.
Oh, right on.
But yeah, so we did the whole long distance thing.
Well, back up. So
Yeah,
I was curious about this, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow. The story, but knowing that you guys had met each other in high school, but you had such a bouncing around, tumultuous high school experience. Where in your high school journey did you guys meet?
My junior year.
Okay.
So we met actually, I had snuck out of my house and she had snuck out of her house, and we had a similar group of friends, and we went and smoked some blunts, and that's where we first met each other. And I was like,
awesome.
Dude, this chick is awesome.
This chick is cool.
Yeah. She literally, I was like, this is the coolest. And she's, beautiful.
She's
and
got
I was
a jean jacket.
Yeah.
Drives a
she was actually wearing a hoodie. Yeah.
So did you guys kind of date at that time, or is it just strictly
No,
friends?
it was strictly friends. I mean, I think we messed around a little bit every once in a while, but we kept it pretty hey, let's just, we weren't both looking for relationships. I mean, we were wild. We were going out just partying and doing whatever, but we had that really close relationship.
Yeah.
So, that's why when we ran back into each other, we're like, we can't let this go again. I think we both knew we should have been together before. So
it makes sense, man. I mean, when it's right, it's right. I met my wife Disney after I had totally given up on chicks. I wasn't gonna go gay yet.
Liar.
But I was giving it up. I did have a whole plan to go to Estonia and get a mail order bride. I mean, I had a legit plan for it.
Estonia.
I tell you, I gave up on women. I'm like, dude, if I'm gonna have
is Estonia the bar in Hillcrest?
Next to the brass monkey or brass rail, or whatever.
But I was like, man, if I can't find a chick that's gonna be a partner that I can really connect with, I might as well date a stupid hot 22-year-old Russian chick.
That's gonna do what I tell her.
Right, exactly. Yeah. If I'm gonna have a superfluous, just meaningless relationship, she better be fucking hot. And then I met my wife, and she ruined all my plans. But she is stupid hot. She just also is a fucking terror to deal with.
That's what you need. I think guys like us need that, man. We need kind of strong alpha male women that will put us in our place.
We were just talking about this yesterday, man. When you know. I met my wife out at a bar, and then went on a date the next day, and 2 days later,
Where'd you guys go for your first date? Short Club.
Oh no, we went to a Mexican food place right by my place downtown. I had a plan.
Oh yeah,
I was an experienced coxman at the time, and I gave her a key to the place 3 days later, and
damn,
that's it.
Damn.
Today's actually our 7-year anniversary of being married.
Really? Cool. Congratulations. That's awesome,
dude.
man. Congrats on that.
How long you been married?
We just hit 19 last May.
Dude,
this past May. So
cool.
19 years. Yeah, it's crazy. We're holy shit.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people miss that. They think they want this one thing, right? I want a hot chick, or I want a subservient chick, or whatever. But most of the people I know that are, I don't want to say alpha because that's an overused term.
Yeah.
It's everybody I know that's a main character. Most of those people always want a strong partner that's going to keep them in check.
Yes.
They don't want somebody they're going to be able to steamroll, because then you don't get better. a lot of my ideas suck.
Yeah.
And my wife's favorite hobby is telling me my ideas suck.
Yeah, I was going to say,
things wrong.
You got to have somebody holding you accountable as well. Because, I mean, dude, I can't imagine the fucking hellraiser I would fucking be if I didn't have Gabby fucking pulling back on that fucking leash going, you fucking dumb literally, probably.
Yeah. I mean, I think you just need to find somebody that you both need to help each other grow, man. Yeah. And I read something last week, and it's like the truest statement after being married 19 years. It's like, when you do get married to somebody, that should be the least in love you'll ever be. Seriously. Because you both change, like, as you go, go into marriage.
Well, you know what they say about women, why they smile on their wedding day, right? No. Never have to give another blowjob. You're like, shit.
Yeah, it's a good partnership, man. I think like marriage is one thing, relationships are one thing, but if you can have that like true partnership component, like my wife is the CEO of our companies too, so we work together, and she's like a real partner, not just my co-founder on everything, but like a real partner.
That's awesome. Yeah, and that's same with me. I'd be completely lost if I didn't have her when I got out. I mean, she's business savvy. I mean, everything that I'm not, she is. So it's like I lean on her for a lot of things.
It's crazy that a lot of people think that's like weakness. You're giving up strength to your partner. Like, no, you don't understand.
I'm like, I don't have those strengths to begin with, so I'm not giving up shit.
Well, that's how I explain it to people. Is like, if you can find a partner who's strong where you're weak, you can present to the world a much more powerful package than if it was just your strengths or their strengths.
Yeah, and you should look at it as like, dude, we're a team. Like, that's my teammate, swim buddy, whatever you want to call it. Like, that's how we roll from here on out. I mean, I had given everything to the teams for over 20 years, and she stood by and pretty much supported that in every way possible. And so when I got out, I was like, man, like, I thought I gave 100% to her during my career. Like, I tried to give her whatever I had left over.
Yeah.
And so now I'm like, I have the chance to just completely give 100% to her. She's now my new purpose, and I'm her purpose. So like that's
awesome.
How we make it work. So yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, it is. It's awesome, man. I couldn't feel any more blessed than I do just having her, man. I thank God every day for it.
I know what you mean, man. We didn't go through anything at the level that you guys go through, but just the daily, like all the battles of fucking entrepreneurship are not insignificant.
Yeah, and that's the reason I'm glad I have her, because she's like, oh, you're an entrepreneur. I'm still like, no, don't call me that, because I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, I just do it. I feel like, real entrepreneurs like, yeah, I'm doing this, but I think as you get into the entrepreneurship, you realize like most guys that do this are just running around constantly trying to figure it out.
Nobody has it figured out.
No.
Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. All you got to do is just try not to make the same mistake twice.
Yeah.
And you'll eventually like find success.
You'll find the path of least resistance at some point.
It's not complicated. It's just really hard.
It's like a pinball.
Yeah.
Like, ting,
as long as you don't quit. You're like, all right.
Just keep going this general direction. Like we're good to go.
Yeah.
So you checked into Team 1. How'd that go?
Awesome.
What year was that?
This was end of 04 or beginning of 05, I think, because I went to 18 Delta.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that was great.
Do they still have a 20 pull-up challenge?
At Team 1?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And so I showed up there as like a complete stud, because I was at 18 Delta and doing that, and all I did on my off time there was just, in my mind, I was like, dude, I better show up to Team 1 like ready to go. And so when I showed up there, we did the new guy challenge. I crushed everybody in that, and so immediately they were like, okay, this dude's ready to go. But I did have like probably the worst experience in my teams right off the bat, because I checked in and we were rolling right into workup. So it was like a week later we were going to Shaw's, and I had not done CQC. Like, I think in SQT at the time they were teaching us one room.
What class were you in when you graduated?
252.
That was the first class.
They were teaching like CQC, but it was really just
dude.
Like,
I must have just fucking missed you, bro.
Well, SQT didn't exist yet.
No, you went through SQT.
Yeah, I went through. Yeah.
Oh, but I mean, sorry, the SO rating didn't exist yet.
No. At that time, it did not.
But yeah, because my first class was 253, but I was at the airloft.
You did just miss me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny little side quest here. 252 is the first class I was an instructor for.
Yeah.
And Did you ever get a chance to go back and be an instructor at some point?
I was a first phase instructor for like a year and a half.
So you know how it is when there's a lot, like once you put on the blue and gold, you're literally not allowed to talk to students for a while. Like you can go observe, but you're not supposed to talk to them. So I was up at when we first met, you were the first Bud student I ever talked to, even though I wasn't supposed to talk to him. But I found out we had this conversation at Beto's 40th.
Oh, yes, that's right.
He's like, bro, you gave me the worst beating of my life. And I'm like, I don't think that was me because I technically couldn't even like.
I think you were there.
I was there.
But it was somebody, maybe it was another cadre
John
dude.
Lyles.
Probably.
Yeah, because we kind of we're the same height and build and everything. But he was a sinister motherfucker.
Oh, he did. That was the worst beating. And that was all over one silly question that one of the dudes, we were doing land nav out of La Posta, and they were giving some class. We were down at the bottom of the hill, and one of the guys was like, hey, man, did he say this? What is this? And I was like, I'll ask it for you. And I asked, and he was like, it was some monotonous question too.
Were you not paying attention?
Yeah. And he's like, you can stay here. Everybody else, go.
Fuck
and
off.
I'm like, all right. And then from there, he's looked up, and it wasn't even on the road. It was like up the backside.
Yeah.
He's like, you have 3 minutes to get to the top. And so I'm bear crawling all the way up, finally get to the top. And he's like, yeah, you didn't make it in time. I did probably 800 8 counts nonstop. By the time my hands were bleeding, like everything, I just remember, I was like, dude, this is legit. This is a legit beating.
Yeah, it wasn't me though.
That's when you get the fucking training creep.
Yeah,
you know.
The thing is, like Lyles I think it was Lyles, but Lyles he's a great dude. He's super funny.
Yeah,
but he would get these little like just fucking evil eyes there, and he would do shit like that. But in the whole time, he's like trying to teach you like this philosophical lessons about like
you're like, bro, I'm not hearing a thing you're saying.
Yeah, I'm on the 8 count 800, bro.
I will say, like being both sides, because I was at SQT for 2 years, and then my last 2 years in the military, I was at third phase. And dude, obviously everybody has their own leadership style, and you see instructors that are. It's fucking weird, like the way that people lead and the way that people perceive things, and
use the power they're given too.
Yeah, man, yeah. And a lot of it too it goes back to that old adage, because like when I went through Buds, you see the guys who kind of the biggest dickheads, and then you check into your team and you find out that like they were the biggest fucking turds in the fucking teams.
That's not
always,
but I found that very similar. Like the guys that were very insecure about being a team guy, or like they knew they probably had some things that they put on this front, like well, I gotta act like this to protect myself, but that's what they don't realize is the students see right through it. The students see it and they're like, dude, this guy is not like the others.
It's fucked, because you would have instructors who, not that they don't have anything to fucking add in terms of teaching or wisdom, so they just beat the fucking shit out of the students. And I'm not saying Lyles was like that, because I know Johnny.
Yeah, but Lyles is great.
And here's the thing, I don't hold, like, even when I told you that story, I was like, oh, I think you gave me. I wasn't saying it like you did. I appreciate it. I never like gotten mad about the beatings I was given in Bud. Like I expected all. I was like, this is what I expect. Right. So it wasn't like I wasn't mad, but obviously I was like, dude, that was a good beating.
Even when you thought it was me, like we're just laughing. It wasn't like mad about it. No.
Yeah. I mean, that is the funniest fucking thing, because having students that go, oh man, we had to go get fucking wet, and you're like, you're the fucking Buds, motherfucker. Like, of course you had to go get wet. Like, you're surprised. Like, you should legitimately come into this thinking, I'm going to be wet and fucking sandy and miserable for the next 6 months.
Yeah. You should have had that prepped in your mind, like I'm about to go into 6 months of misery, and I'm going to take it all in and love every bit of it.
I remember there's definitely a learning curve to being an instructor, because the first couple classes I was like super nice, because I was like, dude, I'm teaching third phase, not first phase. So I'm thinking like I'm trying to prep the dudes to go to a team, so I'm giving them like leniency and being like, I'm treating them like fucking team guys. And then you get fucked a couple times where students fuck you.
Yes.
And I'm like, motherfucker. And then there was a couple classes after that, probably like if anybody was in class maybe 256 to 259, I'm sorry, I was probably a real asshole, because I went the other way and I was a massive.
Well, it's also the grind comes, like, because when I was a first phase instructor, we were doing the 7, 7, and 7 during that time. So it was 7 weeks, and then we would finish a class on Friday and start another one on Monday. There was no breaks. So like by the third or fourth class, you're fucking jaded, and you're like, dude, I'm pissed. Like I'm not getting any sleep either because you're up doing everything with the students, you know, most of the time. And so you can like catch yourself coming out and being sort of like, dude, fuck these students.
Take this shit out on the class.
The cool thing is like you have other dudes, professionals that are working like, hey, we'll check each other and be like, bro, but you know, back off a little bit.
Take a wrap off.
Got it. You know.
No, it's important, man. Because I think it's real easy, and we've seen those dudes kind of lose themselves, and because there is a lot of power in that position. Like the guys will literally jump off a fucking cliff if you tell them to.
Yeah.
And you got to realize, like, man, these are literally like guys' lives, not just their careers, but their lives that you're holding in their hands.
Yeah. Who was the instructor in third phase? Dude, he was. He's dead now. I think he died in the PI. Crazy old dude.
Jeff Payne.
Yes. Payne. Yeah.
So you know when we were doing the 5.5 mile swim, he was fucking chumming the water. Like legitimately.
What?
Yeah.
And Mikey Sowers is the one. I think Mikey and somebody else went up to him and they were screaming at him in front of us, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like he was legitimately chumming as we're swimming there, and it's like that's a great white breeding ground right across the way.
Yeah.
Wait,
was that? Were you in Ryan Bates's class? Same class?
Me and Bates started in 5-1 together.
I think he was 254,
5-3 or 5-4.
I think it was 5-4.
Yeah.
But another chumming story. I guess I can say who it was now, but we actually had him on the show, Gut.
Oh, Dave Gutierrez.
Yeah.
Wow, man. If anybody hasn't seen Dave Gutierrez's episode, I think it was our first like 7th or 8th or something, but it's still one of my favorites.
Probably my favorite one.
Dude, it's 3 hours, and our abs hurt the next day from laughing so fucking hard in an episode.
Dude, I've never laughed harder.
Amazing storytelling. Yeah. But the funny part is, too, so he was an instructor in third phase when I went through training. And then when I came back to third phase as an instructor, he was the senior chief in charge of the phase. So that was a little thing, but
that's right.
And you know it is at the Hellbox out there, like shit gets fucking wild, especially before the SO rating was a thing. We had a lot of autonomy and control, and there wasn't a lot of oversight by Big Navy. So we're kind of left to our own devices out there. And so you get dudes chumming the water. There's a funny thing that happened. This was Bates's class, where we start this. For the audience, like we start this swim at like 4:30 in the morning or something, like super fucking early.
Yeah.
Where the sharks are still asleep. And so, but the shark brief is famous because it's all the nastiest, just most grotesque shark pictures of shark bite
they call it
victims.
like the boogeyman swim.
Yeah, the boogeyman swim, that's right. And so we briefed the students the night before. And it's all just like shark bite victims and people's skeletons hanging off, and so all the students are just like, "Oh man,
faces of death.
I don't want to get in the water," you know. But they know that we're fucking with them, so it's not really scary. But then where it got real was the next morning, I think, because some of the people hadn't gone to sleep all night and they just been in the Hellbox playing cards and drinking all night.
Yeah, weird. So, it's a good idea. Fairies came out.
So some of the staff who had not been drinking were in charge of the evolution. So we're lining the dudes up for swimmer inspection. And then Gut comes out, and he's the senior chief in charge of the phase. He comes out, and he's like, "Get on the ground, you've top." I think Bates was one of the guys, but it was like, you really only fuck with like the good guys.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with the turds because then you get in trouble if they leave. Mm-hmm. But you fuck with the good guys. The guys are like gonna have a good time with it. So it's like, I think it was Bates and one of the other guys like, "Bates, get on." They're like 4 swim pairs. Get on the ground. And he takes this fucking ladle of chum and starts ladling chum over them while they're laying on the thing. And we're just like, we thought he was joking, and then we're like, wait, that's real fucking chum. And then I heard Bates tell the story later. He's like, yeah, we thought it was fake, and then we smelled it. I'm like, that's real chum. Like,
this is getting real.
This is real fish guts.
So we had to have it wasn't me. One of the guys had to have a conversation with Gut. They're like, hey man, this literally is a great white breeding ground. Like, if one of these students actually gets chomped, like, we're kind of fucked. So
the finger's going to be pointed at you because you chummed the students.
Maybe we should not chomp the students, But we used to patrol out there with, like, a loaded M4 in the Zodiac. Not that you could do anything, but I think it just made the students feel better.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Funny side
Has a student ever got bit by a shark?
Surprisingly, no.
That's shocking to me.
Yeah, no.
But I'm glad, because when I did the 5.5, which is like 5.5 nautical miles, which is like 7 real miles, we did it on the Strand.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, we did ours.
No, it was way better.
We did ours on the Strand too.
Well, the current kind of sucks because you're the demo pit for like an hour. And
yeah, it's fighting.
That's why I would think it would suck, because I think on the island, they find the current that's going around. You just go with the current all the way around the island.
I think I'd rather take my chances close to Coronado.
But we still,
that's true. You are the whole time, like, dude.
You set some records out there, and
and I think that was one of the changes. Speaking of Disney, because that class for the audience for a number of years, there was no student ever fucking died in BUD/S. And then they told my class, because Disney was one of my instructors in third phase, his swim buddy on the 5.5 mile fucking swim, they were literally walking up to BUD/S Beach. They were finishing the fucking swim, and his swim buddy literally hyped out and fucking died.
Holy shit.
And so they made that change, and this was in the probably 170s, 180s.
Dang.
Because this was like 198, 200 when I graduated, and so they changed it because they had medical right there versus, all the other bullshit.
Yeah, people think like,
Involved
it's San
with
Diego,
San
how cold
Camino.
could it be? But it's fucking cold out there, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know when it went back to doing the 5.5 mile ocean swim at third phase, because whenever I was at third phase, we didn't do the long swim, but we still did the boogeyman swim.
Yeah.
But it was more of just like a fuck games. We're like, hey, look, it's Shark Week from the Discovery Channel. And then, they jump in around the point and they swim in and make it a
big thing.
fucking joke, basically. But
it was a good time out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, third phase was awesome. The island itself is just a teen guy's paradise.
It's a wild time,
Yeah,
dude.
nobody's out there.
I think that Hell Week is probably just as hard as the 4 weeks at the island. It's just more compressed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's almost a true statement. Yeah, because you're not really getting any sleep out there either, especially when you have another, who was it?
Oh, yeah.
So he was our proctor.
Oh, yeah. Proctor's supposed to be on your side?
Yes. Yeah. He would just come out, he would muster us at like 2 a.m., butt naked, like just empty bottle, and just start beating us and like putting us in the ocean.
Wait, he was buck naked or you guys were buck
naked? He was. Yeah. And we were just like, I mean.
Why did you have a reason for, you can't really.
He was wild, dude. Yeah. I mean, it's not like we asked him. We're just like, all right, yeah, we're doing this. But I remember the CO or the OIC of the phase came out finally and saw it. And he was like, you're down doing that.
Jim, wear your pants, bro. Yeah. Frogman shit.
Dude, that's been the ebb and flow of third phase. You have the Hell Box out there, which is like the instructor's lounge, and you have fucking you have the shit that you get done with training for third phase, and then we had these rules of like, okay, there always has to be one sober fucking instructor, and he's kind of like the safety officer.
He's on sober watch.
Well, because there's always,
somebody's always stabbing themselves or doing some stupid shit.
Well, there's some dumb shit that happens out there with the students, and there's always dumb shit that happens because the instructor staff will go out there and you start drinking in the fucking Hell Box, and all of a sudden you're like,
didn't we have an evolution?
It'd be good to do. It'd be a good idea. And they ring the big gong, and the students come running out there like, hey, I need the whole class mustered here. And dudes are slurring their words, and it's like, dude. And then it turns into like a big fucking beatdown session. You're like, so, when I was out there as an instructor, it was one of those like, and this is over 2 years. It was. First, it was like, okay, no hard alcohol. You guys only drink beer out there. Then it was like, okay, no drinking out there.
Was that during Instructor Gate?
No, this was in like 2011, 2012.
Oh, okay.
But it basically is what happened was, and I'm trying to remember it was, he's a Master Chief now. He's probably out.
Yeah.
I don't want to say any names, but yeah.
Man, dude.
And dude,
awesome,
he basically... And we had a student who had multiple fucking safety violations, and somebody got a little tuned up, and he was with a different cell. I was with the weapons cell. I think he was with demo, but they wound up, fucking beating this kid, not physically beating him, but push-ups, sit-ups, fucking 8-count bodybuilders, like putting him through the ringer, and he had been fucking getting tuned up, and so of course.
I remember this.
Then we'd come back out there because we would do weapons demo.
We'll cut. I think he might still be. We'll cut his name out.
Yeah. He's probably still in. But last I heard, he was. Yeah, I won't even go into it. But the fucked up thing was, it was the first week of demo, and they were just. And this kid was notorious for kind of not necessarily being a turd, but they used to do those peer rankings and stuff, and he was habitually at the bottom. And not that he was a bad kid. I think he was just he was a bad team player.
Yeah.
So he didn't like to be a team player. He wanted to do everything by himself, and he didn't get along with anybody in the class. So of course, naturally, nobody in the class fucking liked him. And so when weapons came back out there, and it was the second week of weapons shit, the kid winds up getting not a bunch. He got like a couple safety violations in a row, and it's like, dude. And then we had to board him. And so when we're boarding him, he's like, oh, well, maybe the reason why I couldn't fucking do this is because my arms are so fucking sore from fucking doing 9,000 8-count bodybuilders when instructor so-and-so is out there beating me shit-housed. And then, like...
That's why you can't fuck with the turds.
Yeah, and then, like, the SEA and the fucking phase officer, they're like... Go stand outside for a second. And we're just like, motherfucker, dude.
Yeah. We used to fuck with the students that were good. If we knew they were good, we would fuck with them. But because Mikey Sowers and I were instructors at the same time, that's how I met him. And so he's a wild man. He taught me how to party. I love that guy. And so, funny story. We'll maybe end the side quest here and get back to you, but this is a funny story. But so we were instructors together. And we would be out there sitting around drinking, and you know Mikey, so we're always playing fucking like Scorpions and fucking Motley Crue and 80s rock. Oh. And the PA system for third phase at the range, we got this PA system with a microphone. Yeah. Well, that also is a karaoke system. So we thought it'd be a good idea. So we checked who's on the watch because the class is sleeping. For the audience, the class is sleeping in the barracks, and they also have a watch. It's like in between the hell box, and it's just within shouting distance. So we didn't do the gong, so we didn't want to alert the other instructors what's going on. But we checked who was on duty, and they were cool fucking kids. So we brought them in. We're like, hey man, take this fucking bottle of Jack, and fucking we made them slam a couple shots, and we're like, take this microphone. And we made them fucking sing karaoke, like Motley Crue, and fucking Guns N' Roses and shit, dude. And they were like scared shitless, but they're also like having a good time.
Yeah, that's the fun stuff. Yeah. It's like, these guys are messing with me, but it's like
they made me sing karaoke. Yeah. You're like.
Yeah, and then we'd get drunk, and then we'd go, the cooks would have all this meat ready to go for the next morning, and we just go cook it up and fucking eat it. What happened to all our food?
Students are eating soggy pancakes. Like,
me and Mikey like pulling the hot, burning our tongues on the hot sausage and shit.
Aren't there there's kind of like some island rats out there, right? Like those women, and I think Goat was talking about like
the hippies, like conservationists that are out there watching the foxes and whatever else. Yeah,
dude, there was a student that fucked one of them on the O course.
Oh, I
was so impressed with that. I'm like, bro, good job. He told me that after he graduated. I'm like, dude, right on.
You should have seen the fur burger.
Yeah.
The salty frog out there. Is that what it's?
Salty crab.
Salty crabs. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I ended up sleeping with one of the hippies out there. I don't have a lot of regrets, but that's one of them. Because the fur burger got PTSD.
Oh, dang.
What's his legs, Harry?
Unkempt.
Pubes out of my mouth.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think it was Gut that said he rolled a vehicle over there and like broke one of her arms, but they just like left her.
Oh, no, that was in Nyland.
Oh, in Nyland?
Yeah, when he was a new guy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We, going on their side. We put one of them in the hospital at Salty Crab. Me, Beto, and Aaron Vaughn, we were out there on a breaching trip, and we were at the Salty Crab and, drinking, and the little... so what we had done is we had captured a fox, and then we put ski masks on, and we were, like, taking pictures with it with, like, knife to it and, like, the gun to it, and so we took those pictures and put them up in the Salty Crab where they have all the pictures. So the hippies came in and saw this, and they freaked out. They were like, what the fuck? Like, who's doing this?
Endangered fox.
That's a federal offense!
So they had a dude with him, and he starts mouthing. And we were like, bro, we gave him a chance. We're like, stop. And he kept going, and then he was hospitalized.
Yeah. The funny part is, too, God, there's way too many side quests, but I'll stop here on this. We would be out there, and they have these quote-unquote snipers that would come out there. but they're not military. They're like hippie snipers, and they would come out and shoot.
They were shooting cats.
They're shooting cats, and they're like, "We're snipers." I'm like, "Bro, you shoot cats, dude. Like, shut the fuck up."
I still have one of the dude's numbers because I was like, "Dude, I want to shoot cats." He's like, "Dude, you can come shoot cats with us."
I don't want to shoot cats. I want to pet cats.
Dude, they would shoot It was a Remington 700 fucking bolt gun, but it was chambered in 5.56. I'm
really?
Like, that's gay.
Recoil management on that's great though.
Oh yeah,
7.62. I mean, you got to pick it up, I would guess. But.
Cat hunters.
Yeah, yeah. But it's so weird out there. Like there are a lot of environmentalists out there, but just all the regulations and just weird shit that they find. It's just I don't want to get off on a fucking tangent of all the weird shit, but the fucking kit foxes are protected because it's like the only animal that's in existence, and it's
quote unquote native to the island, like it fucking swam there. 70 miles.
So you have these foxes that are indigenous to the island, and then somebody brought some cats out there, and then they had pigs out there for the longest time that they eradicated. They had goats that they eradicated, which apparently now they're trying to eradicate a bunch of, I think, pigs on Catalina Island.
Buffalo.
Well, I know they have a shit ton of buffalo.
Because they're all like inbred and shit. I'm like, all they want to do is, let's fly around in a helicopter and whack bison.
Dude.
They still got to taste the same, even though they're fucking retarded.
They should eradicate the fucking cactus out there, bro.
I know.
I was picking cactus out of my shins for fucking a year after that.
Oh, yeah. That was the worst part. That's when you go out there and doing like as a land grader, you're like walking with the class.
And you got to be quiet because you don't look like a pussy.
Yeah.
You're doing ORPs and he's sitting one.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Oh, yeah. All right, sorry, side quest. Back to you.
So I think what we were talking about last was when you fucking crushed the new guy super challenge at Team 1.
Yeah, so then I immediately went to Shaw's for my first, trip during workup. And like I had said, my background at CQC was like one room and then next room, right? And that was it. So, and then I went to 18 Delta, so I was completely like just, forgot most of it. So I show up to Shaw's. One, I didn't have any gear. So I had just checked in the team. They didn't check me in any gear. And they're like, oh, we'll figure it out when we get out there. So I get out there, and who was it? One of the trade at Yo-Yo. You remember him? He was big, tall. So he comes up to me. He's like, you're wearing my shit.
He changed his name to Gabriel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's very progressive.
I'm trying to remember his last name. But everybody called him Yo-Yo.
Yeah. He was my neighbor for a little bit.
Yeah, good dude, really good guy.
And, I was a new guy, so he gives me his kit. It's down to my knees because he's so tall, and so he gives me his helmet, and it's like, so I already look like an asshole, right? So I'm like a target right off the bat. I have like, the red stripe on my helmet as a new guy, and the first run, they're like, hey, get the quickie, and I'm like, I've never even operated one of those, and they're like, figure it the fuck out. So like, and back then it was all HR, right? We weren't doing combat clearance. It was like, hey, boom, as fast as you can go, and everything was like a major breach problem because Donnie Lefevre at the time was running the whole thing. I mean, I'll give it. There were some massive breach problems.
He's very motivated. Yeah.
For me, like the first breach problem, they're like, get the quickie, and I'm like, dude, I don't know how to fucking operate this, so I'm trying to do it, and of course, Tradeet's screaming at me. And it just like steamrolled from there, dude. I was not learning one bit. I was just trying to survive. And so I'm glad I had that trip though, because I mean, I literally thought halfway through that shot, I was like, dude, they're gonna boot me out. They're gonna kick me out of the teams. And luckily, Tony Sandoval was my LPO, and he came up. He's like, bro, you're doing fine, dude.
Oh, he's a G. Now.
It sucks. He's like, they just have you as a target right now. And I was like, I got it.
That's some funny shit, man.
It'll pass.
Yeah. But yeah, that whole platoon I had was the first platoon. I couldn't have asked for a better. I mean, they were just some aggressive, like, I had like Aaron Vaughn, Brad Kavner was in my sister platoon, but I mean, most of the dudes are still in. One of the guys, he just finished up his command master chief at 3. But it was just the dudes that I was around there. I mean, they really just set the tone of like the mindset and everything. And so we ended up deploying to Iraq, went to HIT, which it was awesome. It was all very DA heavy. We were just going out and doing hits every night. But I'll tell.
When was that? Like 05?
That was 05.
Yeah.
05, 06.
Glory days, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it was Wild West. But I will. So I got a pretty crazy story. So my first platoon chief, and I won't say his name, actually, if you want to bleed it out, I don't know if you guys know him.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah. Do you know him?
He was your platoon chief?
Yeah, dude. Just
holy fuck, bro.
Dude. I was checking into Team 1. Not a guy you want to get caught in a closet with.
No. He he would just punch you in the face randomly in the morning and like, fucking new guy. You're like, all right.
You should see his rants. You should see his rants on Facebook.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. And I'll say like
super mad. Yeah.
So he, during that whole first workup and everything, we got hemmed up by NCIS twice. Once because we were stealing all the he had us take all the ammunition out of an island, like all the brass bins. He was like, hey, come here. He's like, all the new guys, like, go fucking empty those brass bins. Of course, we're like, okay. So we do it. And then NCIS was waiting for our LPO when they went to go turn them in or, sell it. And then I think there was another time NCIS got involved, but then we get on deployment. And this is the first time I'm saying this, dude, because it's long enough now. We're out doing hits.
It's been
like,
20 years.
All the time.
Statute of limitations.
Like we're going out and doing these hits, and then the OIC is not coming with us on some of them. And we're like, whatever, But we come to find out, we were doing hits off the books. Like he's getting source, meets, and then they're like, hey, we're gonna go do this, but we weren't. The OIC had no idea, and really, we didn't have any idea what was going on until afterwards. So
that's fucking crazy, bro.
It was insane, dude.
So who's running the fucking ops?
Yeah.
Well, now I got to bleep it out again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, yeah. I mean, he's running it, but we're all just sort of running. We're like doing what we want. And then finally, NCIS, we get told one time to go to Al Assad to pick up some supply stuff. The OIC actually set this up. So we go down there, and NCIS is waiting there, and they arrested our chief right in front of us.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that was it for that.
Damn.
And so we got shut down for 2 weeks while they investigated us, and then pretty much went back to operations after that.
Wow.
We did a pretty sick ambush, like an actual old school team guy ambush, which was sick.
Classic Al.
Yeah. So it was a good deployment. I mean, besides that whole craziness, it was awesome. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more. Came back from that, went right into the second platoon, kept most of the same guys around, just got like a flurry of new guys in, and then we ended up going to Afghanistan, to Kandahar. We did the disruption ops and all that for 6-7 months. During that time, the last 3 months is when the old VSO came online, the stupid coin strategy. And so we got sent out to Nabahar to stand up the first VSO site, which was actually pretty comical. So we get sent out there, and there's really no guidance given. They're like, hey, this is a new thing that's come online. You're going to go out to there, live with the villagers.
Yeah, you're basically living with these fuckers.
Yeah. So for the audience, VSO is Village Stability Operations, and
yeah.
COIN was like the hearts and minds type.
Yeah, the
counterinsurgency.
Yeah, which is a failed operation.
Yeah,
big time. But we get out there, and we're living amongst, we're living in this mud hut, and that's the first time, dude, I had major respect for. Well, I felt sorry for the Army guys. So we took over from this Army unit that was just living in this compound with these Afghans. Dude, these Afghans were wearing their there was no security, and these guys were just like, dude, we were just left here, so we're just surviving.
Wow.
And so
just camping trip.
It's pretty much like, it was like, dude, this is nuts. So we took over from them, and then I think it was like the second or third night we're there, we get ICOM chatter that, hey, they're coming to attack us, and we got it from, there was a mosque, like literally 100 yards. So we were like, fuck that, let's go hit it. And so we took off sprinting, went and hit this mosque, and dumped a couple guys in there, and then we got told right away, like, that is not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be winning the hearts and minds. So as you can see, like, the whole crowd showed up the next day, just protesting. Our poor OIC was out there trying to talk to them all, and I mean, we literally were just figuring it out as we went.
Yeah.
But then I got a really good deal at the end to go to Sangin. So the Brits were asking for snipers to help them out because they were just getting schwacked big time up there. So I ended up going with I grabbed 2 new guys, and we're like, hey, we're rolling. So we were pretty much off the books for like a month. It was probably the coolest 3 weeks I ever had. Ended up flying into Bastion. At that time, the Marines were about to take Marja. And so they hadn't invaded it yet. So they, right when we walk off, they're like, "Are you guys snipers?" And we're like, "Yeah." Like, "Can you come with us?" And we're like, "Yeah, sure."
Okay.
You know, like,
let's go.
So we started operating with whoever needed help. And then we were going out with an ODA
guns for hire
in Marja. And finally, this ODA officer comes up and he's like, "Who the fuck are you guys?" And we're like, "We're SEALs. We're just here helping out." And he's like, You're moondogging is what you are." And that's the first time I was like, "Moondogging?" He's like, "Yeah. You're just jumping around from op to op. You're not on anybody's books. You're just doing whatever you want." And I'm like,
"Sounds
yeah,
great.
That's exactly what I'm doing." He's
We're moondogging.
Like, what's your point?
Yeah. So he ended up booting us out. He was like,
"Oh, what a dickhead."
Yeah.
No moondogging on my watch.
But we ended up supporting the Brits in Sangin, and that ended up being a really good deal. Got some good kills out of that, and then came back from that deployment. And that's when I went to first phase. They sent me there, so I was there for about a year and a half. Probably one of the better places I was. Looking back on it, at the time I was pissed. I was pissed that I was going there. I wanted to do another platoon.
Yeah.
But I had a good crew there. I mean, just like Kevin Stark.
Oh yeah, man.
Dave Bloom.
He and I were in buds together.
Dude, probably one of the best dudes I've ever
He's
worked
awesome.
with. Just a professional. And I had Ryan Sangster, Fishburne.
Oh yeah,
it was just
Jesus.
it was a good crew.
That's a good crew, man.
Yeah, we had a great time, and you don't know when you're instructing like the impact you have on students until afterwards. They come up to like, "Dude, I really appreciate how you were as an instructor." And so I went in there just,
Thanks for not being a dickhead.
yeah.
Like,
I mean,
no problem.
There's probably some that don't like me, but that's probably for a reason. But yeah, I mean, I had a good time there. A year and a half. I screened, went over to Green Team, made it about halfway through, and then got dropped. Came back, and I immediately screened again because when I got dropped, they were like, "Hey, you can come back. You were doing okay. Just give it some time."
Which part?
Right before Shaw's and end of Blackwater.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Came back from that, and then I screened. What they told me is like, "Hey, wait another year. We can't let you come back to this next class, but we'll give you another one after that." And I was like, "Dude, I'm not sitting in training for another year." So I luckily had a buddy over at 7. They were like, "Hey, dude, we just lost a corpsman. He got knocked out in a bar fight and has some head trauma." So I jumped into that, and I was halfway through their workup, went to Afghanistan again.
Dude, was that the dude that got fucking knocked out with a fucking bottle in like Lebanon or some shit?
No, this was actually here, local.
Okay.
It happened. But yeah, did that deployment. That was a good one. I mean, Afghanistan at that point was changing. That was around 2011, 12. It was kind of dying down a little bit. They were trying to do this whole, turn it over to the Afghans.
That was my last pump there. It was in 12.
Yeah.
It was weird.
I got investigated right off the bat. We went out. We were told we were doing a tactical overwatch, so we were going to these old VSO sites that we had turned over to the Afghans. And we were told, "Hey, just watch it for 3 days, report back. Are they doing, what they're supposed to?" And of course, they're not. It's like the places were trashed.
They're just fucking little kids in the ass.
Yeah. And so, like, while the first 3 days we were there, I literally watched a guy walk out at 1 a.m, shoot an RPG at the AC-130 that was above. Even the AC-130's talking to us like, "Bro, they just shot an RPG." So I was like, that's... all right. So I dropped him. Yeah. That would have been excellent. Yeah.
That would have. You're like, "Oh, shit. You got that one."
Yeah. So I ended up shooting that guy. And then a guy tried to come pick up his gun. I shot him. And you would clean shoot. No, dude. I come back. It was an East Coast team that was in charge of us. So immediately they put me under investigation. And they were like,
for doing your job?
And that's where I was like, what is going on here? And they were like, we're trying to turn over. We can't be, doing this and that.
Well, you can't be shooting RPGs at aircraft.
And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, but I ended up getting cleared. I mean, but it was just being under investigation for something like that. I was like, dude, what is going on? So that's when you started seeing the tides change a little bit. But we, finished off that deployment. I got to do the commando mission. We going out, that's a whole different element of like stupidness when you're flying into a target and it's like you and 3 other team guys and 30 commandos, and you're like,
oh wow,
dude, I
just
remember
partner force shit.
Yeah. And so you're just herding sheep trying to get them to clear, and it's just a dangerous situation all around. And I was like, dude, if I get shot down or something, I'm like, what are they going to say, dude?
Yeah.
I died with a bunch of Afghans, you know. I'm like, this isn't how the way I want to go.
Yeah.
But either way, we did that and came back from that deployment, and that's when I was going to go screen again, and I got offered an LPO position. They're like, hey, just knock out your LPO, and then I was like, all right, I'll do this and then screen. So did another platoon, ended up, we were supposed to go to Yemen, and then the last 2 weeks before we deployed, Yemen shut down. So they had no place for us to go, so they ended up sending us to the Cree, which was freaking awesome.
Was that UAE?
Yeah. Sasol-Nakel.
Well, they were kind of dual hat and some of that shit. You bounce back and forth between like Cree and Bahrain and shit.
Yeah, so that was a possibility.
Yeah.
Except our platoon, they had already had the Cree filled with like everybody that was going. So our platoon was extra because they had no place for us to go. So we ended up staying on the Air Force base there, and then they sent half our platoon to Iraq. Because there was limited numbers that could go to Iraq at the time. So because I was the LPO, I stayed back with half the platoon. And we had there was nothing. It was like, okay, so I started up a CQC cell. I started doing FID with the actual Air Force, like the pilots, made good relationship with them. I had the JTACs, like doing knowledge transfer with them. And so they ended up giving us their barracks. That was like the best room I've ever been on in a deployment.
Air Force barracks,
yeah.
bro. Yeah.
So that deployment ended up just being like getting jacked for America, dude. Like, working out, training. It was the first really like non-combat deployment I've been on in a while. So I
sleep, eat, and lift, baby.
Yeah, I was losing my mind, bro. I was not in a good headspace. I was just like, dude, get me over to Iraq, get me somewhere else. Fighting it the whole time, but we ended up making the best of it. Like I said, starting up those training cells and just trying to keep busy. Went to Oman for like a month, which was kind of a cool experience, and then came back from that deployment. I picked up chief at the end of that deployment, and so from there they were like, hey, you really can't screen. You're a platoon chief now, or you're a chief. So I got offered a platoon chief slot right away. So Matt Heinonen was taking over CMC. So he's like, I want you to stay on, and I'm going to have you take over Alpha Platoon because they didn't do so well this last go. And so I want you, and they actually hooked me up. They were like, who do you want as an OIC? And Jake Portier was actually running ops out there at UAE at the time. Just freaking phenomenal dude. So I was like, we both were like, yes, let's be paired together. And I was actually his proctor in first phase. So it was really cool. So we ended up going over to Alpha and just took over that platoon, and that's kind of where everything, wraps up into what had happened. But like that platoon, when I took it over, I mean, I went in there, I had already heard, that like, hey, they didn't do so good, and a lot of it was because of their leadership. The LPO and chief I don't think they were qualified for the position at the time, and so they butted heads all the time.
Like super young, or?
One dude was just, I think he was out of the game for so long in training,
sucks.
and then they, how they do it, man. It's like, hey, it's your time to do platoon chief, and it's like, well, this guy hasn't been hasn't been training, so he's pretty much starting over again.
And
like now you're in a leadership position, so you're setting him up for failure right off the bat. And the LPO I heard wasn't the best and was very loudmouth and just sort of combative with everything. So those two didn't get along, which then trickled down. Is the gist I got. So I rolled in there. I was like, hey, we're starting off clean slate. And I laid out my expectations right away. I was like, dude, we are going to go to the best place possible. And the only way that we can do that is by being the best platoon. And the only way we do the best platoon is by training all the time. So immediately I started a training regiment. This is during Pro Dev. I mean, we were on the beach patrolling. Like, if we had free time, we were doing something. And I think it rubbed some of the third platooners the wrong way. They were like, dude, this is Pro Dev, I should be at home. And I was like, no, man, like this, if we want to be the best platoon and you guys say you want to go to combat and you want to go to the best place, this is like work up. And I think the idea at the time, and it's not just with these guys, I saw it in other platoons, is like, oh, we'll get that in work up. Like, we'll work on that in work up. And it's like, work up is where you're graded. Work up is where it's like, they're looking at you like, where are we going to send these guys? So if you're going there, like expecting, okay, we'll start learning now. It's like,
especially if you're trying to level up.
And so
like where had Alpha been the previous deployment?
Where did they go?
Were they part of the Cree
PI.
as well?
They went to the Guam.
Oh, okay,
Guam,
they were PACOM.
Yeah, PACOM. And
Which
so,
kind of fucking sucks because, dude, there are a lot of opportunities. Like one of the platoons I did, we actually stood up that Zambo fucking debt. This was like right after 9/11, and so we formed the Zambo fucking task group, whatever. And as soon as we did, when we left, Ron Culpepper's platoon rolls in, and then they get fucking lit up from the fucking from the beach.
Oh shit!
And they're on like either some ribs or Mark Fives, dude. And they just fucking laid waste to the fucking shoreline. They all got like combat action ribbons and shit.
That's
and they were
awesome.
all like, woo!
And there is like those chances in PACOM where it's like hit or miss.
And and that's the thing. And I think towards the later end of like my career, you know, PACOM was always like, oh, they're just going to fucking PACOM. I'm like, dude, there's actually some fucking shit to be had down there. And a lot of people were just like, no, fuck it, I want to go to Iraq. And like towards the later stage of Iraq, like 2010, 2011, my last Iraq deployment was like, dude, we are not doing fuck all.
Yeah. That was a gay time to be there.
Fucking,
it was you're watching Kill TV.
Yeah.
That's it. You're sitting in a jock and like, oh, sweet, they just dropped another bomb, but you're not leaving the fob or doing anything. So
yeah, that's fucking crazy, man.
But I knew, so I, obviously you keep tabs on what's going on, and so like Team 5 was over there. Well, actually, Team 1 went, and that's when Chuck Keating was killed. And so I was like, okay, it's heating up over there a little bit, but the authorities weren't given to us yet, right? So you still were only allowed to go to the FLOT, the forward line of advance, and sort of observe, and you really couldn't do anything. Well, then Team 5 switched out with them, and that's when Trump took office near the very end of their deployment, and that's when the AAA admission had come on board. They're like, hey, now you guys can start advancing with the partner force. You have to be 800 meters behind the front line.
What's AAA?
Advise, assist, and accompany.
Okay.
So that's when they literally just started crushing fucking ISIS, and we're like,
yes. So they
it's
started
go time.
pushing through Mosul, and I think Trump was like, hey, the gloves are off, get it done. And so Team 5 started on the eastern side of Mosul, and my best friend who just finished up his CMC at 3 was the platoon chief at the time. And so he, we were talking back and forth. He's like, bro, this is legit. We're figuring it out as we go. This is obviously a mission set that we haven't been tasked with before. But he's like, it's doable. And so I was, collecting everything from him. And then I knew, he told me, he's like, by the time you guys get here, you're going to be hitting the western side, and that is going to be a beast.
Yeah, fucking beehive.
Yeah. So we ended up getting what we wanted. We did really well through workup because we had put the sweat equity in beforehand. We got ranked the #1 platoon. I mean, everything was going good.
Nice
man.
turnaround.
Yeah, it was good, man. And I'll give it, the guys, like, as long they were locked on and they were training and working hard. There was definitely some bitchy attitudes, but it's nothing out of the norm where you're like. It's a norm from SEAL platoon. You're like,
a bitching sailor is a happy sailor.
Exactly. If they're not bitching, then something's wrong. There were some like entitlement attitudes a little bit, especially from the JOs, and that's a whole different thing. I think the way they upped the officers coming into buds, and I think there was this level of just like these JOs thought they were already OICs and they were expecting these leadership roles, and when they got called out during workup, there was a lot of like, I didn't do that, and then I had to like listen, dude, either way you didn't do it or didn't do it or didn't, just say roger that, and we'll continue on. Like, that's the easiest way to go about this.
It's not a personal attack. It's just take accountability and move forward.
Right.
Yeah, and so like there was a couple things, but nothing like no red flags of like, oh, dude, these guys are fucked up. And so we finished workup. We did sit, or at the end, we actually went out to where I live now. That's Destin. Did like 2.5 weeks out there, which was great training.
What's sit again?
Individual training. It's
like right before you deploy. It's like
okay.
So it's where
Kind of like
does it stand for?
you
polishing stuff.
Yeah, so you get done with workup, and then you like, okay, hey, here's the things that we need to like polish up and work on.
Squadron
So that
integration training.
Yeah,
Okay.
you formulate your own training to sort of clean everything up.
I left Team 1 in 04, so I don't
It's
know
like
shit
kind of
about
like
stuff.
when you find out like where you're going. So like if, for example, you have groups of guys who are like maybe going to PACOM, they're going to do heavy integration with the boat teams.
Oh, gotcha.
Versus like an Iraq deployment, maybe you guys go work like Hurlburt.
Yeah.
Like you get, hey, this is the squadron's
A
going
little
to be
more
out there.
specific
You,
stuff,
Yeah.
on and off fucking helos and shit and stuff like that. So it's more AO specific.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, we did finish our training trip out there, came back, and then pretty much deployed. We fell underneath MARSOC. So MARSOC owned the battle space of where we were working, which ended up being really awesome because the CO of MARSOC, Commander Christensen at the time, or Colonel Christensen, I'm sorry, he was actually my XO when I was in the Marines.
No shit.
So when he saw me, he was like, dude, you became a SEAL. And I was like, yeah, I'm platoon chief now. So, like, we had a great relationship. And so
it's crazy how many things are tied in like that. Wow.
So it was ourselves, one other SEAL platoon, Golf platoon, and then MARSOC unit platoon. So we all ended up, we flew into Mosul to do a turnover. There was no, like, real turnover with 5 because we were about to start pushing, and we got a completely different partner force. So Team 5 was working with the Kurds, and so the Kurds had stopped pushing. So then we were given Emergency Response Division, which was this massive Iraq unit that had very heavy Iranian influence. So we were told right off the bat, like, hey, these guys aren't vetted, but, you know, this is what we got. So just keep your eyes in the back of your head. But I'll say this, man, they were freaking pretty cool to work with, just because, I mean, they were putting it on the line every day, dude, just clearing through that city and just getting schwacked on a daily basis. And, you know, we would go out with them. So we hit the ground running. We got there, had about, I'd say, 3 days to get ready, and then we drove out to this makeshift fob right on the outskirt of northern Mosul, and then showed up there. I think it was one day. They were like, hey, here's your general that you're supposed to be advising, and there's no advising going on. They're doing whatever the fuck they want. All they want you for is your bombs.
Try to keep up, guys.
Yeah, and so, yeah. So, like, dude, the first day we go to this push into Mosul, it's the most epic thing I've ever seen, dude. It was like a scene out of, like, Braveheart. So we show up there, and there's probably miles of Humvees and just Iraqi trucks. And so we're like, all right, what's going on? They're like, blah, 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 go. And they just all start going, and there's just IEDs, like, dudes blowing up. Like, we're like,
they were like
online, just rolling through, dude. It was like the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Holy shit.
So we're watching this, and we're like, all right, like, we start flying the Puma and, like, looking for targets, you know, to hit with our mortars. And ISIS had drones, so then ISIS would fly drones over us. And so as soon as a drone would come over top of you, next thing's coming is mortars coming your way. So mortars are landing all around us, and we're like, hey, we want to move positions. And they're like, no, like, you cannot be within this close, so just come home. If this happens, just come back to base.
Dang.
So this went on for about a week and a half, and so we were getting frustrated, my OIC and I was like, dude, this is not working. We're not having an effect. We need to start taking a more offensive approach and start bending the rules a little bit. Not breaking them, but finding ways to put ourselves in advantageous positions. So what we would do is go set up in the position that we said we were going to be at, and so we would leave the mortar team, drone team there. I would go recce up with a couple guys, find a advantageous position to be at that we had good line of sight of the actual forward line of troops, and so I'd find that, come back, and we'd bring up all of the Gustavs, javelins, sniper rifle, everything at our disposal, and that's when we started having real effects. We started laying waste. The Iraqis were pushing. It was just working out great. The only problem was, we were bending the rules a little bit, so there was things that were like we really couldn't say we were doing. And so I think some of the guys in the platoon were like, what are we doing? But I think everybody agreed the fact that we were getting the Iraqis to push. Even MARSOC was like, whatever you guys are doing, keep doing it.
Cool.
This is working.
Getting results.
Yeah, we were coming back Winchester. We were the only platoon coming back Winchester, so that was also like, how are you guys going dry and everyone else is coming back, sort of like
finding work.
Yeah. And that's really what it comes down to, right? It was like, dude, my mindset was, and this is how it was all the time, like, if you're going to send me away from my family for 6.5 months, then I'm going to work my ass off. I'm going to make the most out of this deployment.
Worth it.
And the mission is to clear Mosul. That was what was given to us. So it was like, we are going to get this done. And in order to do that, we had to bend the rules and then also go out every day.
And by bending the rules, honestly, it's not like you're out fucking doing stupid shit, but you were just getting closer to the action than they wanted you.
Yes. Yeah, and which is we were a lot safer doing that than what they actually wanted us to do.
Yeah. Stay in the rear and get your shit mortared.
Yes.
Like, no thanks.
Yeah. So, I mean, that went on, I'd say, for 6 months straight. It was day in, day out. I think every once in a while we'd have a day off due to weather. ISR couldn't come out. And the command was like, hey, you guys can take a couple days off if you want. But we were like, no, we're here. We're ready to work. I had the actual platoon on. I split them in half. So I had half the platoon back in Erbil, and so we week on, week off rotation. So
cool.
I'd have half the platoon working for a week, and then they switch out with the Erbil guys. So those guys were getting rest. Myself, the OIC, and Geo, who was attached to us at the time. He was a MARSOC and SIGINTer. He went out every day with us. So
was that the first time you guys had met? Was over there?
Yeah. Okay. So we met.
Cool.
Yeah, that was a funny story. I ended up having to tune him up.
I fucking heard about this actually. Do you want to take a break?
Yeah,
come back for that story.
That's perfect. Let's take a break and come right back to that. Okay, guys, we're back in.
So I got one right there.
We have a special guest host joining us, Timothy Spear.
My second guest host.
Yes, you guys remember him from
I was the first and the second guest host.
What was your episode? I think it was like one of our first.
It had to have
ones.
been like 1 or 3 or 2 or 3.
I was the second guest, but I think it was episode 5 or 6.
It was episode,
because we did.
Like
Crewcast was the first 3
Yeah,
episodes.
where we filmed all 3 together at the same time because we didn't know what we were doing and got massively way too drunk. Each episode.
They're so
Wait,
bad.
I'm not supposed to do that on every episode?
So Tim is joining us as guest host along with Eddie because there's a lot of crossover in these stories. And
Cellmates.
Yeah, it worked out. And there's cellmates in the break too. But we're left off on the break where Eddie was talking about this. Like, speaking of main characters, like Geo is a main character.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That guy's got a massive personality.
Unforgettable human being.
Rest in peace. But he's got a crazy story as well. And I've heard bits and pieces of it over the years, but I've never heard kind of how things tie together. So I'm excited to hear about how this whole thing plays out.
Yeah. So I think we left off with Geo.
You had to do the Connex visit.
Yeah. So when we had turned over, obviously Team 5, the pass down was they did not like Geo right off the bat. They were like, "Hey, dude, that dude, whatever, you know."
And he was there with MARSOC, right?
Yeah. So he was under MARSOC as a SIGINTer, and then got attached to us. And so that was kind of the pass down, which I really didn't pay attention to. I was like, okay, cool. Like,
fuck it.
Made up your own mind, yeah.
So the first day we're going out, we're loading up in the Mat V's, and here comes Geo. He's like, "What seat am I in?" And I was like, "You're not in a seat, dude." And he's like, "What do you mean I have to go out?" I'm like, "You weren't at the brief." I'm like, "I don't know, I don't know who you are." And so right away we're
rocks,
like,
nerd.
he's like, "No, you need me out there." And he was right in his manner. He's like, "You want me out there, and you need me." I was like, "Well, I don't know you. You're not part of this platoon." I was like, "So if you want to be part of it, you better start integrating." And it just got Geo's a big personality. Like I said, he's got a big heart. Dude, his head's in the right space. He wants to do the right thing, but he can talk a little bit too much. He can get a little
Great
over his skis.
operator.
Great,
yeah. What he did, amazing.
Yeah. No, to this day, I love him. But I had to, pull him aside behind the house and smack him around a little bit. It was after a couple ops where guys were complaining.
And he had an invaluable resource for that deployment.
Was it because the intel stuff that he was bringing?
Yeah, so I ended up implementing him big time. Once I could really see the value of what he brought and what he was able to do, so I would bring him up with me to the spots I was picking out, and so he had the ability to really like triangulate exactly where, hey, that is coming from that building. So then we would then execute that building, or like find ways to get the person outside so we could kill.
And we could even listen into like what they were actually talking about.
Yeah.
Like, what their tactic was, because you wouldn't necessarily always get their exact location because they started using repeaters. But you would understand what they were doing through listening. Geo would tap in, and then the interpreter would tell us what they were saying and doing.
Yeah, so we had a Cat 3 interp with him the whole time. So yeah, he was just an invaluable piece of the platoon, and like I said, he was one of the only ones that went out with us every day. He was aggressive. He was all about what we were doing. So we didn't have like a really tight relationship on that deployment because he was more friends with the dudes in my platoon. They were around the same age, so they got along. They lived together. But as far as an operational relationship, we had a good one. He understood what I wanted, and he understood what I wanted him for, and he was all about it.
But Eddie's sugarcoating it. They hated each other.
What's that mean?
Yeah, you and Gio hated each other.
I actually didn't hate Gio.
Gio hated you.
Yeah. Well, Gio hated me along with the rest of his little buddies there in that platoon. Yeah.
He was part of the sewing circle originally.
But so your platoon took over from your platoon, is that right?
Yeah.
And then, but Gio had been embedded with your platoon.
Yeah.
previously?
So for that deployment, they split Devin's platoon into two and his platoon into two.
Yeah.
And we were at the Shaycon house and the Mosul Dam house. Was a platoon would just split and basically become like a super platoon. Basically, like a squad would get beefed up with a bunch of other like SWIC and Tacky W's and EOD and stuff.
SWIC.
Yeah, I don't know why.
We had
well, there
SWIC
was a potential of riverine operations out there.
The SWIC guys we had with us were Puma operators.
Oh yeah,
so they were
that's cool.
Versed in that. So like they brought their value.
ISR.
Yeah,
that's cool.
But yeah, so we ended up finishing.
I wasn't trying to badmouth SWIC. I was joking. But,
you know, what's that? What do they say? The only thing special about SWIC is when we get on their boats. I'm just joking. Those are jokes.
Those guys are great. We're just fucking with them.
That fucking Eddie Gallagher's a prick.
I knew he was a piece of shit.
We didn't call you taxis, so.
Yeah, so like I said, we did that whole 6 months. It was nonstop, and then finished off probably like 3 weeks before we were supposed to go home, cleared Mosul. And so then we got, like I said, about 2.5, 3 weeks to sort of rest and refit. We were tasked with going to Tal Afar to start doing flood operations there. So we would pretty much, it was just like eyes on, watching. And so after everything that we had just been through, doing that was like, what the heck?
I never thought about, you did the reverse of my deployment. I started at watching Tal Afar. You ended on watching it. Yeah.
So that ended there. I will say, just to give a little background with these guys that I had, there was, some toxicity growing, obviously, during the deployment. 3 of the dudes were like, hey, I saw like hidden text messages at some point that they were sending back and forth to each other. And they were like, hey, we want to go out by ourselves. We don't want Eddie going out with us. And so when we were tasked with Tal Afar, I went out there a couple times. I was like, okay, this is pretty cut and dry. We just sit here and observe and watch. There's really nothing to engage. There's literally 7 ISR platforms up there. Mm-hmm.
Quick question: why the fuck didn't they want you going out there?
I think it was Craig Miller and Dalton Tolbert, and they just didn't. I mean, we did not like each other. They hated me like as a platoon chief. They were like, you're making us work too much, and they also were like, you're way too aggressive. That was like the big sticking point. And to be fair, I have aggressive tactics, and I'm not shying away from that. But I will say, everything that we did, I always had a COA, 3 different COAs for every time we went out. I mean, everything was set in place. It's not like we were just going out willy-nilly.
So they thought you were basically being too
risky.
Yeah, not risk adverse, but you were basically hanging it out, and they thought somebody was going to get fucking schwacked as a result.
And we had our EOD guy got shot. So we had our EOD guy got shot. Yep, Mondragon.
Yeah.
That was and to be fair, we did push up, but I still to this day I think he was shot by partner force. It was
really?
Yeah, one shot rang out. We were setting up some charges to blow some murder holes in this terror pit.
Murder holes.
And so he went up there to place the charges, started, one shot rang out, and he was like, I'm hit. We ended up pulling him down the stairs. Myself and Corey Scott worked on him. He was fine. It was a through and through to the leg. It was like a Forrest Gump wound.
He started looking kind of bad, though.
He did. So I was packing his wound, and then so this was actually pretty nuts. We were on like the 3rd story of this building, and it was hot as fuck. It was like 115 degrees out. And so right when that happened, I was like, all right, hey, we're going back. we're getting him medevac. So I sent all the guys like, hey, gather up all the gear. There was these rat holes that we used, that ISIS had made, that we used to get to that location. But I was like, I'm not dragging Mondragon through there. And everything was IED'd, so you had to be real careful. So I sent the guys back through those rat holes. I was like, to get all the gear back to the MATVs. The MATVs knew where to pull up, which they did an awesome job at doing. And so I ended up, Corey Scott, I was like, hey, bump him with some ketamine, because at first Mondragon was like, I'm good, and then the pain set in. He's like, I'm not so good, I'm not feeling good. So we bumped him with ketamine. I do think that it was a little bit too much ketamine got bumped into him with no Versed to counteract. He immediately went into a K-hole. He's a big boy too.
He's a big dude.
So I put him on my back and started trying to carry him downstairs. He then was gouging my eyes out, punching me, freaking out. I had to put him down, take his kit off, give it to somebody else, throw him back on my back, and instead of going through the rat holes, I was like, hey, there was a main road that led all the way up to the MATVs, which is probably like 100-yard dash, and there was rounds going off. So I just was told the new guy with me, I was like, hey, lay down, fire. I'm sprinting him down. So I sprinted him all the way down to the end of the road.
On your back?
Yeah.
Big ass dude.
It was probably one of the most miserable buddy carries I've ever done. I was like,
and he was pretty rigid at the whole.
Yeah. I mean, just completely out of it. And like I said, while I'm carrying him, he would be punching me and gouging my eyes.
He's my height with like 20 pounds of muscle on this deployment.
Dang, he's a
big dude.
I don't feel like Dragon's that big.
He was.
Dragon was he's big now, but he was bigger.
Yeah. I just saw him at Lingo's wedding, and you and I were talking about it before we went live on this, and me having the hard drive. I have all the GoPro footage and all that stuff from like him getting laid out. Yeah, and you can see the progression as I was like going through the videos, that he was just kind of up and about and doing all that, and then all of a sudden arms started kind of like turning in.
That's
and getting
the ketamine. So he would, when I put him down, he would posture up and go rigid. Yeah, and then I was like, okay, at least he's not hitting me. And then I'd put him on my back, and then he'd start hitting me again. So it was like this back and forth.
Damn. And his kid's name's Thor, by the way.
Yeah, but we got him to I got him to the MATVs. Medevac went fine. He went back operational not too long after that.
Sounds like some metal shit, bro. Like, you ever
where'd he get shot?
For that? No.
The thigh?
Thigh, through and through.
Definitely a silver star in my opinion.
Yeah.
So we got him, and I did, I was like, being the platoon chief, I was like, dude, that sucks. But I was glad that he was going to be okay. But other than that, we took no other casualties. We had a Terp get ripped in half by
RPG.
It wasn't an RPG. It was some kind of other big round.
I thought Doi got hit by shrapnel from the RPG.
That was, so we had pulled up a MATV to a spot, and that's when we were setting up, and a SBG, is it SBG rocket or something? I forget the term, and I'm not going to say it. Cause
the AP ones?
Yeah, it was some big one. It hit the MATV.
Yeah.
And then ripped
femoral.
The Terp's leg, the femoral through here. But then there was another partner force dude that got completely sliced in half. And so when that happened, I went out and I just saw him laying under the MATV, and I went and grabbed him, and there was only like half his torso. So like we pulled him out. But that, to be fair, like, yes, it was being aggressive, but that was the only, to only have one guy get shot where the past two platoons lost dudes.
The nature of those deployments was to bait and switch.
Yes.
You had to put yourself out there, and it was a AAA mission, so ideally you would use the partner force to bait.
Yes.
But that wasn't always
the case.
Yeah, and they had tunnels that would go everywhere. They're like, Fitz, I guarantee you he was shot by partner force.
Yeah. Like, it was just it was a very chaotic deployment, a chaotic environment.
360 degrees, not even more than 360, because they'd come from underneath you.
Well, there's also and above, like
ready to check your map.
They'd be sending in they'd be sending in mortars too. You had no idea where it was coming. And drones. They dropped. That was when they started dropping grenades on us.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a chaotic environment to say the least, and you just had to figure it out as you went. So that being said, we finished off the deployment. I'm like, dude, we cleared this thing in 6 months, which was not supposed to be done. But unfortunately, there was toxicity brewing, and that kind of followed, after the deployment, which then led into
fucking flew through the densest part of Mosul.
Yeah, it's because we went out every day.
I saw a whole lot of javelins and Gustavs go off.
Yeah, so they called us the javelin platoon. So we were issued 5 javelins right off the bat, and so those were supposed to be used for just poo sites or VBIDs that were coming. That was
Point
supposed
of
to be coming
origin,
at us.
poo sites.
I started implementing them a little different way. So like the
Rock it out!
Yeah, the partner force would be like, hey, we're taking sniper. They're always taking sniper fire, but they'd be like, hey, we're taking sniper fire from this building. We can't push up. And so I finally was like, dude, get the javelin. I'm like, which level is it? And they're like, 3rd. I'm like, hit it. So then we started implementing the javelin that way, which would then get the partner force moving. But then we actually started using the javelin as a sniper rifle.
Dude, those things are super fucking
where
accurate.
we were shoving them.
Awesome.
We were shoving them through murder holes.
I saw that video.
Yeah, and
I'm
that was
like, because it like comes. Here's the wall. There's a big ass hole in it, and it has like a lag for a sec, and then it just like goes back up. I'm like,
Yeah.
ballsy.
the T&E on that was the day that we first tried that was like I cleared everybody off the roof except for myself and Corey Scott, and I was like, dude, we'll see if this works because we were on a rooftop taking incoming.
Mm-hmm.
There was actually like a pretty good sniper that was. If we had poked our head up, it was like hit.
Yeah.
So we could co-locate where he was through the murder hole, and we're like, dude, we're not gonna be able to get this guy with a sniper rifle. So we're like, he's in the top of this building in this little structure. So I was like, dude, get the javelin.
The screen
Punched
is
out
offset.
We punched out the murder hole a little bit and then shoved the clue up in there. And so Corey's like, dude, I got a good sight picture. I don't know if this is gonna work. And so I was like, dude, fuck it. I was like, everybody get off the roof. And it was just me and him, and I'm like, send it, and it worked. It came off, and so then we started implementing the javelin that way. It's like almost a beefed up sniper rifle. So if we couldn't get a job done with a sniper rifle or A-dubs, I'm like, jav it. So we ended up so we were issued 5 javelins, got rid of those within a week, and then we just kept requesting 5 javelins.
Did
and
you
we'd be
guys
done
use
with them.
switchblades also?
We used switchblades right off the bat, and then I found out that is a
malfunctions.
useless tool. It's too much of a pain in the ass to
There's
use.
too many
We
malfunctions.
bipped so many in the air because you just lose track. You don't want to land those and kill civilians. So we just stuck to the javelins mostly. But to sort of tie into, I was like, hey, those guys were like, we don't want to go out. We don't want him going out, right? I was like, okay. I was like, simple flat op at the end. You guys just go keep eyes on Talifar, and I sat back in Erbil for the first time. They come back, and there is a civcast. They killed 4 civilians. Josh Varenz said that he was being shot at by 1,000 meters away from an ISIS dude with an AK. They launched a switchblade and ended up smoking 4 civilians. That was investigated. They came back pretty much heads down like this happened, and I was like, okay. Right off the bat, I was like, what happened? To get the story straight, I went to MARSOC. I was like, hey, let's figure this out. MARSOC was like, well, unfortunately, we have it all on ISR, and they lied to us right off the bat. So I was like, okay. I went back, talked to the guys. I'm like, listen, you guys need to have the same story and stick to that. You guys are going to get investigated, but whatever you need, we'll get through this.
Yeah, get your top covered.
Yes, I was like, we're going to cover you. The last thing I want is guys getting screwed for making a mistake, like that.
Also, last time I checked, it's called war.
Yes, right. Mistakes.
Yeah.
You don't want them to
happens.
happen, but shit happens.
Yeah.
But
The mistakes
what was
have
funny
higher
is,
stakes.
yeah, that was truly the only, if you want to call, not even a war crime, but like a mistake that happened where civilians were killed during that deployment.
Yeah,
and
war.
so when these guys had turned on me at the end and were like, "Oh, he did this," I was like, "This is
motherfuckers."
Yeah, it literally was like, "This is insanity."
Now
dude.
you know why.
But
what a fucking betrayal, dude.
Oh yeah, it was so
happy
dumb.
you just said that.
Yeah, and it needs to be put out there because I think it adds context to kind of like these dudes that I was in charge of. I mean,
It's the number one question I get.
Were great
about you.
dudes. Half the platoon were great dudes, and I'm more than half. But there was like a handful of E6s that were like their 3rd platoon with no experience that were kind of like running the toxicity in that platoon. And
dude, that shit.
No,
it's rampant, man.
Yeah,
it's
man.
Cancer.
It is a cancer.
Yeah.
That's exactly the right
It's a
word,
cancer.
man. It is fucked.
It's
You get
so
one
spreads.
person interjecting like. I had a platoon like that, and it was like, "This isn't a SEAL mission." You're like, Shut
the fuck is
fuck
No,
up, dude.
it's a mission.
And that's
Yeah,
I got that a lot,
dude.
Yeah, like this isn't a SEAL mission. That was a big thing, and they were correct.
SEAls
like,
are SEAls because we took missions others wouldn't take.
Yeah, and the big thing I get, especially from other team guys, more like my tier 1 buddies, they're like, dude, what the fuck are you guys doing going out there today? And this and that, it's so stupid. And I'm like, here's what I tell them. Like, I think you guys forget where you came from. I'm like, we're not divas. We don't get every asset given to us and everything on Earth like, here it is to go do the perfect mission. I'm like, we are given what we're given. And we were given a mission. And it's either we can sit there and whine and be like, well, that's not good enough, and we can sit back and do nothing, or we can work with what we got, which is what we do in the teams.
Or they can use somebody else too, and then you're sitting there with your finger
someone
gas.
will fucking raise their hand and do it.
Yeah. CAG and Ranger Battalion will.
Yeah, exactly. And there were people banging down the door to come out there and wanted to do work because we were staying busy. The deployment ended, and then obviously everything that followed after that. I mean, that's why I wrote the book. I don't want to get too much into the weeds because there's so much invested in that, but I think we all know where it ended up.
Are any of those dudes still in?
Yeah. So Craig Miller is still in. He was teaching ethics and morality for the Navy SEAL SWCC Center.
No fucking way.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And then
Twist
I
of
think
irony.
one of the guys, Dalton Tolbert, he's over at, I don't even know where he's at. He was at the squadrons.
It was
I don't know
last I
where.
heard.
How the fuck did he make it through the
Because they were told because he was going through Green Team when all my stuff was going down, and
actually just
the
heard about
order
this.
was put out: do not do anything to him. Leave him alone. So
Because it would be fallback inevitably.
Yes.
And bad.
Kind of
view.
like what we were talking about. You don't beat the turd because then they can be like, hey, this. So I think they were
They
just
only
like
got rid of me
biased
because
or
I
whatever.
spoke out against Eddie. You're like, no, bitch, you suck.
which is what he did.
Exactly.
TC Burns got dropped from Green Team, and that's the excuse he gave was because it's Eddie. And I'm like, no, it's because you suck.
So from an outsider's perspective,
You're
when
a
all of
bitch.
this is kind of transpiring, right? Like I was not, I guess, as involved in NSW as I am now due to work and relationships and all of that. But from my understanding, at least how I saw it, and I watched the Apple documentary with Gio and all these things, and what it seemed like to me is you had spent an exponential amount of time in combat.
Yeah.
Doing dirty work, dirt cheap, and with this new generation of individuals that are woke and don't have that combat experience, which means they don't have that jaded perception of like what combat is actually like. And so now when you actually have to pony up and saddle up, it's contrary to what they thought that they were going to walk into.
For sure.
And so then it seemed like it was kind of like a toxic cancer of internal mutiny. And what I find even, I don't even know like the right word, but for you and Gio not having a good relationship, and then for Gio to come out and kind of, I think, fight for you vehemently.
Circle the
He
wagons.
did one of the most righteous things.
I mean,
during
he's
my
probably
whole
also the most vocal motherfucker we all knew.
Yeah.
The reason they hired him is the reason his platoon didn't like him.
Yes. That's
They were fucked up.
Right.
They put the best operator. This is my opinion. I look up to you. I always did. Like, you were one of my instructors, and they were like, "Well, this guy is you were Sailor of the Year before you even got there, right?"
Yeah, I think I got Sailor of the Year and then Group Sailor of the Year.
Yeah, and Eddie was one of my instructors, and you guys know him. Like, everybody was like, "I want to be an operator like that." And that's why they put him in Alpha Platoon, because they were fucked up. It was a bunch of retards. And he took them from, like, lowest performers
Homo to hero.
to, like, you guys are getting the deployment. You're going to Iraq.
And due to all the training that you were talking
And they
about
hated
earlier,
him for that, because they were like, you called
do
us out
work.
for being turds. We're turds now.
Well, first,
you
I
crushed
appreciate
their
the kind
ego.
words, dude. I'm like, thank you for saying. I mean, I don't look.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I don't look at myself that way at all. I grew up around old school dudes that had the exact same mentality I did.
Yeah.
And that's just the way we did business. It was like, this is a serious business, and nothing else in your life should be going on except for this, especially if we're going to deploy to places where we could get killed. It's like you should be taking this to the utmost, like,
Play for
serious. And
Gonna work.
that's just kind of how I operated. And I also, now that I'm out, like, and I'm constantly My wife is having me work on myself and find out like what makes me tick and like why I am the way I am. I have a level of ADHD to where once I hyper fixate on something, there's nothing else. And so I will say, you know, as far as my leadership, that I could see rub people the wrong way because, and I said it to them at the end of the deployment. I was like, listen, I understand. We both were so hyper fixated on getting this job done. I did not take the time to ask how you guys were doing, right? Even in my mind, I was like, you were fine. I had you on week off rotations.
Right.
But I will say that is, you know, a hit on me, and I apologize for that, and I told him that, but it didn't matter. The toxicity had spread so deep at that point.
Eddie doesn't have an HR department.
No. Well, I also told him, I was like, if there's more of a problem, we can go to the fight room. And I told him, I was like, I'll fight every one of you right now. And I was like, you'll kick my ass. I was like, but let's just go get it out, you know?
Yeah, let's get the animosity fucking squash and move on.
And so obviously that didn't happen. And I ended up getting arrested 8 or 9 months after deployment and got thrown in the brig, which is where me and Timmy we
really got close.
Yeah.
I think one of the funnier aspects of this that I only found out, because I don't know if you know this, but Tim and I went to high school together.
I did not.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome.
And we didn't find
we
this
didn't
out.
know that either.
Yeah, we were friends, and then all of a sudden we took my mom up to the shooting range, and she's like, Tim, where'd you go to high school? And he was like, oh, Sarita, a small town outside of, you know, Tucson. And I'm like,
yeah.
Wait, what? Like what?
What year? So yeah, I figured all that out. Fuck, I don't remember where I was going with the situation of the story. Never mind. Disregard.
Yeah.
You were telling a story earlier about, I don't know if this is relevant to the next thing, but you were telling a story about picking Eddie up from the airport at one point. Was that during turnover or was that later?
So that was during my PDSS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every time a platoon or troop is coming out to replace you, they do a pre-deployment site survey, and that's usually like 2 months before you're about to rotate.
Yeah, it's like a month, 2 months. Yeah, you go
1
out
to 2
there,
months.
so we get the leadership goes out, gets the lay of the land, sees how I got to watch how they were operating. That way, I could bring it back and be like, hey, this is how these guys are doing business. Let's start, implementing this a little bit.
Eddie came out, and so my platoon relieved Chuck's platoon at Team 3. Yeah, so SEAL Team 3.
That's right. Yeah.
And
no, Team 1.
Team 1.
Yeah.
So we were split. Like I said, for this deployment, they would take a platoon and they would split them in half. And half the platoon would go to Mosul Dam House, and half the platoon would go to Shaykhon House.
Is your platoon 30 personnel on average?
No, it was
20.
20.
20.
Yeah.
It was probably like 26 to 28
16 to 20
plus enablers.
Okay.
So
yeah,
we had comms
it was
guys
weird
even.
during
Yeah,
this
you're
time
plussed up with
too.
EOD, you're plussed up with TACI Ws, or
we were also in the
JTACs
transition
and-
of like 7 platoon model to 9 platoon model. I have no idea what they're doing now.
Dude, my first platoon, we had 14 dudes.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
That's
my first was.
I liked it
16
back
or
that way back
18.
then.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's a strong squad.
Yeah.
Well, that's 2 squads.
Yeah,
and-
2 squads.
Yeah, 4 fire teams.
But yeah, I mean, by the time you got to like the GWAT, it was, a 16-man platoon, but then you always had enablers and you always had kind of strap hangers. So, and then you had your contingent of EOD guys. You get a contingent of either like TACI Ws or some UAV guys, or
And for this, it was totally necessary to have all that ancillary support.
Yeah, you needed it.
Yeah, because it wasn't that dynamic. You had to kind of create your own missions and find where people were.
Yeah.
And we had a mobile jock, so like you literally had a mobile jock going out in the MAP-V, and none of us Neanderthals knew how to work it. So it's like, hey, we need a good comms guy that's out there. And dude, he was shit hot.
Moving from house to house and like setting up, and then
with all the SATCOMs and antennas, getting everything
the jock
wired.
would move with us,
Tough books.
depending on how far we made it in. And when they took over, so like, I guess getting back to the question, or the question that was originally asked here, is when SEAL Team 5 showed up on that deployment, Chuck had just died, Pete had been hit, nobody would sleep in their rooms because they were both slept in the same room. Funny enough, one guy on my deployment slept in that room, got hit by an IED, and was medically retired later on in that deployment. So that was kind of a cursed room in the Mosul Dam House. But when we started out there, like what Eddie and I had said, we were watching Telefar. I was watching at the beginning, he was watching at the end. Well, all we were doing at the beginning of that deployment were FLOT operations, the forward line of troops. We would go out there and we would send a Puma up and we would try and look for shitheads. They would throw mortars at us. We would throw mortars back at them. We would use our tacky Ws to hear what they were saying, where they were going, and then they were like, all right, cool. Like, we're going to go across and we're going to take Mosul back from ISIS. And it was supposed to be the Iraqi army that took over the whole thing. And the Kurdish Peshmerga were like, we'll help you with the first phase line. So we started the first phase line. Peshmerga come through, and Kurdish Peshmerga are like westernized Iraqis.
Yeah.
They're badass.
They're awesome.
Yeah, they're good dudes.
I like them a lot.
They're dope.
I actually would sleep in the same room with them without having to worry.
No, they named their kid Trump. Like over there. They were like, they love America.
They do.
Well, and that was one of the original things too when the U.S. originally took over Iraq, and there were advocacies for splitting the country into three.
Yes.
An Iranian influenced Iraq
informally
in Iraq.
Split like that.
Yeah, it's like Sunni, Shia, and then Kurdistan.
Yeah, which doesn't exist. I didn't know that. I'm in Kurdistan. Like,
there's no such thing.
Like, wait, where's Kurdistan?
And had they done that, I mean, who the fuck knows?
But there's even a Kurdistan in Iran, isn't there? Like, there's Kurdish.
Probably, because it pushes all the way across. Yeah. You know?
But they don't have an actual, like, territory.
No, they're not established.
No.
But they, to them, they are. We are established.
Yeah. We had them assist us. They were part of the AAA. They were a company
they're
with
not
us.
much more useful. They're just a lot more trustworthy.
But their deal was with Iraq. They were like, we'll get you to this point, and then once you get to there, this is our line, this is our border, we're Kurdistan now. And they didn't accept that. They were total fucking Iraqis.
You guys continue to push ISIS west and south.
So that's pretty much like, so after their deployment, that's why the Kurds were like, hey, we're good. Like,
they just
this
stopped.
is the forward line.
JJ
pushed
died
to
the
east.
next day.
Yeah, and they're like, we're not pushing anymore. Like this, this is our land now.
So that's what they're motivated for. They achieved that.
And they're like,
the Kurdish just like backed off, and they were like, it's on you guys. And then we started getting our asses handed to us.
Yeah.
So on that last deployment that you had, I almost feel like I was there because I've seen so much of the footage. As far as like sniper operations goes, what was kind of your average range of engagements?
I would say
it ranged pretty drastically, but
I would say it depended on where we were in the clearance. At certain points, in the beginning they were out to like 800 to 1,000 just because we weren't like getting as close as we wanted to. But near the end,
that was all we got.
Near the end, so the whole time as we were pushing through, I had my eye on this piece, and it was across the river, and it wasn't being utilized, and it had a full view into Old Mosul. And so I kept requesting, I'm like, I want to go set up there. And so eventually they were like, hey, they built a makeshift float to you drive your MATV on it, it would float you across. And so what we did is I was like, hey, we're going to go set up in that area. So at 2 a.m, we go out, float the MATVs across, go to this, sweet spot that literally was like.
Was it an island on the river?
No, it wasn't an island. It was right across from Old Mosul. Okay. So it was pretty much on the eastern side. But you had a full view into Old Mosul and a lot of other places, and the at distance was probably the farthest is 600. So you can think with the 300 Win Mag, it's
because you're using the AI.
And what we found out when we got over there and we started looking, that was ISIS's pretty much rest and recovery. So like they'd go out to fight and they go into Old Mosul to rest, recover, refit, and then go back out. Except there was only 2 pathways for them to go back out. So we had those covered down, and we just were
claymore that shit.
It was dropping,
fucking laying waste
nonstop. And that really was like the point that we just kept going back to after a while. It was like because at that point. Mosul had been cleared all the way up to Old Mosul, and we actually had to lift and shift fobs because we were clearing from south to north. We ended up butting up against Old Mosul, and they really had that locked down. We were losing partner force by a massive amount of numbers every day. So MARSOC decided to change the course of action, so we ended up going up north, and establishing a FOB there and start pushing north to south. So that's really like we converged onto Old Mosul, and that was the last bit.
Did you get the slip on them, like since you guys took over that position?
Yeah, dude.
And they're just going in, scratching their nuts.
It got to a point. Yeah, it got to a point where they were trying to abandon, and they were like, "Hey," they came up with this plan to.
Our tunnels aren't working anymore.
They got into a river and put floaties on and just tried to float down the river. So then we would set up
with
ambush.
a child on each arm.
Yeah, platoons were setting up ambush, like waiting, just bobbing heads, and then like zip them up. Yeah. So the partner force and all that were doing that. I mean, it was
Where'd he go?
We had converged all the way down. And the craziest thing that happened at the end is we had 2 Americans on ICOM that were fighting for ISIS, and they were
No way. What the fuck?
They were like, "Hey, it's coming to an end." They knew it was coming, and they were both arguing about whether they were going to go see 72 Virgins, if that was real or not. And we helped them out.
They found out.
Yeah.
That's what you get for living in.
We don't know what the
Michigan.
answer is.
Actually, and that was Geo. Geo co-located exactly where they were, and we're like, "Fucking do it."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it was cool.
I answered their question for them.
Yes.
Dude, that's
doesn't
fucking
exist.
crazy.
Oh, I remembered what I was going to say
They're
earlier.
all dudes. All the versions are dudes.
Fucking incels.
72 dicks, baby.
Is when you guys went to the brig, Tim informed me on this, it is where the Navy sends all of their pedophiles.
Yes. So it was like, 85% pedophiles.
Yeah.
And as 2
And
dads
sex
coming out of NSW, I bet that was fun.
Yeah, so when I got there, they put me, obviously, they do this to everybody. You go to solitary, and in order to get let out of solitary, you get asked questions like, "Hey, do you have a problem with pedophiles?" And I was like, "Yes, I do." And they were like,
Yeah.
"Well, then you won't be able to go to general population because that's who you're housed with here. So you have to be able to live amongst them and not do anything, or else we're just going to keep you in solitary." So
And they coach you a bit when they talk you through this. Like
yeah,
the guard.
they know.
Yeah.
So they ended up, letting me out, and that's where me and Tim ended up hooking up at, in general population, and then obviously our other boy T. Thompson. I don't know if you guys met him, black dude.
Oh yeah,
Super solid dude.
Oh, you were telling me about the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember from your story.
So,
Wait, ain't he like a cook or something?
Yeah,
he was
he's
a Navy
cook.
CS. Yeah. But also was the president of
a biker gang.
Biker gang.
Yeah, which is why they threw him in there because of doing criminal activity or some BS.
He's innocent.
Yeah, so we ended up. We're all innocent in here.
Yeah.
We all linked up together.
He got out before we did.
He did.
Yeah.
We formed, pretty much a good friendship in there. It was, obviously you're in there with like some of the biggest pieces of shit. So you don't, you try and distance yourself from that a little bit. You just keep to yourself. We just kept to ourselves. So we started a little workout group for guys.
One thing we didn't really talk about much is like the difference between pretrial confinement and
so
post-trial
we're all
confinement.
pretrial prisoners because we haven't been to trial yet. And the rule is you're not supposed to be housed with prisoners in a pretrial, being in a pretrial status. They did not follow any of those rules. We pretty much were.
We've never highlighted that really.
No, we were embedded with everybody, and you were pretty much
With
called
pedophiles.
You're called Prisoner Gallagher, Prisoner Spear. When
And
they address you.
these are guys that are in there for like 4 years for like kiddie porn or rape or sodomy or like.
Yeah, there was a couple times
4
where
to
I
12
had to
years.
really like white knuckle it of like it took everything in me not to just
And we're
because they were having
gang
conversations in front of you about fucking kids and like how it's okay
and they just love it.
Yes, it's like completely out of the
Eddie, it's okay. It's a culture. You're like, no, bitch.
Yeah.
It's not.
The fuck it is.
I think I told one of the guys one time, I think we were at lunch and he was talking about it and I just had it and I was like, listen, dude. And I was like, when I get out of here and if I fucking see you out of here, I'm going to kill you. I was like, and he was like, what? I'm like, if you say one more word, dude, I am going to fucking hunt you down.
And these are the quintessential just squid, fat, nasty fucks.
Well, it's so it's Marines, Army, Navy, and Air Force.
Consolidated
it's
as well.
conjoined. It's all the branches in there.
It's every branch, and then there's
Why
also
the fuck did they decide to make the Miramar brig the petter ass brig?
It's
why,
just
and why
I
did
don't
they send
know.
you guys there?
I think
instead
there's
of
just so
another
much
spot?
sex in San Diego
because it's the easy button here. We're West Coast, so they're like, hey, and
there's probably a lot of sex crimes in San Diego.
Yeah. Well, and so when you think about the
There's a
pedophiles,
lot of
right? You think
military.
like they're physically diddling kids. A lot of them was online shit, right? So there's
It
these
was,
nerds,
and you had to figure out who was who, like, because we were mixed in with pretrial and post-trial confignment,
yeah.
and so some of them were like Marines that got caught smoking weed.
Yeah. Or
Where
showing
it's
up
like,
late to formation.
All right, like, you want to work out with us? You're cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of like, vet guys as you're in there, and like we used
Kellogg to do it.
Yeah, Kellogg was this young Navy dude that was in there. Poor guy went out and got shit faced and got arrested at the airport
for espionage.
They charged him with espionage because when he got shit faced, they arrested him, and then NCIS, being the clowns that they are, started going through all of his stuff and found out that he had Googled Russia, and they were like, "Oh, you," and he was a nuke.
He's
so
a
like,
nuke,
you are selling secrets with no fucking evidence that he's doing that.
He wrote some drunk shit that he didn't mean.
But I mean, there was nothing there, but that's what he was being charged with, and that is
and he's in
60 years.
He's in pre-trial.
To be fair, they did catch him on the San Diego airport runway.
Yes.
Trying to get to Russia.
Yeah.
But he was shit. He was black.
Was he like this?
He doesn't remember any of it. He's a really good nut. No, genuinely, he's a good dude.
We took him under our wing and like sort of mentored him and like helped him.
He really
like, we were
is, I talked to him 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
But that's kind of like you kind of adapt in there. You figure out the layout and do what any good team guy does. It's like, okay, adapt, and then I'm going to start taking over. And which is really what we did. I mean, there's a whole different way of life in there. It's a completely different ecosystem. So like just for eating, right? So you're a prisoner or a pretrial prisoner. There's prisoners serving you food. The way they look at pretrial prisoners is like, you ain't shit because you haven't been charged yet and you're not in here with us. So you don't get any, like they give you like
we
the
were
least amount of
lower
food.
than the pedophiles.
Half portions.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
what we started doing is we established, I got some guards to end up, I had Beto would give these guards rolls of Copenhagen. And then the guards would come in, toss my cell, hide like 2 cans of Copenhagen, and this was like a whole operation. So like,
holy fuck, bro!
They toss the cell and they'd be like,
fingers.
walk out, and well, then I would go in and real quick, I'd find the cans. I had these black gloves. I'd empty all the tobacco in the gloves, put them in all the fingers, tie them off, and I'd shove them in my boots. And so during chow, I'd go and have like some dip. I'm like, hey, do you like dip? Like, yeah.
$10 a pinch.
There it is. And so then I would get double, triple portions.
You give him a finger.
What we started doing, we took over.
Eddie fingered everybody.
Yes.
Eddie's a real sex predator over here.
But it was cool because we were able then to like, if we had other buddies, we're like, hey man, give this guy extra portions. So it was like we were taking care of other people in there that deserved it.
But then we would end up getting extra hard-boiled eggs and chicken. And
Dude. We made it work, man. I mean, for as best you can in there, you know, you just kind of improve your fighting position, right?
Yeah,
you're like, okay, this is where I'm at.
It was like it was just like buds. We would find the next thing to look forward to, whether that was a meal or a workout
or a movie
like,
or whatever.
Oh shit, we get to go to the library today. Like I'm gonna,
dude,
I'm gonna find a book with sex in it.
Yeah, and then
I'm gonna go find a book about kitty porn.
Yeah,
just kidding.
I'm gonna give it to
and
one
really,
of them.
you just try to like. You try to just keep your sanity, you know. There's so many things in there that could try and make you break your insanity. So, like,
dude, they would have the pedophiles. They'd get to raise puppies. In front of us.
So the pedophiles had dogs. They were allowed dogs to give them an incentive to not be pedophiles, and like had bigger cells.
They were like black, white, yellow labs, the cutest little dogs. They were like, "Fuck you!"
So like therapy pets.
Here's this will blow your mind. So when I got in there,
what kind of weird shit are you doing to that thing in your?
I couldn't sleep. Like right when I got in there. I was like, dude, you're sleeping on a thin piece of mattress on a metal thing. And I was like, dude, can I get some melatonin? And they were like,
on a metal.
No, you can't have melatonin, but
it's a drug.
They're like, we'll give you.
They gave you a
so
drug.
Everybody in there is drugged up. They're all sedated in some form or fashion. But then you're in line to go get your meds, and there's dudes in there transitioning. They're transitioning from men to women, and they're getting hormones, but I can't get melatonin.
Can you get some extra tests?
Or even some of the
if you're
prescriptions
changing,
you had
if
before.
you're that,
well, like
if you're becoming a man from a woman, then
I want to be extra manly. They're like, no.
That's what we should have said.
We'll give you some estrogen.
So it's just like such an ass backwards
I
environment.
identify as a
like,
woman,
dude, what the
but
hell?
I want to identify as a man. So can I have testosterone? Like.
Oh, dude,
that's fucking weird.
That's so backwards.
Yeah, it was. And again, you're while you're in there, you're trying to figure things out and the way it works. And so, what was her name? Shaniqua or
Shamika Clark?
Yeah.
No. No.
We called her Shaniqua.
Shaniqua. I can't remember her name right now.
So we had this black chick that was in charge
of
of our pod, right? So you had to go to her for any problems you had. Like, hey, I want to talk to my lawyer, or can I? And so you, in order to talk to your lawyer, you have to put a request sheet in. And so then it goes to her, and then she will, like, set you up in a lawyer call. The thing was, she wasn't doing it. I was going months without talking to my lawyer. So then here's how just insane this system is. So if you're not getting what you asked for in your request sheets, then there's a complaint box. So you put in the complaint box, hey, I haven't been able to talk to my lawyer. This lady hasn't set up the call. But guess who the complaint box goes to? Shaniqua.
That lady.
So then she would walk in and be like, oh, prisoner Gallagher, you want to complain? You want to complain? Now you're not talking to your lawyer for another month.
How can they legally do that?
Because it's the military.
Because nobody else can see it. That was the only time where Eddie touched me in the rig. Because one time I was about to fucking fly off the handle at her, and he just grabbed my fucking wrist.
I was like,
sitting there.
Don't do like, because they're constantly trying to push you. You know,
Yeah.
They're trying to get you to snap so that way they can add more time on it.
And the reason I say that is that you're not allowed to touch each other in the rig.
No. So like, if I even grabbed him, I'd go to solitary if they saw
No way.
that. Yeah. And then another thing they were doing is I found out the guards came to me and they were like, hey, just so you know, your command, there's people from your command and NCIS are coming in on Mondays and briefing the guards to make you snap. So I would get extra love. Like, I get strip searched all the time. I got my cell tossed all the time. It was like the Eddie rules. Anything I did then became a rule that nobody else could do. Like,
talk about the lawyer call sign-up sheet. That was what pissed me off that day.
Yeah. So
remember, you'd have to fucking sign up to call your own lawyer.
Yeah.
And
Which
she just
you should
be
have full access to at any
not
point
today.
in time.
Yeah,
Nope,
she would walk in working that day and be like, I'm off today. Then why the fuck are you here?
She was just like a civilian fucking chick?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so actually, Andrea got her, I think, fired because I was able to have 15-minute conversations with Andrea on the phone, which are all recorded, so you can't really say too much, because NCIS was taking all my phone calls and listening to them.
It.
But I would tell her what was
record
going on. I'm like, hey, I'm not being able to, this chicken here is out of control. So, of course, Andrea then routed it up through Congress. I had Duncan Hunter was a congressman at the time, so he came to the brig and was like, what the fuck is going on here? And went through, the tour and like, of course,
who's the CO of the brig? Is he like a lieutenant commander?
It was a female. She was a big old woman.
It's like an 05.
Yeah.
She was a captain.
06.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or was she a commander?
Doesn't matter.
I don't remember.
But I was just
she's
curious.
a commander. Yeah, she was wearing an Oakley.
Yeah, and she actually wasn't. They did a change of command while we were in there too. Some other guy took over.
She was awful, but so was the person she replaced. So.
Everybody, that whole place is awful. It's just it's poorly run, and if people did an audit on that place, they'd see real quick. Not only that, there's rats everywhere. So in the chow hall,
living in asbestos.
There's rats coming through the drink things, and that's where you're getting your drink. Like none of it is clean.
Literal rat shit everywhere.
Yeah.
So what is absolutely blowing my mind from this, like hearing your story about carrying the guy out under fire, big dude, like that's like award-worthy shit. Obviously, I mean that should be Silver Star shit, right?
He was put in for two Silver Stars.
Like one, and that was for another incident that happened at the end. Yeah.
So you've got this guy who's done all this great stuff that's making the command look good, like your #1 sailor of the year, all this stuff.
Sailor of the year now in the break.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Dude,
so
not only Sailor of the Year at SEAL Team 7, but Group 1
West Coast.
Sailor of the Year.
So you've got this, and then the command is actively trying to fuck you on this stuff. Not even neutral. They're actively trying to fuck you.
Yes, and I think that is where I couldn't believe it that they were doing it, and I can say like it is the most ultimate form of betrayal I've ever felt in my life.
Yeah.
The only way I can describe it to somebody is like if you go through a really nasty divorce, like after being married for 40 years and you're still in love with the woman, it's like you're like, dude, why are you like? I literally could not comprehend like why are you doing this to me? And I think I've said this multiple times on podcasts. I just had a breaking moment. It was a good one, but I was talking to Andrea on the phone, and this is how institutionalized I was. I'd always be like, "What's the command saying? Are they?" And they doing something now?
Are they helping me?
Yes,
well,
because
you're so
still
desperate in there
to
yes.
do
And
it,
so Andrea literally, she's like, "Let me tell you something right now." She's like, we've let you deploy over and over and over again as a family because you said you were doing a righteous thing and we believed in you and we supported you. She's like, now I need you to listen to me. And nobody's coming to get you. The command is after you. They're completely against you. We are all you have. She's like, we don't have anybody reaching out, helping. She's like, I am it. Me, the kids, and your brother. She's like, you need to get that through your head right now. So
oh my God, they made my wife flip on me.
But that happened when you guys left the first lawyers you were working with, whatever. I don't
well, that's a whole nother. That'll go down a rabbit hole.
But that changed my whole perspective in there too. I was like,
so a piece of this, like we're not really. We're not a drama show. It's not, and we're not super negative. We try to be fun
and I'm not trying to be. This is just the facts.
But I'm also saying, but also a big part of protecting the team guy culture, which is a big part of the reason we even started the show in the beginning, is to protect the culture of what it means to be like a solid frogman.
Yeah,
not just frogman, but like a spec ops, first responder, like anybody who is doing the American man culture the right way, right? So, is there anybody that, is there anybody that deserves to get called out on that?
Yes.
Because I think it's important.
So
that
when I say
call out the fucking turds, for this stuff.
Well, are you talking about called out in a bad way? Like,
well, I mean, the guys who are going out of their way to fuck you on us.
Yeah, I mean, there was multiple.
Well, I mean, without
guys.
naming names, I think, dude, like probably 90% of the fucking command was probably piloted on.
Yeah, and that was the sad part. It was like there were dudes that I knew that I had worked with, that I had deployed with, that were completely making up stuff about me or saying stuff like they were on board with trying to punish me.
Do you feel like they were being threatened on
and this is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Dude. Everybody saw exactly for what it was. I was going down for doing what exactly everybody else had been doing.
And you're
the past
get on
20
this
years.
train or you don't.
And so everybody's like, as long as it's on him,
it's
not on me.
us.
And it's like, hey, dude, you're on your own. And I was told that from the beginning by the Group 1 Master Chief. He was like, you're on an island all by yourself and you need to swim back. And so that's all he said to me. And I was like, okay. But yeah, I mean, and I don't want to stay completely negative because, yes, there were people in the command that did the wrong thing. They made decisions on, I think, for selfish reasons as far as like, it's not me, it's him.
Yeah, but you've always been super understanding of why you and I both know why they did that.
Yeah, but there was a lot of positive things like, dude, the amount of dudes that came out and were like supporting my wife, like Kevin, went. I remember seeing a picture of him getting tiny tats. I mean, that really like uplifted my spirits. There it is, right there.
Beat it, nerd. And the dick and butt.
Yeah, and just being able to see like the actual real dudes, and that's what Andrea sent out that letter to the command, said, "Where long live the real brotherhood."
Real brotherhood.
Yeah. Where is and dude, the command was
it's real.
pissed. Dude was pissed. She made that shirt. Because there were guys wearing it to the command and getting DRB'd for wearing it.
Oh, shit.
So it really created this like fracture. But to see, the guys that I respected, I always respected Kevin. I respected the old school culture and to see all Beto. I mean, Beto was like full on, of course. That's my brother, and there were other dudes. And even my buddies that were still operational, they came and visited me when I was there out of knowing that they were going to get in trouble. Like my buddy that just finished his CMC tour. He was doing whatever he could, but we had to tell him, like, you have to stop because they're going to come after you next.
Yeah,
they're going to come after you, and what those guys didn't know is NCIS was going after anybody that I had worked with in the past. They were going through all my shit. They were like, oh, these guys have been murdering guys from day one, and like we need to get all these dudes. So
it's called war, bitch.
And there's a whole agenda on that, right? So my whole premise was like, I'm keeping my mouth shut. I'm not saying a fucking word. And that's the one thing I can say proudly, that going through all that, I didn't fucking rat on anybody. And I had a million chances to be like, hey. And I was like, dude, I'm not ratting. I'm not going. And even the guys that were coming after me, I could have like pointed out stuff with them.
Well, even that one.
Because there's nothing lower than a rat, dude. I truly believe that. It's like you don't tell on anybody and you keep your mouth shut. And even when you're in that circumstance, I was like, it's not going to happen, because if I sit there and try and, well, he did this and then he did this, I'm like, then guess what? NCIS starts peeling back that onion. Yeah. And when you start peeling it back, everybody's going to start crying.
Yeah.
Because nobody in this business is clean.
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry. That's just the way it is.
Business of killing.
And so Andrea and I looked at it in that form or fashion too, where this wasn't just about me. Obviously it was, because she wanted me home. But this was about us as a collective. Like, if they are able to prosecute me and get me down, well, I'm not the last one they're going to go after. The floodgates are open now.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it's like we need to make sure
about the
that
real
this doesn't
brotherhood.
happen. Yes, and so that's the way we encapsulated everything. I mean, and it was, you could see it in the work that Andrea did, and my brother. And I mean, she really, dude. You want to talk about somebody who loves,
bro.
She loves the teams.
Yeah,
she created the real brotherhood.
She is the ultimate team spouse.
Yeah,
in my mind. And
without your guys' whole everything happening, and I think a lot of us would have just like kind of secretly known that, but now it's like, know the difference.
Yeah.
So I mean, she definitely shouldered that fucking burden and
hands down,
and did it. With fucking integrity and it was
class.
Like,
that's
exactly.
That's a team woman, team girl, team
classy team broad.
The CEO of Pink Squadron.
I'll wear a Pink Squadron patch. Let's go.
So you're going through all this stuff. I've heard you talk about this several times before, and we've all got our own views on religion, faith, and everything.
And then I'm all like, whatever you want to believe.
Yeah, but I've heard you talk about it before. At what point did you find your faith, or maybe you had it, but it was strengthened? Like, how did that play into?
So, just like backtrack a little bit. When I married Andrea, she's a Christian and like a big one. So she was like, if you're gonna be married to me, this is going to be like a no. This is a deal breaker if you don't believe in God. And so I grew up Catholic. I was like, yeah, sure. But I wasn't like a practicing.
Oh, shit. I thought you converted from Judaism.
Shalom.
You and Andrea need to get into your high school stories and all the shithead you were as a Catholic.
And she also knew the hooligan
where
that
do SEALs
she married.
actually come from?
Yeah. But to say the least, I went to church every Sunday when I was home, not training with the kids. And I did it more of like, this is what a good father and man supposed to do, but I wasn't like invested in it, right? Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until I was locked up and I like talked about that conversation Andrea had with me. Well, immediately after I hung up that phone, I mean, I was like broken, dude. And I went back to my cell and I was like, dude, what the fuck, like, all right.
Why is God doing this to me?
I got on my hands and knees and I literally like put my hands out first time in my life and just like out loud talked to him and was like, dude, take this from me. I'm like, this is yours to do with, like, whether I'm found guilty or not guilty, just like, take whatever I'm feeling from me because it's getting too heavy. And so I've done every psychedelic you can think of. I've done all these drugs and I'm like, there's not a feeling that any of those drugs gave me that I got that day. I felt this just weight come off me. And it's not to say like I was like, I'm good, but it was more like I can survive this. And no matter what happens.
You've got literal goosebumps right now.
I usually when I tell that story, I might start breaking down just because it was such a strong and emotional experience for me, and I'm not the type of guy like like when that happened, I was like
Bible thumper
shit, like this is real, like I felt it. So then from that point on, I was in my Bible every night. I talked to God every night in my first time in my life, and I created this relationship with Him while I was in there that I was so like close with Him because I had there was no distractions. It was just me, him, and my cell. And, Tim knows what it's like in there. It's like
you never missed a service. Yeah.
Nope. I went to service every Sunday. I was like, dude, I'm bought in. And, and that's how when I got out, I've said this, like, obviously the world's full of distractions. And when I got out and retired, I kind of, getting distracted by everything. And I found myself just starting to spiral again. And it wasn't until I was like, dude, what made me get through so well in there is because I was just in my Bible at least once a day. So I have implemented that every day since then. And I'm, and it's good. It's not to say everything's fucking smooth sailing, but you just have that like protection over you and you just have this feeling like I'm good, and
So here's a question for you. And try to figure out how to say this. I completely lost my faith going downrange.
Yeah.
Because of what you see.
Yes.
Right? And then with you getting put in that situation of you did what you did and still maintain honor, integrity, all these things. And then to get like your shit pushed in, like there's only one of two ways to go. You either lean into it or you just turn into like the pure black soul heart to where it's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing to me?
Yeah.
So, like, how, like, because you were at a crossroads, it seems like.
Yeah. And I think those are the choices everybody has, right? I think everybody has that choice, whether it's like, hey, I can either keep going down this road I'm going down that's not really working the best out for me, but I'm comfortable here because I'm used to
this
the
fucks,
suffering.
There's no God, or this sucks, I hope there's God.
Yeah. I'm used to the suffering. I'm used to the misery. I can do this, or I can try this, go this route, and actually just full on give everything to him. And I think that's what did it for me, is like actually speaking out loud and be like, dude, and finally admitting for the first time in my life, like, I am not strong. Like, I've always prided myself, like, I can take fucking anything, dude.
It's
like,
proper ego death.
It's, most team guys, it's like,
And,
dude, there's nothing you can do to me.
He was super open. I didn't know you were. So were you not as open about religion until the brig?
Yeah. Like, I never talked about it.
I would have never known that.
No, because in the platoons, it's like, dude, I don't believe what you want to believe, dude.
Yeah.
We're all on the same team here. As long as
like
we're
your platoon is your religion. At a
yes,
certain
well,
point.
that is the team. And so Andrea always says it, and she'll probably, when she comes on, she had prayed for years, and she would give me speeches all the time, like, you hold the teams up as this idol, and she's like, it's going to be the end of you at some point. And literally, she called it. I wouldn't have stopped doing what I was doing. This is the mindset I was in until I ended up as a face on Danny's.
Yeah.
That's where I wanted to be. I was like, I want, like, it, not subconsciously, that is in my mind. I'm like, I am going to keep going until I'm on that wall.
Well, and that's a fucking huge thing going. I mean, at least for me, going down range. I mean, doing multiple deployments, in Iraq, and you can't. At least in my opinion, I just took this. I took this fucking attitude, like, I'm on borrowed time. Like, I've already outlived so much fucking shit. If I take one of the fucking nugget, well, I've already lived 1,000 lifetimes. And I'm not to say I want to leave my fucking kids without a father or leave my wife without a husband, but like you're saying, it's like, and not to be like a fucking martyr or some shit, but it's like, dude, when you do enough fucking shit downrange and you're just over and over and over, I literally felt like, I'm like, man, I'm literally, I'm on borrowed time.
Yeah.
It's confirmation of what your purpose is on this planet.
And man, like, to answer your question, I understand, like, because I have those thoughts, man, too. And I still do to this day, like, how can, believing in God and doing all this stuff, I read my Bible, like, justify some of the things that we've done, seen, and everything. And at the end of the day, dude, I don't have the answers. I'm not some, like, fucking philosopher or whatever, but I just know that God is going to judge me when I get up there, and all I can do is just try and live my life in the best way possible, be the best husband, father I can be a good example, and I'm not perfect, but I have to strive to do that every day. And the big thing is to be a good example for my kids, man.
Yeah.
They've seen what I went through. And I had, not to say, I had a lot of troubles when I got out. I'm not going to lie about that. My first couple years was rough.
All of ours are.
Yeah, and I was thrust into this public spotlight. And not only that, I'm dealing with.
And you also thought negatively of the whole, like, psychedelic journey during that time when we first got out. You were like, I don't think we need any of that. And
because I was like, dude, I was a lost. I
was,
dude
and
general.
I was like leaning on you, but also like I leaned into religion because of the same reason, and I started looking into psychedelics for the same reason.
And I went.
And when you went and did vets, and you were like, for a year and a half leading up to you doing vets, you were like, we don't need that bullshit, and I was just like, all right, like, we don't need that. And then you did it, and you were like, no. Holy fuck,
everybody needs this.
Yeah.
And so I used to work with vets. And I know the components well.
So I ended up doing that like a year after I got out. I had done like every other treatment known to man. I went to the HBOD. I did the shots in the neck.
You got ripped out of doing treatment.
Well, when I got arrested, I was in a TBI clinic. That's when they came and arrested me. But
that was at Pendleton, right?
Yeah. On September 11th.
Where they were supposed to be healing him.
But so when I got out, obviously I had to deal with being in the limelight, in which if you know me, like, I'm completely anti that. Like,
you still don't deal with it well.
Yeah. I'm like, yes, I like to be anonymous, and
ship sailed.
That's over.
You're it's not a glamour guy.
So now I have to figure out.
But now you can be a gleaming example.
Yes, like, how can I make this into a good thing? But I had to go through a lot of steps to get to that point because I had a lot of demons I still had to deal with. I had, just from we all do from the past career, but then also this on top of that. So I literally took the first couple years, man, and did nothing but, like, work on myself. And I'll say this, the Ibogaine, yes, helped me. It pushed me in the right direction. But I'm also going to say this too, because I think this is huge. It's not the end all be all. I think it's sold as the end all be all a lot of the times, like do this and everything's good. It's a drug just like anything else. So you will be high for the next 3 months after doing it. You're going to be on this like everything's good. There's a down. Yeah. And I probably went to the biggest depression after that and realized like, dude, I need to get back into my Bible. And that is really I got back into it. And I still suffer from, not suffer. I won't say that stupid word. I have depression, right? I'll get it every once in a while. The little depression cloud comes over me.
Yeah, same.
And it's very easy to get lost in that. I get real negative. Everything is negative. Andrea, she's like, she can see it in me where she's like, your whole face changes.
Yeah.
Like you are a totally different person. So that is really where I like hammer down and like get into my word. But I still use psychedelics to this day. So if I'm in a massive depression for like 4 days and I'm like, dude, I cannot find my way out of this, I will take some psilocybin, a good heavy dose, and put on the headphones, and it just gets everything out
to reconnect.
I think a lot of us have a hard time of
letting go,
but also dealing with our emotions and like actually letting them come to the surface. We're all very good at like, nope, like, keep that down there. And so
experience what you're feeling.
Yeah, I've kicked my wife out of the room because I ate a shit ton of shrooms.
Yeah, we're ashamed.
And that level of vulnerability, I'm like, I need to show that like I'm in control.
Yes. And so,
we're ashamed.
And if I can't, then I'm like, fuck no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's not unnormal, man. It's like, and that's, I think we all feel weak when it comes to that. We're like, nobody can know this, but it's like once you're able to process your emotions and that's what I use the psilocybin for, because I know I can't process the emotions by myself. I have it so ingrained in me to like, nope, I'm fucking good. Keep going. But the problem is you keep doing that, it's going to seep out in other ways. So the Ibogaine, or not the Ibogaine, the psilocybin allows me to just like, I'll sit there and cry for 3 hours and that's kind of like what you need to do.
Yeah.
Like,
you're
bro,
using it like a tool.
let it out. And
100%.
then I feel like 1,000 pounds lighter and I'm no longer in a depression anymore.
Yeah.
But it's like this cyclic thing that happens from time to time, and as soon as I can recognize it now, and I'm like, boom, I know what's happening. I need to go fix myself.
I think it's such an important piece too, because a lot of people, like you said, they think it's a fix, but it's a tool that you can use, but you still have to do the fucking work.
Yes,
there's still a process to like, and it's an ongoing process. There's no one button. You're like, oh, I'm good forever. It's like you learn things, you process it, you move on. Life happens. You learn things. It's an ongoing.
Life is a selection process in
Yes,
itself, right?
you
can either ring the bell and be done, or you can not quit and continue to work on yourself and do things to improve yourself. And that's really the choice that you have.
You can get to a 315-pound bench press and then suddenly not be able to do it if you stop benching for fucking 6 months. And now your one rep match is 225. Yeah. You have to keep working on
315.
it. Mental.
You mean to warm up, right?
We're talking about squats, right?
The way that as you were describing like your journey now and kind of like not wanting to be in the spotlight, but you can't escape being in the spotlight after a while. But I think another way to reframe it is the concept of being a lighthouse, where you're kind of called to be this position where like, because your whole trial was basically
almost a martyr.
That was like building a lighthouse where you're like, fuck, this is going to be seen regardless. And then Andrea helped you light the fucking light.
I can't wait for
this is the beacon.
I can't wait.
You
for
want
her
to make an example out of me? All right.
Well, I can't wait for her to come on here because dude, there's so many crazy things. So like the day I was arrested, I was at Pendleton at the TBI clinic. I was going in the day, and I'd been there for like a week and a half. Andrea calls me, and she's had just got done doing her morning Bible study that she does, and she's like, "Hey, I just want you to know, like, I was listening to the story of Joseph today, and it just, for some reason, I just wanted to call you and say, like, I think this is kind of similar to what's going on with you, And I'm like, all right, Well, literally, and Joseph, the story of Joseph, his brothers turn on him and they throw him in a pit.
That's fucking crazy.
He ends up getting out eventually and becoming bigger than he ever was. And so, like, I got arrested that day, thrown in jail, right?
That's the
whole time when I was locked up, she would talk to me on the phone and she'd be like, hey, I've already seen, she's a prophetic dude. She's like, I've already seen this. She's like, you are going to rise bigger than you ever thought. And she's like, you're going to meet the president. You're like, she would say these things, and I'm like,
Shut up.
What? Like, what? And
where's my fucking turkey sandwich?
I remember you telling me this.
That's
actually.
crazy.
Like, he would legit be like, "Yeah, this is what Andrea said."
Yeah.
That's
so I
pretty
mean,
crazy,
yeah,
though.
that's all of this. This whole story is just like it is so many points that you can be like, dude,
Wild. As
this
fuck.
was all in God's plan.
Yeah.
And God doesn't put anything on your plate that He knows you can't handle. But a lot of the times we have our own plans.
Yeah.
And God's like, "Nah, son."
Laughs at him.
This ain't happening. And so He's going to put you through some suffering and turmoil just to make you better, And that's the one verse I would read every day in my cell was James, and I forget the actual numbers of it, but it's like, count it all joy when you fall into various trials. So it's anytime that you go through anything, suffering, you should look at it in this positive, like, this is a chance for me to grow. Mm-hmm. Like, even though this sucks so much, and we've done it our whole careers. What do you like, buds, right? It's like we suffer or going through any selection process in the Army. You suffer to become stronger. Yeah. And that's no different in life. Yeah. When life throws stuff at you, it's like you can either give up
it ain't worth it.
And not grow and just be like, oh, woe is me and this sucks, or you can fucking struggle through it, fight through it, and guaranteed you are going to be that much stronger on the other end.
Yeah. That's James chapter 1, verse 2 and 3.
Bam, there it is.
I had to Google it.
God doesn't give you
Thank you, Father Kent.
People will be like, God damn, Kevin Kent knows the Bible verses. Like, nah, bitch.
Yeah.
Google.
Eddie, I got a question for you. Lost my way, went and did Aya.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I've ever had an experience to where, how everyone's like, if you're screaming at the heavens and it's like, God, if you're fucking there, show yourself to me. This was the first time that I actually felt like I met like a deity, right? That was instructing me, consoling me, like helping me through this. So with your level of faith and having done Ibogaine, and I can assume ayahuasca.
I have never done ayahuasca.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ibogaine apparently is the father figure, and Aya is the mother figure. Mm-hmm. We call her Mama Aya. How does that kind of go in with your religion?
So when I went and did it, before I took it, so they do this kind of like ritual thing. They burn in the sage, and you write down 3 intentions, throw them in the fire, and they do this. Right. So while that was going on,
you write down 3 what?
Intentions. Like,
okay.
Like,
this is what I want to get out of this.
Goals and shit.
Yeah. And so when I did that, I threw them in the fire. But then when everybody was kind of doing their thing, I walked outside and I got on my hands and knees and I was just like, God, I was like, I'm taking this. I don't know if
what's going to happen.
I don't know if this is a right or wrong thing, if you agree, but just help me, guide me through this and show me.
Just don't make me gay.
Yeah. That was a huge concern, bro.
I would buy a Volkswagen after this.
Not gay, but I've seen like guys go, some of the guys do that are like on this ayahuasca.
Like, I'm a man, I'm a different man.
Now they're all like shamans and
they lose their edge.
And I'm like, that's what I was like, dude, I do not want to end up like everybody
says the same
Don't make me gay.
Yeah. So
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Seriously. Dude, I was like, man, I'll come out of this and just all of a sudden I'm wearing a dress.
Tie-dye shirt.
Like, what the fuck,
hey,
dude?
bro. Yeah. But yeah, I asked God, I was like, hey, I'm doing this, whether it's right or wrong, just please show me what I need to see. And it did. It showed me exactly what I needed to see. And my
bunch
big
of dicks. Sorry.
Yes. A bunch of flying penises. But really what I needed to see, man, just because I felt a lot of shame after everything. Typical team guy shame. Like, dude, I fucked up. The community thinks I'm a piece of shit. But then also I felt a lot of shame towards my family that I was like, I drugged them through this horrible 2 years due to my own actions, due to, what I did. And I thought I wasn't worthy. Like, I was like, dude, they're better off not being, I've already done all this to them. So what it showed me, like, during it was a lot of stuff from childhood. It was like, this is why you are the way you are. And then at the end, it was like, all I could see was my wife and kids on this couch. And they were just like beckoning back, like, what are you doing? Come back to us. Right. So it was like, dude, they do love, I am loved. You're okay. And so when I came out of that, that's kind of like how I felt. I was
we
like,
love
dude,
you even though you're gay.
Yes.
Now.
Happy Pride Month.
Yeah. We'd really like to meet Lance when you're.
We know what happened in prison with you and Tim.
Oh shit!
But yeah, just to answer your question, like it didn't just like do anything to dissuade me from my, what I believe. It just kind of like showed me, you're loved. God loves you. Your family loves you. What else do you need?
Like,
seriously, what else do you need? You know?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a great time to take a break, and then we come back. We'll have Andrew on, and then we can kind of fill in the gaps and pull the stories together. That's awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I love it.
We're in.
Back in.
We're back in.
All right, so some changes for you guys listening on audio here. Nick had to go. Tim took off with him. So we have Eddie's wife, Andrea, on. So we're going to talk about, so I'm excited for this part of the show because we've skipped over, I mean, not that we skipped over things, we talked about things in detail.
We glazed over.
Yeah, but now we get to kind of go back and fill in all the connections and all the different stories. Yeah. So I'm excited about this. Where do you guys want to start?
I mean, we can kind of start off obviously we talked about my childhood, whatever, coming up, and I, mentioned that Andrew and I were best friends in high school.
I would like to get an interesting point of view from you in terms of the first time you saw Eddie coming into high school. Were you as struck by him as he was struck by you? Or, I mean, he said you guys used to be more like buddies and you'd hang out and you'd do stuff. But at what point did you go, God, this guy's pretty, I think I could be married to this guy forever type shit?
So we didn't go to the same high school. We had similar friend groups, and he went to a private Catholic high school, and I went to a public school. And so the very first time I met him, I snuck out.
Officer's dad.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Silver spoon.
That's right. Yeah. Harumph.
But we met, I had snuck out of the house and met Eddie, and we were up to no good. I said we were little hooligans.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I think that we actually had met each other. And then from that point, we just developed a really close friendship. I would say I had a ton of boy cousins growing up, and that's what it felt like. It felt like he was a family member to me. And then we basically were together nonstop. I mean, for a long time.
Yeah. We hung out with each other all the time. I think, I don't think that she can answer it too, but I think the possibility of us dating or becoming something was not there because
I was dating your sister.
Well, yeah, and I was a mess, dude. I think when we were young, but I was just about going out, partying, fighting, doing all the stuff that we did.
Your high school years were. When'd you graduate high school? 97, 98?
I graduated 97. She graduated 98.
Yeah. So we were just a year apart. But yeah, I mean, he had some stuff going on, and it was definitely very close connection. We would talk on the phone nonstop, go out. And again, it was just kind of a growing relationship. But I think after we got out of high school, we both went to a year of a community college. And then we were together more and more. And I remember a very distinct moment that we were walking to a class together. And then he was on the verge of, I feel trying to communicate that he either loved me or wanted more or something, and he didn't do it.
Yeah.
He chickened out.
I did.
The classic.
Yeah. I was like, this is too much.
So
and
close.
I think that's when I realized, I was like, I think he's probably
gay.
Well, could have been. Could have been.
That's after we were married.
Don't put your finger there.
Or do put your finger there.
Or do put your finger there.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
See what you stepped into?
I already knew what I was getting into with you guys.
So some of these stories when you're I guess maybe reconnecting is the best place to start with this. So when you guys are reconnecting at that second reconnection point, basically, how did that conversation go? Was it just, I mean, you said it was immediate, but what was from your perspective?
And for the timeline, this is when you left.
So this is
Lejeune and
this is right after 18 Delta. So I just got done with Buds, did 18 Delta, drove across, stopped off in Indiana because my parents were moving to Maryland. So I was going there just to spend the last couple weeks with my mom.
Shit.
And then I ended up calling her mom and left a voicemail, I think, and then I think her mom.
So you were trying to hook up with her mom.
that was the goal,
That sounds like him.
Yeah,
You're like, God damn.
Sharon's she's a prize too, So, but yeah, I ended up leaving a voicemail on her phone, and then she got the message relayed to her and ended up calling me back. And I think, like I said, we ended up hanging out, and what was supposed to be for me, like a 4 or 5 day trip ended up being like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks of just being with each other every day.
And this before you checked into Team 1?
This is before I checked into Team 1.
Damn, that's dope.
Yeah.
So,
and I was a single mom, 2 kids, so who wouldn't want
trophy.
me? Yeah. Who wouldn't want me, Kevin?
And you're like, Navy SEAL?
Actually,
Wait a
I
minute.
had no clue what a Navy SEAL
really
was.
didn't get into what I was doing. I mean, she knew I was in the military. I think we had talked, like I was like, oh yeah, I've been to Iraq already, and I'm still in. But that really wasn't like, I wasn't like, well, I'm a fucking SEAL. I kind of kept that. Not hidden.
You definitely dropped it, but I was like, I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, I
leading
didn't
with
describe.
it.
And to be honest, like I didn't no idea what I was getting into. Like I hadn't checked into Team 1 yet, so I was sort of like, this is where I'm going.
What's this pitchfork tattoo on your pelvic?
So that's
cross pitchforks.
That's what I was going to ask is because nobody really knows checking into a team. You kind of have some experience with team guys and stuff, but you don't really know what it's like until you get there. Did you grow up with like military influence in your family?
Not at all. No,
Okay.
my parents were very conservative. I was raised like conservative Protestant, went to church, was kind of like the last of, I have 3 siblings, or I'm the third born. So like my sister's 14 years older, my brother's 10 years older. So I'm kind of like
You're
the
the
baby. But
Yeah.
I'm also like a firstborn, right? Because 10-year difference.
So when you're making this commitment, like, hey, I think this could be something, and he's like, hey, I got to go to Coronado. Did you know what you were getting into at that point? Because team life
No.
is very different. And military life, military spouse life is very different. Military team guy spouse is a whole different level.
Yeah.
And I know my wife is like we talked about earlier, like a fantastic partner through entrepreneurship journeys. But that's where we are it's a good thing and a bad thing that we're together all the time. But it's a totally different thing. She's a great partner and a great wife, but I don't think she would have enjoyed being a team wife because that's a whole different dynamic. And did you know what you were getting into?
No, I had no idea. I have no one in my family that's military. My dad is a pacifist. So, of course, like I marry a Navy SEAL sniper. But I don't think that he knew either in his defense necessarily. But he knew a lot more than I did because, like, his family is all military. And so uncles, grandma, everyone in the family has a little bit of military service. So we were basing the friendship and relationship off of like our past, not like what necessarily was going to happen. Because again, I was a single mom. I had the kids in Indiana. He was getting ready to go to California. The likelihood that we would be able to be together, and even though we spent like 2-3 weeks together, we were like, oh my gosh, this is like a total God thing. I gave him a whole laundry list of stuff that was not going to happen. I was like, we are not going to have sex before marriage. We're not going to do this. You're not going to be around my kids. Like my ex-husband had already been having an affair and doing all types of stuff. It was all a blessing in disguise, but I was not on the trust train with anybody. And I was like, I don't want anything. I don't need anything. I'm surely not going to settle for someone that's not a believer. And so he was raised Catholic, and he always tells me like later in life, because I would be like, you said like we're on the same page, like you were a Christian, like da da da. And this is obviously going through the SEAL teams, and he's like, I did not know how crazy you were about Jesus, girl. And he's like, I'm raised Catholic. I went to church. I did this. I did that.
Yeah.
But to me, at that point in my life, I was literally abandoned. I had 2 kids. I was like, I developed a relationship with God, and like, I was not willing to go backwards on that. So when I gave him all those things, he was super respectful. He wasn't around, the kids for quite a while. And then it just kind of blossomed from there. And then he took it upon himself. I was like, oh, when this is 3-4 weeks or whatever you were there, I forget. Before he went to join up with the teams, I was like, I just don't see how it could work. And he was a brand new guy joining SEAL Team 1, going through workup, and he would come any break he got and fly back to see me.
Yeah, dude.
He was the only reason we actually stayed and got together.
I have no idea how I pulled it off. Like, so if we had whatever, 96
PMS week or some shit,
I would fly out to spend a day or a day and a half with her and then fly back. I mean, I did that multiple times. And then we went to on training trips. We went to like Shaw's or Memphis. She would then drive down to visit, or I would drive up like on a weekend to go visit her. I mean, and as a new guy, like I think I got my balls busted a bunch for it,
sure.
right? They're like, "Oh, you fucking leaving? Like, you're not going out?" And I was like, "Dude, this is what I want." And like we talked about earlier, when I hyperfixate, it's like I knew I was like, "That's who I want." Like, so I put in the work, and like I made sure I went out there every chance I got. And I mean, I think she saw that, and she was like, "Okay, you know, I'm putting in the time and sweat equity to try and make this relationship work." And she did too. And then she would come out to San Diego and visited. But that's really where I think the
that was a wake up for me.
Yes, when one of the funniest times is
who are these retards?
Yeah, for real, bro. I was like, I think I called it the den of iniquity. I was like, why did you bring me into this? Like, what is happening? These people are all nuts. The women are nuts. The men are nuts. Like, what are we doing here?
Slip some holy water into their drinks.
Yeah.
So she came down to visit me. We were in Olive Branch.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And so I had a weekend off, but we were doing house runs that Friday, and one of the bullet traps was shot out, and actually me and Tony Sandoval entered the room, shot the bullet trap. It came back, went into my leg, and so I obviously like, oh shit. I'm like, so a round went in there, but it was fragments of it. Right?
Yeah, ricochet.
So we continue the run, like I don't say anything, and then at the end of the day, I'm like taking off my because we had to blouse our boots.
Really?
That's the way the platoon chief ran it. Yeah. So I took it off, and there was just blood.
Well, it is. I will say it is Team One.
Team
so
one,
I'm
dude.
not
Yeah,
fucking
Stalingrad
surprised.
1, dude.
No Fun 1 is, some
real thing.
nicknames are earned.
Yeah.
So I ended up going to the hospital to get some of the shrapnel pulled out, and so she was waiting for me back in the hotel. She had just drove in, so I remember I came into the room and I'm like limping in. I'm like, let's go out. You know,
On crutches.
And she's like, what happened? I was like, oh, bullet came in there today. I was like, I just had to pull it out. I remember she was like, what?
You got shot?
The fuck? Yeah.
What kind of?
But that was kind of like, for me, that was like her first, like, this is, what it is.
So you guys are still separated this time.
Yeah.
How long was it before you actually made the move down to San Diego?
We reconnected in August, and then he had proposed by like the early next year, and then we were married in 2007 in May, end of May.
Before the first
you
deployment.
left for your first deployment.
That's a man of focus right there.
That's right. I was like, I know what I want.
Yeah. I feel like the moment that I realized what it was, though, and we always talk about this, was like the Brad Kavner moment where we were in Danny's in Coronado, and I was there with Brad. And at that time, he lived in Coronado.
I was living with Brad and Aaron in Coronado while we were dating or whatever, doing all that. So she came down to visit, and really hadn't she knew I was SEAL teams.
You had to kick Brad out of the bed so that you guys could hang out.
Yeah. We would snuggle.
But we ended up going to Danny's, and then I'll let her. You can
well, I mean, we were just kind of sitting there, and it's like you guys said, it's like it's a whole different universe. Like if you're not familiar with that, and I was not familiar with the military, and then like going to Danny's and seeing the culture and the guys and the type of people. And then Brad, Eddie went to the bathroom, and then Brad pulled me aside, and this was before the deployment. And he's like, I will die for him. And I was like, what? Mm-hmm. And he's like, no, I'm actually serious. And I was just like, it hit, I get chills right now. Yeah. I'm like, it hit me, and I was like, what are we talking about? And I think that's when it sunk in, that I'm like, okay, he's going off to war, and these are his brothers. And so that's when I think I really got a more indoctrination, even before that first deployment. I was like, wow, this is real. Something could happen. Someone could not come back. It could be him. And that's kind of what really kicked it off, I think.
Yeah, and that was still your first deployment, right?
Yeah, so that was the first one. So she
first team deployment, because you
first deployment in the teams. So she was still back in Indiana during that deployment, and so, like I said, we had gotten married, and then during that deployment, I had put in for military housing. So I got it halfway or near the end, and so the plan was, obviously, we still had to go to court at the end of that to get. The kids.
2 kids.
Yeah, so to get custody of the kids, to have them move to California. But after that deployment, I literally went from being single to she came down. I was married with 2 kids.
Instant
in
fucking
military
family.
Housing. Yeah. And it kind of just rolled from there. I mean, we, like I said, we kept going. I kept doing platoons. And, I mean, I'll give it, dude, she really just melted into the teams and like became
the fucking glue.
Yeah, she took it on, and she saw the teams for what it was, the good, the bad, and everything. And she really, in my eyes, like just watching her from obviously a distance, or you're coming and going, is like she took the positive and ran with that. I mean, she would hold Bible studies for the wives. I mean, she formed a good relationship. Like back then, like I talked about, those first two platoons, I mean, that's the tightest I've ever been with guys, and we still are. Like, that is my family. Like, it's me, Dan Luna, Beto, all the guys, and the wives were all very close. They all had kids around the same time. They were all getting So it was very just like this very close knit, tight unit that we had, and I think she really took that and ran with it. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything better at all. She handled it like a champ.
Were there any of these stories? I know you're in and out on this stuff, but as he's going through the stories, because we've had other kind of spouses sit in sometimes, and sometimes they're like shouting from the back, like, "That's not how it went."
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Were there any of the stories that you heard? You're like, okay, I need a piece of this.
I mean, no, I was like in and out a little bit, so I didn't hear everything, but
I didn't hear his lies.
Yeah. It's pretty aligned usually with whatever he's saying. I feel like we're so close. It's like now we've been together 19 years. I'm like, it's like we're half of the same person. So no, I mean, mostly like I just see things from a different, vantage point, but it's the same, about everything that we went through. I definitely feel like it was an honor. Like I love the way that the community is. Like we consider you guys family. Like it's just awesome to be back and have time to reconnect with people. But the relationships that we forged, I mean, it was so every deployment he went on, there was, chaos and it was kinetic and we lost a lot of people and people getting maimed and killed and injured was just the whole time, that we were in. So as a spouse dealing with that, it's just was a lot of exposure that I didn't anticipate to a lot of things and hardship. And I think the first person that I experienced like passing away was like Aaron Vaughn. And I was just like so thrown because you feel like the world should stop and everyone should like, not move. And then it was like people just kept going, or people that like didn't even know him were like being like, oh, posting pictures. And I was like, what is this?
Who are you, bitch?
This is so weird.
Yeah, and that was Extortion 1-7.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We were at Eric and Kelsey Carney's wedding when that went down.
Yeah. That next
and it
morning.
was like, I mean, that's how it was, though. I felt like the community was always like that, right? It was so kinetic. It was like the highs, the lows, something happening, And so I think you can get a level, like as a spouse, of like compassion fatigue and kind of tune out if you're not careful, or I definitely have been guilty of like following him down different paths and being like, okay, you want to go crazy? I'll go crazy too. And I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't keep up with you. And I knew that from when we were young. Like, I'm like, I don't want to go and do all that. But yeah, I think there's just like a lot of things that, we both appreciate about the community. I think everyone thinks that because of what we went through, like we would be jaded, or we're like, oh, this, and
fuck
I'm like,
the teams.
I'm like, no, that's
no.
our family. Like we don't have any animosity towards anybody. Even the guys that did what they did, I think they were so stupid. I think they had no clue that that's what was going to happen. To lead to that point, to go to get to trial, to be called onto the carpet, to have to recount stories that they made up. And I'm like, it all happened for a reason. I think we're just both just lucky and thankful he made it through it.
Thank fucking God, dude.
Right.
I mean. Yeah,
a lot.
And I'm not like a constitutionalist or any kind of fucking, by any means, a lawyer or any of that shit. But when I was hearing some of these stories about pretrial confinement, the fact that, like, dude, you were in the brig for, I don't know, how,
Nine and a half
months.
Yeah, almost a year before even like
going to trial.
An arraignment, right? I mean, had you been arraigned?
So they arraigned me, which they don't call an arraignment. They call it a Article 32 in the military. So that was probably like a month and a half to 2 months after I was in there. And that's where they They bring you in. They're like, hey, this is what we're charging you with. And then the judge makes a decision whether, hey, this is going to go to court-martial or this can be dismissed.
Yeah. So in a civilian fucking court, the fact that, I mean, even to be held for
48 hours,
4 to fucking 8 weeks.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And just be like, we'll get to you later. I mean, it still blows my fucking mind the fact that that's even allowed.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, there's civilian courts, but then the military is kind of just like, your civil rights don't really fucking matter here.
Well, that's what you guys, that's what the other thing that was really hard around that time was explaining to people that don't understand that when you guys sign on the dotted line, you don't realize you're also getting into the UCMJ. And so you don't have your constitutional rights that you think that you have. And so that's what was the learning curve when we went through all that was like, this is not normal.
Yeah.
People didn't understand what was happening because, number one, people didn't know about it at first. And then when we kind of came out with it and exposed it, people were so confused because like, wait a minute, how can you be incarcerated before you have charges? How can you be incarcerated before you have a trial? And it was like, oh, these are all things that we had to like really educate people on that it was not only possible, but that's what was happening.
And I think that's the fucked up thing too. And I'm not trying to certainly not trying to stand up for any part of the command that was piling on, but when you hear people, I would hear people talk like, well, fuck, he obviously did it. They've had him fucking in prison for 2 fucking months. And I'm like,
and that's the reason they had me in prison. So to create that narrative.
Yeah.
Like,
They
don't
negative
just
bullshit.
That is kind of like what we learned right off the bat, especially when they raided our house. The people, our neighbors, they're like, well, they just don't do that for no reason. And so automatically people look at you and you're guilty.
You have to be guilty because why the fuck else would you be in prison for fucking 2 months? You're like,
it's all part of the game.
Yeah, that shit blows my goddamn mind. Even to this day, I'm still like, the people who fight the hardest for the country and, and you get shit on the most.
Get screwed the hardest. Yeah.
To rewind things a little bit before we jump forward to this.
Ryan's like, whoa, chill the fuck out, guys.
No, it's good. This is all good. But what I'm saying is like, because I think everybody who knows your story knows that you're like the mama bear.
Yes.
And you're like, hey, when you talk about the Gallagher's story, you're a key part of that. We're like, hey, you were the one who went to Congress, who was doing the main fighting, because you're the only one who could fight at that point. So were there any, like training, it's not training as a spouse, but were there any things that you went through as a spouse while Eddie's active that were kind of like training you up to be prepared for this moment where you were like ready to go?
Well, again, I mean, I would have to say I would attribute it to like just the way that I'm made is like, I was like, I'm on, this is it. And I never second guessed. I was like, okay, this is happening. We had our home raided in June of 2017.
Yeah.
And then they took my kids out at gunpoint. We were living in Liberty Station, so we were in Point Loma. We were in the Village at NTC military housing. They took my boys out in their underwear at gunpoint. They were 8 years old and 18 years old. They had an entire team that was fully kitted up. So it was like 30 to 40 people they had assembled from Border Patrol and NCIS and just a bunch of clowns that had no business. Like they can't do house runs. They're not trained for that. And so they had already taken Eddie. They had taken him from the teams. They had put him in a room. There was no Navy SEAL threat. It was all semantics. Like the reason that they did it to not only intimidate us. They knew I wasn't there. My son had just turned 18. They had like 5 to 10 like black trucks, armored vehicles. They all like, got out, did this whole song and dance, like shut down the roads by our house, took the boys out. And it was like, I think that was the beginning of the realization that all that we had been doing, right? Which was like, trust the process. Like, yeah, we knew things weren't good, but like Eddie was getting shunned. He had been taken off of his training billet and all those things. I was just kind of like, okay, we'll figure this out. I'm very positive by nature. And I'm just like, whatever's going to happen is going to happen, but there's no way anything's going to come of this, right? Because you can't make something out of nothing.
Yeah.
That's what I kept telling myself.
So you got to trust the system in the beginning until you don't.
And that's there was really no guidance. It was like being thrown in the deep end, and we were figuring out our own way day by day. And he was definitely taking the brunt of it, just because like when he came back from that deployment, he was very rewarded, right? Because he took the worst platoon, turned them into the best, cleared Mosul in half the time. And so they gave him exactly what he wanted. He got that incredible billet. When they pulled him off of that, it was like the record stopped, you know? I mean, and I think he knew like this is messed up.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, it'll get sorted out. And then when they did the home raid, even then, I had actually 2 of my best girlfriends flew in from Indiana that same day. And I was like, hey, girls, just FYI.
First time visiting us in San Diego.
They are laying siege to my home.
Wow.
And so,
and wait, you had already been rolled up at this point?
Yeah, so I was in an interrogation room for 7 hours. They locked me in.
Oh, so...
He wasn't there.
It was like the same fucking day.
Yeah.
They rolled you up at Pendleton.
No. So this day I was at supply. So they kept moving me from place to place, shunning me from, and I was like, this is insane. So they ended up putting me in supply. I get a call from the XO, and he's like, hey, I want to meet you tomorrow. And it was a team guy. And I was like, okay. He's like, just come meet me in the morning. So I show up there 15 minutes prior, knock on his door, and there's 6 NCIS agents. Lock me up. He's sitting there looking at me like, oh. And so
I didn't know.
Yeah.
You're like,
and
bitch,
I gave him a
please.
look. I was like, nice, dude.
Thanks,
so then
dude.
they took me to an interrogation room right away. I was polite. I was like, I'm not talking to you without a lawyer. So they're like, okay. And they shut the door and did not come back for 7 hours. So during that 7 hours is when they laid siege to the house and to the kids at gunpoint. And so when I was let out of the interrogation room later that day, I shit you not, dude, I come out and there's these 2 dorky looking NCIS agents, like all kitted up, and they're like, hey, we saw your wife today. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, we saw your wife. And they were like trying to goat me. And I was like, all right, whatever. And so they took my phone, everything. So I ended up getting home, and that's when I found out when I got home that, hey, this happened.
So when this shit went down, you weren't there when they raided the house?
No, I got a call. My daughter, who was in Ohio, she got a call from the neighbor girl. And the neighbor girl's like, your brothers are outside in their underwear at gunpoint. And so, like, I rush home. I show up. The whole scene is still obviously going on. They immediately pull me into a van and start interrogating me and taking my phone, asking me if I know what the rumors are about him. And I was like, why would I recount rumors of my husband that aren't true? Smart. And then they're like, well, do you know that when he was over there, he was killing terrorists? I'm like, what do you think he's doing over there?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
I'm like, let me out.
Give the guy a fucking medal.
Exactly. I was like, yeah, he's awesome. So I think that even that point, I was still just trying to keep him from not losing it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a lot of opportunity for him to do that. And I was just like, we're not going to do this. We're not going to like break under this. Like, we're just going to keep moving forward. So we had actually already bought our home in Florida. We were on the verge of relocating. So the raid happened actually about this time. In 2017.
Yeah, it was around this time.
It was right this time, and then we basically went
9 fucking years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, we went from here to California here to Florida, and we were basically relocated by the 4th of July that year. And so what people don't understand is we had the home raid in June. The other incident that you were referring to, Kevin, was when he was at the TBI clinic. And so we had a big gap where he was still screening. He was doing, ground branch screening, going to do that.
Yeah.
He was just going to parlay out of the SEAL team to go right back into doing his thing. And I'm just like, here we go again. But I was like, whatever. I mean, he wasn't ready to stop at that point. And that was what I felt was like, okay, it'll also keep his mind off of all of this.
Well, I remember you and we were working for a company.
Yeah,
and we were in
with a
Tulsa.
certain individual.
Yeah. So we were in Tulsa doing like this contract for...
Did I talk about it with you at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
I wasn't really. Yeah, that's what the crazy thing.
But when we were there, you go, dude, I just picked up E8.
Yep.
And you're like, I'm gonna go do this billet. And I think at that point, I knew that you had been put in for a Silver Star and like all this shit. Like, dude, you'd been Sailor of the fucking Year, and I knew all the same stuff that went down because I was Sailor of the Year at SEAL Team 5, and I was runner-up with Marco Sabara.
Yeah.
He was the Team 3 Sailor of the Year, and he actually got Group 1 Sailor of the Year, and I was like under him. Mm-hmm. And then that same fucking year, I didn't make chief. I go, how the fuck do you not make chief as the
that doesn't make any
top
sense.
E6? And they were like, well, you still have a promotable when that
when that
platoon got disbanded. I'm like, all right. I'm like, whatever. And that there is what gave me such a bad taste in my mouth about the fucking teams, which I did it to my fucking self. I was a dumbass.
Yeah, but there's also politics involved where it's like, oh, there's certain people like, well, Kevin, he still has this. And like, I want this guy to get it. And so there's always that dynamic.
For sure.
You know,
I mean, I did a bunch of, that platoon, fuck, man. It was a phenomenal platoon. I wish we'd been able to go down range and fucking...
You guys would have wrecked
shit, because dude, that was like
war over.
Such a phenomenal platoon with full of dudes who, that was Beto's first platoon, and I almost feel guilty about the team guy I turned Beto into, because I'm like, oh god, like what did I create? But it's the same shit, and I see every, I'm seeing where you're coming from, because I was brought up in that team culture, and I'm like, dude, I would never badmouth the teams and go, dude, fuck these motherfuckers. I'm getting the fuck out. And I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm like, ride the fucking wave. Like, I just kept doing platoons. I'm like, at some point, they can't keep fucking saying I'm not going to pick up rank.
Right.
And shit, I'd been an E6 for fucking like 11 years.
Oh, he did the same thing.
That's what I looked up. I knew that. I always looked up to you for that, man, because I was like, I'm sure you thought of it differently. You're like, dude, I should be cheap. But to me, I was like, bro, this dude has been going forever as an E6. I was like, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I legitimately, she knows. She would.
I was like, are we ever going to make any money doing this?
No, I didn't want to pick up chief. I was like, dude, I want to keep doing platoons. And eventually, you're forced into it. And they're like, hey, you're a chief now, so you're doing this. And I think, but that's like the mentality we had back then. It's like, dude, I signed up to do a specific thing in this community, and I don't want to stop doing this thing. I feel like even when I picked up chief, that was my first, because they make you go do which I actually didn't have to do. That's a pretty funny story. So I got, the day I picked up chief, or the list came out, we were in UAE. So they were like, hey, Heinen calls me. He's like, dude, you need to come down to Sassanakal. You picked up chief. Just come down here. So
on a side note, Matt Heinen and myself, we made E6 at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah.
At SEAL Team 5.
Dang.
And it was fucking hilarious. And he retires like a 32-year Master Chief.
Dude.
And he's such a phenomenal.
Matt's
awesome.
such a fucking...
You guys remind me of each other.
Matt
honestly.
is a fucking good dude, man.
So he calls me. So I go down there, and I show up. And I have no clue about the Chiefs initiate. Like, don't know anything about it. So I show up there, and there's these 4 guys in line, and I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" And I'm in civvies, and they're in uniform, and I'm like, "What's going on?" Oops. They're like, "It's starting today," and I'm like, "What's starting?" And they're like, "The season," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "What season? What is this?" The door opens. They're like, "Get in here!" So these guys march in, and I follow in behind them. And there's probably a room full of 25 to 30 chiefs and above, senior chiefs. And
these aren't all team guys, though.
No, there's only Heinen and one other team guy in there. These are all techs and support. So
those guys go fucking full out.
So here's what happens.
Like,
so I go in there.
Navy Chief, Navy Pride.
Yeah. And so I go in there, and they're like, having these dudes next to me sing all these like songs and asking them questions. And I'm not saying a word the whole time. I'm just sort of like taking it all in and like looking around the room.
Still, you don't even know that you've made the list.
I knew I made the list, but I have no idea about the whole Chiefs thing. So I'm looking at Heinen in the back of the room like, bro, fill me in here. Like, what is this? Well, then this senior chief, he's like, what the fuck is your problem? And he's like pointing at me, and I'm like, well, he's like, you're too good for this? You're too good to do this? You team guy? You think you're too good? And I knew the guy. I'm like, first off, I was like, you work in supply? And he's like, yeah. I was like, we've talked. We've met each other. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, where was this fucking tough guy attitude when I talked to you before? I was like, what is this? And he's like, what? And
you can't talk to me this way.
So in front of everybody, I'm like, dude, I'll fuck you up, man. I'm like, don't you ever fucking. Hyman gets up and he's like, no.
Supposed to go.
He grabs me, pulls me out, and he's like, you're not doing this. I'm not gonna have you.
Fuck you up.
Yeah, because I was like, dude, I'm not getting yelled at by some dudes that I don't respect you, so you're not gonna yell at me like this. I don't care about your rank.
That time I needed a surefire light from Supply, you cockbag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want to talk about some issues? Let's talk about Supply. So Heinen's like, hey, you don't got to do this, but you do have to, when you get back, do the heck day, whatever they call it, right? So that was
the 7 C's.
Yes. So I flew back from deployment. Literally the day I get back, the 7 C's starts the next day, and I'm already irritated. I've been gone from home for 6 months. So I show up there, and poor Brian Gardner, who is one of my best friends, and he was my platoon chief at the time. I start doing it, and literally the first little evolution we do, they had to call Brian, like, dude, you need to come down. This guy's not going to make it to the day, because I was already like threatening to. I was like, dude, I'm going to fight everybody here, dude. Like, if you keep talking to me like this, I had some female senior chief telling me to get wet, and I was like, go fuck yourself. Like, I'm not doing this. And so Brian had to come down and literally watch me the whole day to make sure like I got through it. But my point to getting this is like, I saw it for what it was, because at the end of the night, you know, they do the whole like, you're part of this, you know, Chiefs thing, and I'm like, what this is I'm part of corporate now, and I like, you're no longer part of the, you know, E6, E5, E4 mafia. Now you are in this. They present it to you in this fashion, like, well, now you're the backbone of the Navy, and you must do what the institution wants, right? And I was so against that. I was like, I'm not here for the institution. I'm here for the boys, and I'm here to go downrange with the boys, and I can lead from that part. I can lead from that. I don't need to be in this thing, but it just, I was like, dude, this is not the path that I wanted. You know, like I see what I could see in the future where I was like, dude, this is probably my last platoon, and then what? And then I'm gonna go ride a desk.
Yeah, then I gotta go fucking write fucking counseling or
and he was never cut out for that.
No, and I was in good health. I took care of myself. I was like, dude, I can keep operating until the wheels come off.
Yeah,
dude. Like I can keep doing this, but you know, it's like at a certain point, they're like, well, now you're a manager, and I was like, dude, I'm not mature enough to do that, I guess, or I'm just not in the right mindset. But
well, and I think that's the dudes too that I looked up to. When you see these guys that make chief, senior chief, master chief, and they're still damn neck, like Lou Langless, who passed away in Extortion 1-7. He was one of the guys he was one of the training cell guys at Team 3 when I went through STT. He came in and actually bailed me out of fucking jail when I was.
Imagine that.
I would say bailed me out. They kind of let me out, but he was the type of guy I'm like, dude, this guy's just a fucking good dude. And he's the guy who wasn't like, he would teach you shit, but he wouldn't talk down to you.
Yeah.
I mean, he would go, yeah, you're a fucking new guy, piece of shit, and you don't know fucking anything. If you even knew anything, would be something, but you don't.
So let me help you.
Yeah, and here, this is how you fucking rappel and don't fucking die. And hey, asshole, fucking, yes, of course, put a glove on this hand and don't be a pussy and wear a glove on this hand, because you should be gripping the rope like this anyways. Yeah. But that was the funny shit. So when I made chief, I was getting my fucking like 8th knee surgery or some shit. They were going to scope my knee. And not to make it about Navy chief, Navy pride, but I was just whatever the fuck they call it, light limited or whatever. So I basically just used that as, I mean, I didn't do any of the initiation shit. I didn't do a fucking thing. And like I said, I had a fucking bitter taste in my mouth because I essentially waited an entire year. I did the entire workup with another platoon as like my 4th platoon LPO and going, great. And then I put on fucking, they finally go, okay, this is your 5th EP. That P is gone. You're, we know you're this, that, and the other. And we're finally going to allow you to be part of our fucking group. And I was like, you know what? I'm so over it. And so, like, we're marching around, and the Master Chief from Team 7, I won't say his name, but you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh.
He was, like, running everything. And you come in and you're, like, supposed to sing Anchors Away. I didn't know the fucking words to it. I'm like, how the fuck? They're like, he goes, you went to boot camp you went to boot camp in Great Lakes. When you go under the tunnel, I go, first of all, I went to boot camp in Orlando, and we don't sing Anchors Aweigh, and I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
It's also 1992 or something.
Yeah, right? I'm like, dude, I went to boot camp in 93, bro, and this is 20, whatever the fuck year. I think it was 2010 when I put it on, but we get through the whole, it was the rehearsal for the next day of getting pinned. And that was the first thing I showed up for, just the rehearsal. We were marching through and everything. And at the end of it, he goes, hey, who's not going to be there? It was like, hey, 1600, we're starting the 7 Cs. He was like, who's not going to be here for that? And I'm like, and he's like, we'll talk later. And so I walk over there to him, and he's like, hey, he's like, well, there's women that are pregnant that are doing this. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting knee surgery, and I'm light limited, and basically my whole SEAL Team 5 had deployed. So we're the guys who picked up Chief, and there was like 6 of us. It was like me, Treskin, Dan Fowles, fucking yeah. We're all like, man, fuck, we have to do this shit. And I was like, basically like, I'm not fucking doing it.
You're like 19 years into the time too, right?
I was 18.
Yeah, that's about me too.
Yeah, I was literally 18 fucking years.
Late bloomers, these two over here, aren't they?
Yeah. And it was one of those things where they're like, and so Wilsky's like, you'll be here for this. He goes, who from your command is still here? And it was fucking Master Chief Abear. And Abear goes, who's running this? I go, this guy. And he goes, oh, fuck that motherfucker. He goes, do you want to do this shit? I go, no. I go, dude, my family's in town. My dad just had I made up a bunch of bullshit. I mean, my parents were in good health at the time, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to spend time with my family.
AIDS.
And he's got AIDS, and and dude, Z is like, yeah, fuck it, man. You're on light limited. You don't have to show up for that shit. He goes, I'll take care of it. So sure as shit, dude, I didn't do any of that shit. And the whole thing is, I mean, you stay up. And I get it. It's rooted in tradition. And I'm not by no means I'm not trying to badmouth the fucking anchors and the teams.
I don't want to come off like that either, but I do think that tradition has been watered down over time. And that's the other thing. It's like, dude, make it something worthwhile. Like, not this go to station, like, hey,
and get
carry these eggs, and they're your sailors, and make sure they don't break. It's like, dude, are we not in a man's job right now, and you have me carrying around eggs? Like, dude, if you make this something I respect, then yes, I'll take part in it. But I cannot respect any of the way your philosophy of teaching right now. And it's this whole watered down deck plate leadership, which I completely understand why it's had to be done in the Navy that way. But the teams are
let me fight some motherfuckers.
We've been doing exactly. Like, let me prove it that way.
And it was very reminiscent to me of like the whole shellback thing, because they're like, oh, you guys are shellbacks. And my first platoon, we're coming across the equator, and we're like,
I did that too.
But they we can't. They're like, we can't. First of all, we can't haze the entire SEAL platoon because you guys would kick our fucking asses. And it's literally like, well, here's your certificate, and we're like, well, fuck, dude, you could have came up with something better than that. And I get the same shit, and even talking like Fowles and the dudes who went through it, Jeremy Treskin, and they're like. I'm like, hey, how was it? And because they were up all fucking night. I show up the next day, I'm all fresh. And, dude, I'm like putting my fucking khakis on for the first time and shit. And, my boys pin my anchors on.
And that's what I was going to say, too, man. I know we're talking trash, but, I will say the day that we pinned, having her and my kids come up and pin me, that was, a very you're proud moment. Because
absolutely.
It's my family's involved in this. They've seen all the work that I put into and done everything, and so I'm glad that they got to be a part of that and actually pin my anchors on, and getting to be up there with her. It's like that made it worth it. It's just it's just the goofiness that comes before that.
That's the difference between the regular Navy and not like I said, not to disparage the regular Navy at all, but there is a massive difference between the regular Navy and then the expectations of the SEAL teams. Right.
And I think there is a piling on of hey. Yeah, Navy. Fuck yeah, Navy Chief, Navy Pride. It's something to be proud of, and it's something to be, it's something to be admired. And it's like, dude, fuck yeah, you made fucking Chief. And I think if I'd put on Chief the year before, when I thought I was gonna make it, I would have been like, fuck yeah, dude. I would have been like, I would have been jumping through motherfucking hoops for this shit, probably.
You're already jaded.
Maybe
by
not.
That point.
Maybe not.
Yeah. Well, that's the
Could
thing
be.
too, man. Like Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said it could be. That could have been part of it.
Yeah. I
He
think
just
I
has
just
a
had such a
defiance
bad taste
disorder
in my
anyhow.
mouth.
So
that's
anything
another-
that they tell him to do, he's not going to do
defiance
it.
disorder is strong.
Dude,
for
Gabby's like, oh my God, you're such a fucking rule breaker. I'm like, what? I'm like,
I mean, sometimes it's so funny too because I'm like, it's just not necessary in this, and he just loves to do it.
oh fuck yeah, I'll go out of my way
Yes.
to
That's
fucking.
how
Same.
he is.
I'm like, if
Yeah.
you tell me to do something,
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm
It's
going
just-
to do the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's an important distinction that most like good team guys should
Yes.
have, though. And I think the system, well, the team guy training system does a good job of, number one, attracting those types of personalities, and then two, intentionally not weeding that out, because that is the difference between us and a lot of the other special forces, which are super capable in their own right.
They're more conventionalized mindset.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we had that
They have
exact same
different
conversation
mentality.
so we had Thursday, 2 days ago, we had Duffy Gaver.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know Duffy. He's a stuntman in the industry, and he was a Marine, former Marine, and was a team guy. He was Team 2.
80s team guy.
Yeah,
Oh,
80s.
cool.
Good
Dude,
fucking dude.
that's
Good
awesome.
fucking guy.
He's like 60 years old and he's jacked as fuck.
fucking
Heck yeah.
yoked in
That's so
all three of
cool.
us combined, dude. Now he just saw like he literally takes actors and shit and whips them into shape for roles in Hollywood and stuff. And he's a stuntman and does a lot of shit. But yeah, he's the same way. He goes, dude, when I was a Marine, it was literally like you're saying, I don't know a fucking thing that's going on. I'm waiting for word. I'm sitting around fucking waiting for what's going on. And if you say, hand me a fucking K-bar, like, take that hill, Marine. Yes, sir. Like,
Yep.
versus, hey, I want you to be a thinking member of this assault force and have some input. So you're doing a PLO going, hey, here's the actions AAO, actions at objective. Like, hey, we're going to come in, we're going to do an L-shaped ambush. You're going to have this. You're going to have isolation. You're going to have containment. This is the assault force squad. This is doing this and blah. And any number of people in the platoon can go, hey, chief, like, boom. Does it make more sense for fucking Delta to do this and Charlie to do this? And nobody's going to fucking be up his ass like, you fucking motherfucker.
No,
Right.
everybody has input and everybody has their voice.
Yeah.
I think that's a big difference. Is like the, and I mean, just running this show too, and being a part of all these conversations, I've learned so much more that, because our interactions with partner forces are, you're doing the job, but you're not really privy to their reasons why they're doing it or their mentality of it. So we've been able to kind of hear their reasoning for it and their thought process and going for it. And one thing that's become apparent is that the difference between, and this is just my perspective on it so far, but the difference between the SEAL teams and a lot of these other units is that a lot of the other units will be told, this is the objective, here's how you're going to do it. Every step of the way is mapped out for them. Whereas us, it's more like, here's what we want to accomplish. You guys figure out how the fuck to do it, whatever you think best.
Well, the biggest thing too I don't know necessarily that every other force is the same. But
I don't know.
I know the SEAL teams, you have officers who are obviously in charge, but they're not necessarily the tactical leadership.
No, usually not,
because
yeah.
they've only been
not supposed
around
to
for
be.
a few years. Yeah, and you have your senior enlisted, you have your chiefs, Navy chief, Navy pride. You have your chiefs that are essentially should be leading the charge.
They're the tactical leads.
Tactical lead. And they're like, hey, sir, with all due respect, I like what you're doing here, but it makes more sense for us to do A, B, C, and D. And if you have a good lieutenant or a good OIC, he's going to go, fucking absolutely. If his head's this fucking big and can't walk through a fucking doorway, then it's like, no, chief, I'm in charge. Fuck you. And then he gets shot in the back. No, I'm just kidding.
It can happen though.
Yeah, that culture distinction, that culture distinction is super important. That's the reason why we're able to accomplish what we're able to accomplish.
Right.
But also, it has to be protected.
Yes.
And when you believe in this culture, like the real brotherhood, when you spend decades doing this, and you believe in it to the level where it's almost like your religion at that point, and then to see it disintegrate and eroded in front of you is just so fucking disheartening, and that's why it needs to be protected. And I'm glad that the SEAL teams are protective of that culture, because the difference in the culture with us is if that officer who's clearly given an obviously better idea, doesn't accept it, his reputation within the community, within the group, will be eroded.
Yeah.
And nobody wants that.
Yeah, it'll get passed down. Like, this guy.
Well, and I think we got off on a fucking nice side quest there. But what I wanted to ask both of you
how,
anyways,
when, where,
who, what, when, where. I think this Emerald Spear is kicking in. By the way, smell this shit. I know you don't drink anymore, but goddamn, this is.
Oh dang!
That's
strong.
Reposado just came out, and holy fucking shit, man! It's
good.
I'm drunk now.
I've been on a tequila kick for the last probably
tip of the spear bender
year or so. Yeah,
it's the best liquor for you. It's not a depressant.
That's what they say.
It's not a depressant. Yeah.
But what I was gonna say is, when you got through this shit show of a fucking gauntlet, did you have anybody from the community reach out to you and go, "Hey, I'm so fucking sorry. I was wrong. I'm a fucking piece of shit. I was fucked up." Because I know there's a lot of fucking dudes that were jumping on this fucking bandwagon as a result of the piling on, and they're like, "Hey, if you don't get on the train or get steamrolled type shit."
Right.
Yeah, I had one individual, and I won't say his name because he sort of stabbed me in the back again. But like,
oh fuck,
yeah, he reached out and was like, "Hey, I want you to come on my podcast," and I was like, "Okay." And I had a Facebook post of his that was sent to me because I did respect this guy, and he was bashing me on social media while I was going through this. So I was like, "Hey man, before we agree to this, what can you explain this?" And so he was like, "Oh shit," and I was like, "Dude, and the way I look at it is this, man. I don't hold a grudge to anybody that was like maybe piling on the bandwagon, because you have to think about it, man. The command was going around to each team telling everybody I was guilty. Telling everybody.
The command put a lot into this.
Yes, and so if I was in their shoes, I probably would have done this because I have no reason not to believe the command. Why would the command lie to me about a certain individual? So I don't hold a grudge against them for believing that or like being like, "Oh shit, okay." But this individual, he apologized. He wrote me a long apology, and I was like, "Cool, man, all's forgiven." I forgave, and so I went and did his podcast, and then come to find out 6 months later, he's still, and I'm like, "Okay, dude, shame on me, right?"
Fool me once.
Yeah.
Dude,
but most guys that I know, like, and believe me, I know more than most people probably do because the teams is a very, sewing certain, like, I know what certain things people said. I don't bring it up to them when I see them. I'm not going to be like, "Hey, dude, I know you said this." I sort of just let it go, and like they're like, "Dude, okay, I was wrong," or like they're cool with me, and I just let it go like that because I'm not trying to. If I went out to everybody and you said this, I'd be constantly, and so it's not worth my time and effort, and I think there are people that did realize that they were either lied to and they were maybe in the wrong for joining a certain side, but at the same time, I think they're like, okay, and like I said, I don't put the fault on them, man. The command had put out a narrative, and we all, have been in that position, and we've learned through our experiences. Nick Bickle's a great example, right?
Yeah.
The narrative that was
still
put out
talk that
about
fucker.
Yeah. So, and we helped him out through our foundation, but the narrative that was put out about him right off the bat was like, this dude's selling guns to the cartel and like blah blah blah, and the command was putting that out. About maybe 70% of that is true, like not true, and there's a 30% of like a little bit of truth. And so I came to realize after that, I'm like, dude, there's a lot of things that I was told by the command that aren't true, like that they wanted to sway a certain narrative because the Warcom, everything derives from Warcom. So if they want a narrative to be put out, it's coming from Warcom.
Yeah.
And that includes, guys that are on the outside, that are writing books or doing whatever. If they don't like it, all of a sudden this disseminated information will come to the teams. Like, "Oh, can you believe this motherfucker's doing this?" That all comes from higher up because they want, yes.
Yeah.
And so
I had dudes. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I had dudes reaching out to me, literally phone calls, and they're like, "Hey, man, you're backing the wrong fucking horde." I would post shit. I'm like, "Hey, support Eddie. Get on board. $40 tattoos at Flesh." And dude, I'd have dudes call me like, hey man, just so you know, he's gonna be found guilty.
It was a big dividing line of the team.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, it was
but I think
huge.
when I look back at it, and you alluded to it, the entrance into the SEAL teams that Eddie and I had, the level of men, the level of pipe hitters that we were affiliated with from the get-go, like the truest of the true, that 10-year evolution was nuts.
Yeah.
And the quality of people that he had under him by the time he became chief, and then how green they were. And then again, taking a platoon from the worst performing to the best performing, we had been identifying the chasm between the old and the new school. And it was a real conversation for us over the dinner table with friends in the community. And we're like, something is happening here. These people were people that weren't even born before 9/11. And you're thinking, okay, this is worrisome. Like something is not right here.
It's definitely a culture shift.
Yes.
Go ahead.
What was super crazy to me was that people are like, oh, because the story and what people are saying, oh, Eddie did it. I'm like, I don't fucking care. Even if everything they said you did was true, I'm like, that's fucking awesome. Nobody this is what we're supposed to do. Why the fuck are you mad about this?
That's what was so confusing about the whole thing. But I think, to the point of what I was saying, when we started to go into this, and then the dynamic when it really changed and when it really the lid blew off was when he was taken from the TBI clinic in September of that year, and it was on 9/11. And it was like the definition of injury to insult, right? They're taking this man that's fought the entire GWAT, and they're pulling him out on 9/11 to break him. And we had a conversation that morning, and he was doing all these different therapies and like modalities, and he was like, upset, rightly so, because someone's like, some yoga instructor, you guys should forgive the terrorists. He's like, what the F? What? And I said, hey, what I'm learning today, like my Bible study was about Joseph and his brothers, like threw him in a well. They basically abandoned him. And that was the beginning of his rise to power. And he went through all these things that he would have never been in the place that he needed to be if that wouldn't have happened. I don't even know why I shared that with him. That day, he was thrown in jail.
He mentioned that earlier.
I told that same story.
It was
That's crazy.
And again, I have chills. It was so wild. But I will tell you, I think Eddie takes it more personally. Again, he's calling out a certain person. I didn't look at people like that. I looked at people as if you are so scared to believe that this could be true. And why would that be? These people are so bought in, as you guys all were. The men are, the women are. You're out there sacrificing your life day and night. The idea that we could have been at the precipice of getting completely railroaded by the command that he served, I think it was so frightening to people that they did not even want to let that in their brain matter, because it for sure was frightening.
Yeah.
And the command just complete boop.
And
disappeared.
Once that fucking locomotive starts.
Oh, the hate train was real.
Yeah. From the first rotation of the wheel.
Yes.
You ain't stopping that motherfucker.
No.
And that was the biggest thing that I learned from when our platoon was disbanded. Because it was disbanded. Great. Yeah, we were a bunch of fucking shitheads.
Right.
And we were the biggest liberty risk. Probably not ever.
Out there.
But
top
the
5.
shit that we actually got accused of, and the reason the platoon was disbanded,
was nothing.
So to give
we
you
didn't
an
even
example,
fucking do the shit
while I was being shunned and being investigated. So I'd be walking around the command. I'd have guys you
had to be escorted around the command, right?
No, not when I was being investigated.
Oh, okay.
I was, but I would start walking around. You're getting the side. I've been around the teams enough to where I'm like, I know what that look is. Guys are like, staring at me from a distance, and guys
fucking
and guys were coming to me like, hey man, I heard from everywhere I was raping women to I was stomping out little kids. I mean, dude, the amount of rumors and lies that had spread from the west to east coast,
and
I literally
and shit.
And I remember the first guy that came up to me and told me that, he's like, dude, this is what they're saying. And I looked at him, and I had done a platoon with this dude a couple years back. I'm like, do you believe that I did that? He's like, no. And I'm like, then
you
come
killed
on, man.
someone with a toaster.
Yes, that one.
That was Taco.
Yes,
That was
Taco. I got mixed in with that.
Was an epic
which is
story,
actually
though.
a pretty cool story.
Yeah.
Which is another fucking weird thing. And the fact that, again, we're on another side quest, but the fact that there's been so many NCIS investigation of the SEAL teams, like Taco's platoon at Team 7. Why is it always Team 7? No, just kidding.
Yeah,
It's-
something to that.
And I
Lucky
want
number
to say it
7.
was the 03-04 deployment, because Team 7 relieved us. They got essentially investigated.
Yeah.
And god damn.
I had Taco out to do our podcasts. Was like 2 weeks before he died, and he
Dude.
came out. We did like a 3-hour, and it was the first time he had really like gone through the whole thing and went through everything that he went through during that time. And I'll tell you what, man, that was a blessing too, because he was like, dude, this is the first time I've opened up like this. And he's like, I'm doing it because, like we've been through the same thing.
Dude.
And dude, at his funeral, they were playing it because they were like, dude, this was the first time he's ever talked about that.
Yeah. He's such a dude.
yeah,
he
he was
was
a phenomenal
such a
guy.
fucking good dude,
Talk about an
man.
impact on the community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even still
after.
now.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was at Kent's pub literally a week before he died.
Yeah.
And hanging
Such
out
a-
and drinking the
such a
fuck out of some
legend.
club soda, because he was and he made no bones about it. He was like, dude, I was the biggest piece of shit, and he goes, even to this day I feel ashamed with the way I acted, even when Leilani was diagnosed with cancer, and he was like, dude, he goes, it was all about me.
Wow.
And he goes, oh my God, why the fuck would God do this to me? And like, my wife's got cancer now. And like, he goes, it took me a while to just go, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
And he,
He's transformed.
yeah.
He
But I
did.
think that's good though, man, because like that shows growth.
Yes.
Like I always want to be hopefully slightly, but moderately embarrassed by who I was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Because that means I got better over
Right.
5 years. That means I learned. That means I'm progressing. I'm doing more, But Andrew, while we have you here mic'd up, I want to ask you this question. We're talking about the splintering of the SEAL teams, or not the SEAL teams, but the splintering of the Brotherhood and what that meant. From your perspective on the backside, you had this core group of spouses. Was there a splintering on that side too, or how did that look from your perspective?
No, I feel like the people that were beside us were consistent and stable. But again, it's almost like the feeling when you get out of the SEAL teams and then it's like, okay, there's that dividing line, right? Because when you're in, you're in. And when you're out, you're out.
Yeah.
And whenever I would see that, I would always like, oh, that's so unfortunate. But I understand it and I get it. And we were kind of on the outs. Like it was like, okay, we're targeted. This is us. I really viewed it as like this was a personal battle. So when he was taken on September 11th, I distinctly remember just hearing the voice of God, and it was saying like, this is not just about you, meaning it's not just about me and Eddie. And I don't know if you remember at that time, but like they were really ready to go after the teams, and they were starting to make a thing like, hey, we're going to go out, we're going to go after cases and reopen stuff.
Yeah.
That's,
Dude, if that would have worked,
and this is
holy
what I'm
shit.
saying, that people do not understand the
Yeah.
level. Even with our case, there was 3 other cases that were, or like 2 to 3 other cases that were going to get tried as soon as ours were over. I viewed it as a personal responsibility that we had to the teams that was like, these men that have been fighting this entire global war on terror, these women that have lost husbands or whatever, like if this precedent gets set, it's over.
Yeah.
And so I firmly believe that, and I literally never flinched. I never thought that we were going to lose. It was always, how do I work the problem? Like, how do I bring this?
Taught her well.
I didn't teach her. That's all. Like that's her. Yeah.
Yeah,
She.
I just have a natural ability to like, I don't really think that
Sift
anything's
through the
impossible.
bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I set my mind to it, I can figure this out. And
Yeah.
so it was just every day working the problem. But when he got taken, he was put in jail. We thought, okay, he's going to have this hearing and then he'll come out. He wasn't. But I will tell you, I really do believe that him being thrown in jail was the best thing that could have happened, because if he was home with us, we would have just taken it and we would have just not, I wouldn't have blown it up. wouldn't have come out.
Wouldn't have been serious.
I wouldn't have gone full tilt like I did, and it needed to happen
Things
that way.
happen the way they're supposed to.
And it did. And like me seeing him so shut down, and like he's always been a fighter. That's his natural inclination. Him being put in a freaking cage. And I knew what they were doing. They were doing it so he was disabled.
Nobody puts Eddie in a corner.
And they found that out. But it was like our friends that were there for us were there for us. But there was very little that people could do, right?
Yeah.
And so I never wanted to put that on my friends or women or the community. It was like, this is a personal burden that we were supposed to take on. And I'm thankful it was us. I mean, there's a lot of people that marriages would have been ripped apart. Families, kids would have been ripped apart.
Yeah.
It made us stronger. It was not something that I take lightly. I feel like it was a calling, like God enabled us to go through it. I feel like it was for a higher purpose, for a higher power. I think the chasm in the teams was a real thing. It was already happening. We were wrapped up into it, but it was like a million points of light that came together that created this dynamic for this case to be as insane as it was, and NCIS is known for going after, taking after team guys. The way that the command buckled when these guys came to them and threatened to go to Fox News and expose, the command was so weak. And again, we're talking about like the institutional mindset of like, I'm like, you guys are so fake.
That shit blows my goddamn mind, even to this day. And that's probably
they cowered.
Yeah.
To three turds that had nothing.
Every single time. The first time they came in and fucking started investigating Team 7, and granted, I wasn't there because I was at 5, but even hearing about it, it was like the way you hear team guys talk about it, like, dude, you would have thought they would have just fucking Olayed NCIS in, like, here you go, here's our computers, here's our shit, and you're like, dude, what the fuck? And then, I mean, that was in 2004. What? I'm not good at math. Fucking
13
years later.
Oh, I was gonna say 7, but I'm so stupid. But
so, well,
but yeah, it's like here we go again.
Yeah.
It's like what the fuck?
It's always the same playbook though, and that's what people don't understand. This stuff evolves and happens at the same. Like things happen. They try to turn you. They try to turn the family. Like they do all these things. So that's why we've been able to kind of take that roadmap and the way that we fought and the trail that we blazed through myself and Eddie's brother, who was a godsend for him.
Yeah, Sean was fucking just a
He was incredible.
Bro.
And so my experience and I had always been very good at like marketing, branding, building projects, assembling teams. So it was like that on a larger scale. And I was just like, okay, now we're going to Congress. Okay, now we're doing this. And we just had so many people that was like divine connections. Yeah. We had a horrible legal team.
There were people literally going, who the fuck is this Andrea Gallagher person? Literally.
You just found out.
They're like, hey.
I think that's a great...
You want to take a break?
No, I was thinking that's a great transition into the Pipe Hitter Foundation and what that meant, the catalyst for that, and what you guys have done with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's been a huge thing for us. So, I mean, obviously, we had been going through it. That deployment was 2000.
Told you I'd finish this.
Yeah, you did.
My man.
2016 to 17, then the trial was 2018. Right? Or no, excuse me.
2000.
No, you were locked up in 18, trial 19. So you have to think, this is years out of our life that we were devoted to this. He didn't actually get out of the military until 2019, right at the end of that year. And that was heartbreaking for him. Like, he never would have left the teams.
Yeah.
And not only did we win the case, it was just like the way that we carved out this niche of like, you don't have to give these lawyers that they give you. They gave him a lawyer that was out of Lemoore for a JAG. He didn't come until he was in jail for 2 months. We also got connected. It was actually through Dave Schwartz. I know you guys had him on, but Dave Schwartz had found a nonprofit that was like, oh, we'll pay for your legal fees and we'll provide the lawyers. Well, we found out that this was basically like a huge Ponzi scheme. So through the course of him being jailed up, we were like, he was not confident with them or the lawyers. And then we were like, we have to get rid of this team. Through a series of events, we got connected with Bernie Carrick, who was a police commissioner on 9/11. And Bernie Carrick had gone through his own fair share of hardship. He came in, brought his lawyer, Tim, in.
And that dude's been on Fox and Bernie's been he's very well known.
He passed last year.
But I mean, he's a living legend and a hero. He kind of came in, he stepped in, he was a strategic advisor to me and like kind of like a godfather, just came in, brought Tim in, moved the lawyer out that
Parlatore.
Yes. So we moved out one of the corrupt lawyers, we fired him, moved him to second chair, got a chance for them to look over the case stuff and kind of review everything. And then through the course of that,
we brought in Mark Mukasey as well.
Ended up firing the other guy. Basically told the nonprofit that was corrupt like pound sand. Then Drago and Rachel of Navy SEAL.
Yeah,
Navy SEALs Fund.
Yes, they were always simultaneously with us.
Dude, they're phenomenal.
They are godsends, and so they really were the ones that enabled us to like switch the gears, turn the page, hire this amazing legal team. The level of fundraising, we basically raised like $750,000. So
shit.
People got behind his campaign. Everything that we did was starting to work. We were gaining traction, momentum. We went to Capitol Hill. I think it was close to probably March of the year before your trial. That was what ignited the attention of the president. So we got 50 members of Congress to sign on to allow him to get out of pretrial confinement. And at that point, simultaneously, the president was getting involved. The other prosecutors were spying. And when the prosecutors basically put a beacon tracking system into the email, the judge finally was like, that's enough. He's allowed to get out. So he was out by March
was released,
or April?
about 3.5 weeks before trial, right? Around there.
Which, that's a whole other fucking thing. Like, when I found out that fucking shit was happening, you're like, wait.
So
these motherfuckers are spying on all the disclosure fucking documents.
So, and they were also just on media.
Yeah.
They had put tracking beacons in all the media, too.
They were doing this the whole time. So
they were.
I was going to these court hearings, and the media would be putting out new, pretty much fake stuff about me before my legal team even got any of the things to prosecute. So they were leaking stuff to the media.
Fake information.
We'd call them out. We'd
Who's
be like,
leaking?
So
NCIS? Or
it was NCIS and the prosecution. The prosecutors.
At this point, you think Warcom was still actively working against you, or
yes,
you think it was just NCIS?
Gave all of my information to New York Times, everything, which is we found that out after the fact, which is the only reason that we could actually go after the Navy when I got out. They violated some right that you do have in the military, and they violated that one. One of the only rights you have, these idiots violated.
Were you able to sue them?
So yeah, we ended up suing them when we got out.
The actual Navy.
The Navy. And we ended up settling because that's a whole nother.
We got a settlement.
Yes, we got a settlement.
It wasn't
versus
much.
going to trial or some shit.
It was
so you guys are
less
going
than a
through all
reenlistment
this,
bonus.
And I listened to you guys' show with the anti-hero, or your show with the anti-hero guys, which does a great job of doing this. I didn't listen to the SRS one, but this is I'm familiar with this.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, that's a whole other thing. But all this to say, you were exposed to how fucking corrupt the system is, and then the solution that you guys implemented from that.
Yeah, so we started formulating that when I was locked up. I would call her and tell her about some of the young kids I was seeing in there and like the stuff they were going through. And then obviously we were going through it as well. So we both decided like, hey, we need to do something about this when we get out. So we decided to come up with a foundation. We call it the Pipe Hitter Foundation. The reason I named it Pipe Hitter is just because usually, when you're asking about a dude, like, hey, what's up with this guy? If they say he's a pipe hitter, it's like, all right, he's a good dude, right?
Thank you, Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah. So we called the Pipe Hitter Foundation. We started that a year after I got out, or the year
we got
when
our
I got
IRS approval in 2020. And
Yep.
Yeah,
And
we really modeled it off of Navy SEALs Fund, but we wanted to have a wider breadth. So we did, service members, police, first responders, and their families. So Navy SEALs Fund is exclusive to Navy SEALs, which that's why they helped Eddie. But it was a critical reason why we felt like Bernie's involvement and him being the police commissioner, we didn't realize that at the onset of 2020, all of the stuff that would happen, right? And so cops were going through
fucking COVID and all that shit.
The ringer.
The ringer. They were, they were burning everywhere down. It was all that whole time. And so it was really just, taking that model that we had galvanized through assembling a team, fighting it through advocacy, social media. At the beginning of the nonprofit, we did more news and like networks, but now so much has evolved, as you guys know. So now we can utilize podcasts, or we can utilize our own platforms. Eddie has a huge platform, and we're able to put stuff out through that. So it's able to help families that are basically entrapped in legal hardships.
Yeah.
It's usually, we don't take anyone on that's, we really want people that are in trouble for doing their job.
Doing what they were trained to do.
Usually what happens is they get cleared at the department level. It's not going anywhere. And then some corrupt DA or someone will come and try to make a name for themselves. And then these people get wrapped up in, it's again, similar to us. It's a years-long battle. And that's what people don't understand. These people fight for years.
And it's fucking draining.
It's draining.
That's how they fucking get you. They go, I'll just keep filing fucking these fucking continuances.
Endless.
And what people don't understand is like, dude, as long as you have a lawyer on a retainer, it's cost you fucking thousands of dollars, of fucking weeks, months.
To bring up
like hours.
The point, like the T-shirts that you just had done for us, which are amazing. I think I had it around here, but
I got them over there.
The back of the T-shirt says the process is the punishment, and that is what. When we were helping people, we help them understand that, like, right from the get-go, you don't have to be charged with anything. But they're like, hey, trust the process. The process is the punishment, dude. They start draining your bank account. They start putting a dividing line between you and your family. They stress you out. Oh, yeah, right here. Dude, this is sick. That's a sick design.
There you go.
Yeah.
Pipe Hitter Foundation.
Yeah. Thanks to Ryan's freaking awesome branding, dude.
Damn,
this is sick.
who designed that shit? Look at that guy.
He's a hero.
No, she did. That was her idea.
It was our joint idea, but we worked back and forth. Well, Ryan and I are both like the marketing branding.
Yeah.
We're like, I'm like, change this, do that, make this person that, and
the yin and the yang.
Yeah,
we're just trying to make cool stuff.
Yeah, and you do.
Yeah, you do. You did a great job on that, Ryan.
The cool part of the nonprofit, obviously, and the one I like the most, man. And when I talk about, this was all in God's plan, and like Andrea saying, like, we're going to be doing something bigger. Yes, we help these people. We raise money for the legal defense. We give them emergency relief funds, and we advocate for them, and we help them along. But what I really love about it is we are able to, like, pour into some of these people, like, especially the spouses. Andrea is able to talk to the spouses and get them to stand up and, like, hey, you can speak out for your husband. And she really does. She inspires a lot of them to do so. And then I'm able to talk to the guy who is going through it, who's at the lowest point of his life, and I can relate to, and so I can talk to him about that, and it really does help these individuals out because I mean, I can't tell you how many phone calls you have, and these guys they're at rock bottom, man, and there's nobody else they can turn to because no matter what department they come from, law enforcement, whatever, they've been shunned and they can't. They're like, dude, nobody will talk to me.
It's very isolating, and you think a lot of these, like obviously police force, similar to military, it's like that is your ecosystem.
They turn on you.
You're completely extracted.
Or they back away.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
but also a lot of these people they're laid off until further notice, so they can't work, they can't provide for their own family. These are people that have literally dedicated their whole life. This isn't someone that just went in. We have people that have literally had an entire life of dedication to this. It's ripped from them, and then they can't even put food on the table for their families.
As a result of doing their job.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. And the wheels of justice move very, very, very slowly.
Yeah.
And so the hardship that comes upon these people and the isolating nature of it, and then also knowing that they will more than likely never be able to go back to that, they're going through a crisis. So you have a legal hardship, a financial crisis, your family is turned upside down. Again, many years
your identity or purpose
an
is taken
identity
from you.
crisis.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something that we feel honored. We feel called to this. We would have never started a nonprofit. We didn't have any aspirations of doing that. But because of the help that the Navy SEALs Fund provided for us, and Drago and Rachel specifically being like, what you guys have done, how you did it, the way that you galvanized, you have to do this. So we basically took their exact model. We don't have any, what happened with the other nonprofit too, which is called United American Patriots. It was very corrupt. It was founded by a guy who was, I think, a former Marine.
Where'd you get them dresses?
And he did do it out of a heart of like, he wanted to help people. Where it went off the rails was these lawyers who were members of the board staged a coup, and they basically took it over. And then it started to be, they would just churn.
Oh, yeah.
They would churn the bills. They wanted to keep Eddie in jail. They basically used it as a way to fill the coffers. And so what started as a very true and righteous, for this gentleman, when it was taken over by the lawyers and a corrupt set of lawyers got involved, we wanted to basically shut them down, which we've successfully done.
Now that I think about it, I mean, it's actually very smart in terms of being
corruption.
corrupt.
Yeah, no, it was.
It's like, dude,
it's almost good as Somali daycare.
If we can keep a guy with fucking high profile, somebody, oh my God, who best? So like a Navy SEAL.
Just to give you a prime example, right? So I was the whole time asking for speedy trial. The moment they locked me up, I was like, I want to go to trial now. You can't, as soon as you request speedy trial, then you put the prosecution on his toes, because it's like they have only a certain amount of days to get their case ready. But there's little games that can be played in between there, right? And the command is actually playing these games too. So before my 60 days were up before the speedy trial, the Commodore Rosenblum put in for a request to have me get a psych eval, because he knew that would then extend it out, and then they couldn't go to trial. So
another fucking, how many days is that? 120 days.
It ended up being 9.5 months. But
fucking Christ, dude.
While I had those lawyers, so Andrea was out beating the drums, like just crushing it. These lawyers were telling me to tell her to stop doing it. They were like, she needs to stop doing this. And then
she's too effective.
And it was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
So then I have a meeting with them, and they're like, hey, they don't come. So I was allowed out 1 hour out of the brig to go meet with them. They don't show up until 50 minutes is up. My lawyers finally walk in. They're like, hey, we want to talk to you real quick about something. I'm like, what's that?
We got 9 minutes.
They're like, we want to extend the trial out a year. And I was like, so what does that mean? They're like, that means I'll be locked. You'll be in prison for another year before trial. And I was like, you're out of your
fuck yeah, dog.
You are out of your fucking mind.
So, but the thing was, by this time with Navy SEALs Fund, we had already probably raised $250,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they were watching that, and they wanted it.
They tried extorting us.
They tried to extort us. And so what they saw was dollar signs in their eyes. They had myself and Sean that were like little freaking, Energizer bunnies. They're like, dude, we could make millions, is what they thought. And every time he would go to a trial,
which is why they want to extend it out.
Yeah, every time he would go to a hearing, he would come back, he would call me, and the phone lines are tapped, so that he's calling from the brig at Miramar. And
he's like, what are you wearing?
Yeah, well, believe me. Some of that was probably captured.
We got it done in the courthouse a couple times.
That was thanks to the brig chasers, though.
Yes, they hooked me up.
That's fucking funny.
They were very kind.
In my blues, in handcuffs.
Yeah.
Some conjugal visits.
Yes. But yeah, it was definitely like a whirlwind of learning that not only were we being targeted by the U.S. government, he was hemmed up in the MCRD. There was like so many things that were corrupt about everything that was going on.
UCMJ.
No, well
MCRD is a Marine Corps, or not an MCRD.
I'm sorry.
I'm like MCRD.
That's a Marine Corps.
That's a recruit depot.
Miramar, MC, whatever. I forget the
brig. The brig.
Within the brig system, and then like the whole JAG Corps system screwed up. So you're fighting on all these fronts, and then we were finding out we were basically going to be starting to be extorted by our legal team.
Yeah.
And so then at that
dude,
point, and then him knowing when they would go to these hearings, it was a joke. He's like, they're not doing anything. He would go and do these fake scenarios. They brought in people to like, okay, let's work through your childhood trauma and tell us this and let's do. And he was like,
what does this have to do?
What is happening here? And he was like, babe, they're not ready.
Are these like his actual lawyers?
These were with the corrupt nonprofit.
So they would bring in all these extra lawyers to come down to get paid.
And of course, they need extra money.
Churning the bill.
And this is like, I have an hour each time I'm out of the court. I'm meeting with them in handcuffs, and then they're like, "Hey, we want to talk about that." And you're like, "Dude,
how long is your foreskin?
What is the fucking plan here?"
But when we basically did all that, we put him on notice. We're like, "Do not use any of his image, name, likeness. We're fully abandoning you." Navy SEALs Fund came behind us. We went full tilt with them.
Yeah.
We hired on the new legal team, but it cost over $500,000 for his legal defense. And that team of Mark Mukasey, Tim Parlatore, Bernie Carrick as our strategic advisor, and then their legal support, they were prepared for the trial in 60 days.
Yeah.
Wow.
We
Yep.
won it
Of
in
course.
60 days.
And then when we won it, that old nonprofit that we had kicked out sued us
For $1 million.
So then we countersued them, and we actually went to mediation, and that was probably the funniest,
I wish
shit
we could
I've
have
ever
recorded it.
I know. So like the lawyer that I fired, Colby Vokey was his name. He ended up suing me for $1 million or us for $1 million. So we countersued. So we go to this.
Like you actually, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was like, I don't know what he thought.
I don't know what he thought
I don't know
either.
where
just
he
wanted the
thought we
money,
had
yeah.
$1 million.
Yeah,
Like,
and-
we're millionaires now.
So we were like, dude, we're
what?
not paying you a freaking penny, dude.
Right.
Like, and not only that, I signed a contract with you that said you guys were taking
They
care
were
of
going
all
to
the legal.
pay.
Yeah.
No legal. No
You're
money was out of
gone.
hand.
So this dude hires these two quack job Texas lawyers, bro.
Yeah.
I can't even do this justice, but like we get on this thing, right? And their whole bit was, oh, you guys have money from the money that was raised. You're hiding it, and you owe us whatever. And so we're like, dude, first off, we don't have any money.
Yeah.
We spent it all on legal fees and everything else.
yeah.
But they had these Texas lawyers, and he's like, so Andrea, during the trial, she had wore these nice dresses every day because she's a classy woman and she looks the part, and she got them from this thing called Rent the Runway, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's renting these dresses.
Yeah.
I had some of them. We have outlets by
Yeah.
us, so
So-
I got some of them
But
on sale.
this guy's like, because we're like, we don't have the money. He's like, where'd she get the money for the dresses?
Yeah.
Where are the dresses? She spent money on dresses like this, and we're
And
like,
look, they were saying,
I shop at Ross, bitch.
yeah, baby, I'm a sales shopper.
it was the craziest.
We couldn't believe it. And then they also accused us of buying the house off of the legal funds. And I was like, I said, you did the math wrong. We bought the house in 2018.
before the whole thing.
Yeah. And they were like, what? Like they were so ill prepared, and it was
God.
such
Their
a
closing
joke.
statement, this dude
Yeah, he
comes
did like
back
a little
with
PowerPoint.
a PowerPoint, and all it said was Eddie Gallagher, hero or criminal. Is he guilty? We don't know. And he just goes, it's like not even part of
compelling.
what we're doing. And we're like, so needless to say,
They're like,
that
he
the
was
guy,
already acquitted, you dumb fuck.
yeah, needless to say, the guy was
That's
mediating.
not
it
even
was
what
like,
you're fucking suing us
this
for.
is over. They're not paying you a dime. Like go,
But again, that
Ross,
went
fucking
on
stupid.
until like
like this one.
2024.
Beat it,
Beat it,
nerd.
nerd. Exactly.
That's your Tiny Tats tattoo. I remember when you
What
got
was the
that,
lawyer's
Kevin.
name? It was like John or something. When we kept calling him, he's like, "Don't call me John." He's like yelling on the court thing, like, "Don't you call me that? It's my
What do you
name
want
is
to be
this."
called?
And so, like at the end, when we were all
Councilman?
done, we were like, "Later, John," and we shut off the thing.
All we did
we
was
were clowning.
terrorize
Yeah,
him.
we clowned. I mean, that's all you
we
can do
were
at that
so
point.
good though at getting like shunned and canceled and used by the media as political pawns. And I will tell you, it's like everyone should experience something
Yes.
like that because it'll take the blinders off of how much nonsense is out there.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff you're seeing, most of the stuff you're watching, it's nonsense. It's really like formulated. It's one side or the other. It's completely just trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we learned a lot through that time. And it was hard, right? Because like he was in the brig. He didn't really know what was going on. And I was telling him, I was like, you're like castaway. You just got sent to a deserted island. And when you come back, you're going to be a little bit like you're all over your international and national news.
Yeah.
And he was like, he couldn't really put his mind around it. And I was like, well, this is what needed to happen to elevate the story. The story was just huge at the time. And I
Yeah.
mean, you guys got a lot of it here, but like I was still doing news hits in Florida all the time, like all the way up leading up to the trial. And then the trial was covered like insane. And so a lot of those things, like the experiences, as bizarre as they were, it just taught us like so
Yeah.
much.
Well, I think everything comes full circle, right?
It
I mean,
does.
it's cliche to say that everything
If you
happens for
let
a
it.
reason, but I think there are lessons in everything. And if you choose to take the path of finding the pathway to create something from
Right.
this, right?
Yes.
I think you guys have done a phenomenal job of that with creating Pipe Hitter Foundation, all the good that you guys have done, like learning the lessons that you've learned and then helping other people not have to go through the same
Yes.
stuff.
Oh yeah, it's an
Yeah.
honor, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
it's been 6 years, and the amount of people that we've helped, and we just had a recent documentary that came out. The Mulligan brothers did it, and they did a really good job. They showed kind of a high level of our story, where we are now, and then the foundation, and it was getting to hear from some of our
people
recipients.
that we've helped.
I mean, Eddie and I were sitting there just
some of the stuff they were saying, because
up.
you don't get to talk to them a lot afterwards, you know, because like we're
I mean,
helping.
they go on with their life. That's what you want.
And so then hearing them, like the impact that we had on their lives, it was like, bro, like this is, you know, you're like getting,
killer.
tearing up because you're like, this is the impact that we're having.
I'll give you an example. We had this really young guy, and
this is an insane story, by the way.
He was just out one night playing pool with his buddies.
He's a sailor.
Him and another guy got into it because he was going after his buddy. The kid gets a knife through the head and stabbed multiple times throughout his body. He basically is life flighted. He's on the verge of dying, gets like multiple blood like infusions. The Navy comes after him.
Yes. NCIS comes in and is like, we're charging you.
You started
with assault.
this shit.
All he did was step in to break up, like protect his buddy, and end up getting stabbed in the head and everywhere else. So this poor kid is dying. The Navy and NCIS are like, oh no, we're charging you with
His
this
name's
X, Y, and Z.
Harrison Tace.
Yeah. So
And he was basically on the verge of signing a plea deal that would have given him a felony, ruined his life. This is a young man. And so we had helped with this case. We stopped. As soon as we heard about it, we were like, do not sign the plea deal. We got him a lawyer. They fought. Charges completely dropped. Went back to normal life. Well, in the, it was several years. We see him on this video. He is cute as a freaking button. He's turned into like a man, but he's got curly hair. He's with his mom, and he's like, you can quote me on this. They saved my life. I would have had my life taken and ruined. He's still he was able to go back. One of the few that was able to go back.
Oh no shit.
Because the charges
still
were
in the military.
dropped. Still in the military.
Wow.
And he is
Dude,
just
you don't have
cute
a
as a
bad
freaking
taste in your
button.
mouth after that.
Yeah.
God damn.
But I
it
mean,
also-
the kid was on the verge of death's door.
yeah. It
And
also
then
goes
being
to show.
motivated to, sign this plea. And it was like, that was the one I think that made us tear up the most. We're like, dude,
Yeah,
this is
'cause
so
you don't
wild
understand.
that our hardship has paved a way for other people to find peace.
Yeah.
And we can't help everybody. We do have to reject people. We don't help people with a lot of random stuff. It's like it's true
domestic
hardships.
abuse or spousal problems. We're
We
like,
don't do
no,
the he said,
like,
she
that's
said
not that.
stuff. We're like, we
It's-
can't get
it's
involved in that.
specifically like, are you being charged for what
Yeah.
you were being trained to do in your job?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
where we step in and help out. Yeah. And so, I mean, to be able to see the impact of that and just like the type of people that we help, that kid's a prime example. He went through all of that and is still serving this country because service to
These
to
people
him
are patriots.
it's bigger than
Yeah.
himself, right?
Yeah,
and those
yeah.
are the people that we want to help. And we feel the same way. Like I get asked all the time, like, oh, you must be, have this jaded. I'm
extremely
like,
bitter.
No, my son joined the Marines. He's in the Marines now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
And
our
like
daughter's married to the Air Force.
yeah,
Like,
we
we're
are a
like-
military family, and we are all about service, and we wouldn't let something like that stain what we truly believe is what you should be doing as an American for your country, which is
Yeah.
like serving it in some form or capacity to earn your way in this
Yeah.
country, to earn your spot here.
Yeah.
It was a big speed bump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I love
Maybe
it, man.
mountain.
We're at 4 hours now, and I know I want to get you guys out of here. We still have some daylight, so you guys can enjoy your time in San Diego.
Yeah,
it's
back
been
home.
so
Yeah,
nice
cool
to
stuff.
be
Home away from
back.
home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I know most people are already familiar with most of your stuff, but where can people find you? Where do you want to direct anybody to go help or get involved with what you guys are doing?
Well, so if anyone's interested in hearing more about our story, you can either get our audiobook or you can get the book online. So it's just called The Man in the Arena. It's a massive book. It's 500 pages. It goes into a lot of the nuances that a lot of people
Because
aren't
I'm
aware
such a
of.
good writer.
Yeah. And we both did the audiobook. So I read
cool.
it, he reads it, Gio's in it,
Our kids.
Spears in it.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Jason Thompson, some of our legal team, but there's
cool.
trial audio, there's NCIS footage, there's all types of stuff that people can interact and they can learn and they can do a deep dive. We've heard nothing but good feedback about the book. And I think the reason we did the book is Bernie Carrick encouraged us after there was so much like malignment in the media and all that. He was like, you need to take time, do your story. I will say it was super cathartic for him. It was very painful.
bet.
It was
Yeah.
painful.
It was
Yeah.
painful, but I think
Dude.
it was cathartic. And I think he needed to confront it because he can really repress things. And his mom always encouraged him to like write his feelings. And I
That
was
helps,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Gigi helped in channeling that like
Well, it helped that she was an English teacher, so I grew up creative writing all the time too. So.
Are you left-handed?
Yeah.
He is. He's a lefty. But the story is very raw.
Right-brained.
Yeah. And then so Pipe Hitter Foundation is just at pipehitterfoundation.org. We have an Instagram account. We have a website. We would encourage people, donate, get involved. We'll be doing an event in Florida in September, so we'd love for you guys to come out, get involved.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Eddie does kind of like an operator for a day, so people can come out. They can do shooting, CQC, house runs, all the things.
Vehicle work. Yeah.
And then we have a dinner in the evening. So we're excited to do that.
You guys podcast too, right?
So yeah, I do a podcast with my buddy Dave Fields called Shoot Me Straight down there. You can find it on Spotify or pretty much everywhere else. I'm sure you can find Liberty Risk on. I definitely would love to have you guys come out at some point,
man.
To be on the podcast.
Super fun.
So yeah, I do that. I run my own training.
Not Nick though.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around.
Actually, Nick would be home there. It's all Army guys run that. So I'm the only SEAL in that area.
Bet.
Yeah,
I bet.
He'll just leave early.
Yeah.
As they always
Zinger.
do, quitters. But yeah, so I run my own training, at Gallagher Holdings. So I'd run training either locally or I'll travel to wherever. And then Andrea's crushing it in real estate down there. So if anybody's looking for a luxury home, definitely hit her up.
Awesome.
Yeah. So that's pretty much everything
and
we
then
got going on.
we run the nonprofit together, and our executive director, she's out of here. So Dina Cruden, she's awesome.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She's so great. Yeah. So that's us. We're on Instagram, Eddie and Andrea Gallagher. But otherwise, we appreciate you guys having us.
Dude. Thank you so much for having us on.
This
Dude.
is so fun.
We fucking love you guys, dude. Seriously, like we said, you guys are family, man. You're part of the Frog family, and like we look at it as that's how we look at it. It's like, dude, we're all family.
Absolutely, bro.
Yeah.
I'm excited to have you guys on, and thank you guys so much for taking the time to come in and just hang
And it's
out.
a Saturday morning, which a lot of people are going to watch this and be like, this is, hey, dude, thank you guys. This is fucking dope.
We wanted to make it a point to come when we were here.
Seriously.
Yeah, I think our audience is really going to love to hear the story from different perspectives.
Yeah.
This is going to be really cool.
No,
Thank
cool.
you guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Out.